Luminosity as well. Really exciting matches, I think, actually primed for our winners bracket side of things. I think often we sometimes see kind of slip-ups. And Tony, it has kind of skewed brackets in the past. This time round, though, I'm feeling like there's a little bit more of a balance in the air when it comes to the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking really good. And I don't want to say Pools was kind of predictable. Like you said, we still have Complexity that did come out on top and get that second place seed over G1, who we know are really dangerous. Let's not forget what happened back at Fort Worth, where they were poised to make a run to the winners bracket.
I love these moves. They're so funny.
In Fort Worth, and of course, Complexity, they step up when they really needed to.
They certainly did indeed. I'm not shocked, to be honest. I mean, Gilkey and Co. Gilkey's such an incredible talent.
Any given day, Gil can take over.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, which our teams will have to take over if they want to get through here. Native White, G1, Luminosity, and Na'Vi. I mean, really exciting things coming out of this.
Na'Vi is always a weird one because Na'Vi either performs really well or really bad, and then like the bracket they do the reverse. So like if they do well in pool play, they do not do well in bracket play. But they did pretty damn bad in bracket play. So I'm interested to see how they'll do.
It's that momentum you push forward, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough though. All of that winners bracket is so stacked that any of those teams that lose are going to find themselves wanting to play against Luminosity. So Luminosity are going to have their hands full once again. A very impressive feat, like you said, to come out of pool play, but the job's not done. Hopefully they're not satisfied with where they are.
Indeed. Well, we have so much going on here at the World Championships. Where can you guys catch that? Well, we have 4 different places. They're all on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you get all of your tabs open, because if your favorite teams aren't on the main stage, I can guarantee.
Yeah, we'll switch between Optics and Streamado, so it's on this first one.
Doing so, get the tabs
I was gonna watch it through Twitch. Obviously, I'm streaming Twitch, bro. Now that they started doing ad grab, bro, it's like I can't stand it. And the ad breaks are so long, it's ridiculous. And they also like right in the middle of the action also pisses me off. So like.
We do have a playoff bundle for you guys.
Oh, that's already I got the one over here. I already got this. I'm actually so pissed I don't have the guns yet though.
Each bundle contains
this fire though. I will say this one right here. Fire, have it.
So you can kind of mix and match things there and get a little bit more custom with it, and we love to hear all of that. We also do have a bunch of stuff happening. Literally, aside from our main stage action, this is genuinely a Halo festival right now. It is absolutely incredible. We have bracket play happening, of course, but we also give out our FFA trophy, which happened yesterday. We have an unlocked episode premiere coming out as well, which is going to be featuring Renegade, and we have our cosplay finals, which is super exciting. I actually did.
I was hoping they do another big battle. Not gonna lie, they may do one tomorrow. They did one in the last invitational with Golden Boy, and that was actually so funny.
Were incredible. You've seen a few, Chiefs, Platanos walking around?
I haven't seen much this morning, but that being said, when they start showing up, I mean, the work that goes into creating those costumes, and not only that, but like putting it on and having to wear that all day, I mean, that is like a long, journey that they have to go through. So shout out to them for putting all that effort into it and really creating an atmosphere in the venue.
Huge shout out to them, and a huge shout as well.
I was going to try to go to this, I'm not gonna lie.
Tournaments going on, we still
but
we know that
we want to say
there's shots, bro. I'm telling you, man on the left.
Very familiar face in Infinite, but our FFAs, of course, champions Shotzi and Avenue, notorious Optic COD Pro.
Yeah, they won that 2v2 down. That was crazy.
Yeah, world champion, absolutely. He's a world champion in a couple different things. I'll tell you that much. But absolutely incredible.
And Shotzi's actually cracked. Actually ridiculous.
You guys can have a look at. We've got our Halo Infinite 2v2, our Halo 3 2v2, Halo 2 4v4, and our Halo 3 4v4. So loads of action happening around the place, not just on the main stage, but at quite a few throwback tournaments as well. But I'll tell you what, I better get back to business, because we have some business to discuss. Ooh. Sen versus Optic, a really exciting matchup. And Sentinels, I think when you come down to it, in terms of this matchup, it's obviously going to be a hard one, but I have seen a version of Sentinels, all the way back in Salt Lake City. They had the fight in them to take Optic. I think that they have had close matchups here. And Tony, talk to me about what you see in individuals on this team.
Yeah, I mean, the last time these two matched up, it was a 3-2 in favor of Sentinels, going all the way back to Salt Lake City. Obviously, it's been quite a journey leading up to where we are right now. If there's one player I'm looking out for, it has to be Sparty. He got that dog in him, 17.4 kills and 5K damage in that matchup against Optic. If they're going to end up winning this matchup, he's going to have to come in with that same fire.
He really will have to come in with that same fire. You know, we're looking back right now in highlights, you know, where they were going up against Space Station in pool play. Things didn't go to plan. So when you look at the comparison from Salt Lake City and that kind of growth, right, that Sentinels were on at the time, where are you seeing them right now in terms of going up against Space Station and what you saw from yesterday?
Yeah, I know they got 3-0'd by SSG yesterday, but I loved what I saw from Sentinels, and every single one of those games was very, very winnable. It's just a matter of one more play needing to be made on the side of Sentinels. If they can just get a little bit more out of one player from the team, Spartan, I think, could have played better yesterday. I truly believe that this could go in Sentinels' favor very quickly.
Yeah, I gotta say I was really impressed with a lot of the individuals here. I mean, Phil Cated had a pop-off moment at the back, but I gotta say one individual in particular is this man on your screen. Our USMC service record is Bubudubu, and for a very
that man is crazy.
This name actually has been kind of, you know, bobbing around the desk, and it's because he has that kind of X factor for the team. He has a pop-off factor. He does.
Man, what game was that?
Can he do it?
Yeah, you said it right.
There was one he had for the other day. Dude, he popped off, and I was scared for a second. Here you go.
As strong as they played at SLC, I was like, I still believe I can get more out of Bubudubu. I do not believe that we have seen the best of Bubudubu throughout all of Halo Infinite, but I've been watching.
Nah, he's actually a crazy player.
He has been dominating in the 8s that he's playing in. If he can play well, this Sentinels team can win a world championship.
Indeed, I think Bubu is a very special.
I don't think they can win it. They're not going to win a world championship, bro. They're not that good. Sentinels is good, but like they just test us, but like they haven't beaten one of the big three in the bracket play like that yet. And
he needs to when the rest of his team speeds up too.
Yeah, I think the one unique quality that I would point out from Bubu.
Once they beat one of us in the tournament, then we can start talking. But right now,
he moves around the map. It's so much more methodical and different than I would say of 95.
This is against FaZe too. Crazy.
When he is on fire, it is so different.
Like they beat FaZe in this, I think.
And expect his timings and where the pressure is going to be coming from. He really makes the game difficult for his opponents when he's playing well.
Well, I mean, he's a long-distance runner. I mean, it just makes sense. He don't go in for the sprint. He literally does this for fun. He thinks about
Damn.
no matter what match.
Bro just wicks the hell out of that man.
Of his own drum. If you don't have Bubudubu as the X factor for this team, I don't think you've honestly been paying attention all season.
Damn, all right, I see you.
Sentinels, they win series.
That is very true indeed. And I got to say though, with X Factors comes counter X Factors. And I think Optic will know kind of what makes Sentinels tick at certain times. I think they'll know that Bubu needs to be on point. They'll know Spartan, get the power weapons out of his hands, etc., etc. But I think for Optic Gaming right now, they're in a really good position. I think they're feeling really confident. They know they had the better of this team last time, and Optic Gaming, I think that they just need to play their game. That might
here's the boys.
At times, but I truly do believe that if Optic stick to their game plan and they do manage to get things across the board that they have been planning, they have some incredible starting strats. I think this series could go into their hands. Wes, what do you make of the team so far, especially in this matchup?
Yeah, I love what I saw from Optic yesterday, and that was because individuals were stepping up in moments that they needed to. That's what the recipe for success here. I mean, they are such a strong team when they play cohesive Halo, but it really is a league of superstars, and this team's filled across the board with them. Formal stepped up in big moments. You have Trippy consistently doing it. Lucid, arguably the best player in the game in any single game, and APG found ways to change the outcome of games at the end of very important close games for Optic as of yesterday. So I'm looking forward for that to continue and us to see the best Optic of Worlds yet.
Indeed. I gotta say, I'm really also looking at some of the Slayers, Tony, because Sentinels, they won both Slayers the previous time that they played Optic, but overall Optic are actually much stronger as a Slayer team, and they have the second best Slayer record with 38-16, so that could also be another X factor for them up their sleeve, knowing like, okay, we didn't quite pull it off last time, but we got the dub. If we clean up things with our Slayers against this team, then surely this is another potential sweep.
I mean, I think it's a great point. Optic Gaming, you know how good you are as Slayers. Not only Slayers, but also King of the Hill. You lost both of the Slayers and the King of the Hill in that series to give Sentinels the win, so you cannot come out on your strongest game types and honestly look as weak as you did. Otherwise, Sentinels, they're gonna make you pay. So I'm putting extra pressure on Optic. King of the Hill is in this series. You better come out with that fire.
What do you think of Optic's pace, Wes?
Okay.
I don't think they're super fast. They don't kind of, I think, I don't know, when I kind of look at their gameplay, I think they have a really nice cadence about their gameplay. I just don't think it's super manic. At times, they're able to kind of push back and be like, right, let's sit, let's wait, let's figure out what we want to do, let's read the kind of control and the environment. And that's something that I really love about Optic Gaming.
I think Optic are the best team in the game at picking and choosing when to be aggressive and when to slow it down. They are so methodical with their decision makings, but when they realize they have an opportunity, an opening, they have no problem kicking the door open and finding their successes. I think that that's their best quality, is in a game that is so chaotic, like Halo Infinite at the highest level. They are smooth as butter, and they are consistently able to read the room and know what the right
Sorry guys,
thing is.
I'm just trying to find something else. That's weird.
Before about what happened last time. Well, let's actually just see it on our screens for ourselves. The last time these two met in Salt Lake City with this series rewind here, it went all the way to Game 5. It was really, really close-knit. Now, you mentioned, obviously, the Slayers both going in the way of Sentinels here, but what did you make of kind of the way that things had transitioned and
that's
trying
why.
to reverse this now, this time around?
I mean, yeah, the two Slayers.
Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. I might do that later. I do a lot more stream, but
And this is Optic's bread and butter. We know
right
how
now
good
we're not
of a
doing
they are.
that.
We know how good of a Slayer team they are, and also they were sneakily a very good Solitude team. Sentinel stepped up when it mattered most. Now my question is,
yeah, this was Salt Lake City. This is when they beat us. We were just like,
looking a little bit different.
we looked bad in this. I can't lie.
Series layout, the better team wins the objectives. And if you remember the actual gameplay that happened in those games, those were dominant games 1 and 4. Game 3, Solitude King of the Hill was relatively early on in its meta at that time. So
I am
we're
going
gonna have to
to.
do much better in the objectives if they want to compete continuously.
Here we
in the
go.
series.
What's up?
You know, Sentinels were looking absolutely fantastic.
What do you mean? Is there an echo, Tom?
It was a time where we were like, oh my goodness me, this is the real deal. It wasn't just a debut. It wasn't just the honeymoon period. This is actually happening. And I think Optic would have probably gone back, watched the tape, cleaned up on a few things. Like you said, the objective work was dominant from Optic, and there were a few slip-ups down the road. Will that happen again? Will Sentinels get the better of them, or will Optic turn this around? So many questions, so many potential answers on that main stage, which, folks, it is time.
Hang on, Tom. No, I don't think so. Let me see. Audio input. That's actually awesome. Yes. That fix it? Yeah, I appreciate you, Tom. Weird. Oh. Why?
To 5 means that this is such a tightly matched game. Also, Andy, we have to keep in mind, the team who loses this game will fall into the elimination bracket early, which is going to be heartbreak for both of these squads.
That's right. The question is, will history repeat itself? Will Sentinels get the better of the defending world champions? Mind you, the world champions that won the world championship in this very building on this very main stage. in this same city. We're underway in day number 2.
Well, we're ready. Seattle is ready. The question is which
That's
of
weird.
these
I don't
two
know why it's doing
teams is
that.
most prepared and ready to win this series and stay in this winner's side of the bracket. It's going to be Solitude to start off. King of the Hill, a control-based game type, and speaking of control, both teams love to get control, Andy. They're very methodical in the way they work.
Absolutely. This is really going to be kind of a toe-to-toe battle. Really both teams coming at each other in a very head-on way. And you heard the desk talk about it as well. These teams like a certain amount of control. They are not the most aggressive teams with kind of unbridled aggression. Instead, both of these teams play a little bit more traditional, and we will see them now face off with that same play style in this series.
Extremely strong start here for Optic Gaming in game number 1.
Alright,
That top of the middle of the hill. Good early slays for them as well. Formal with 3 to his name. On the other side, Lethal and Boo Boo yet to get on the board. However, the breakers now come in to have fallen for Optic, and Sen are inside of the hill.
Lucid on your screen right here picks up another one in Glass. We got to talk about Lucid. Yesterday, he was on something, and I think a lot of people would agree in saying that Lucid looked a little bit like launch period Lucid last night. Just unbelievable sequences coming out of him, unbelievable stat lines as well. But as quickly as we say that, Sentinels find themselves with a 2-man advantage, and they're going to take a minor lead here on the first hill off of a very nice string of kills.
They certainly are, and all Optic at the moment are trapped in blue. The game has now flipped. The first hill has now flipped, and Optic find themselves 2 dead. A 2v2 on the map at the moment, but Spartan can change that very, very quickly. Wes was pointing out on the desk quite rightly that he didn't feel he saw the best of Spartan yesterday. Well, day 1, if you don't play your best, maybe not the worst thing in the world, but day 2 and 3, you need to perform.
You need to be here. This is the championship bracket. So much on the line and very little room for error. Spartan very confident there from his LR challenges. Eventually he will be taken down. 4 dead for Sentinels at what could be a devastating point of the game.
Alright, boys.
Inside that hill, it's Lucid, who looks down, trying to peruse around the map here on Solitude and find out where those Sentinels players are going to be spawning. And the bad news for Sentinels fans is they're all trapped on the snipe side, but Falcated does get a pick. Booby trying to challenge him.
I know it's echoing.
And even though Sentinels will fall dead, Formal's left on his own, and Sentinels might
Yeah, Bob, that's what I'm doing.
What a play for Boo Boo. He flies out. It looks like there was no chance.
I don't know why it's echoing like this. Shouldn't be doing this.
Formal gets 1. Formal looking for the 2nd.
Oh man, this is a close hill too.
How close this top middle hill is. 3 dead for Sentinels though. And even though Optic were on the back foot.
Yep, that's hill. Let's go.
The first hill, APG steps in, and Optic will be up by 1.
Optic Gaming backs against the wall as you thought Sentinels was going to get the stop, but off the spawn, they fly out. They get the kills they needed. Formal was your last player alive, and they make sure they connect the dots to still secure the first hill in what I will say is one of the most dramatic opening hills we've seen in a Solitude King of the Hill in the HCS.
Well, this is a fantastic way to start the morning here in Seattle. And if this is how the action is going to go down today, well, sign me up. I'm going to be here all day, glued to my screen, watching teams go up against each other. Sentinels will get the break and will be able to hold down the driveway hill, though. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Formal had that sniper rifle, but Boobies just chased him down, so complete and utter control of this hill was in the favor of Sen.
Formal was last player alive on the truck. APG's eventually going to grab that and go hotel with the snipe. There we go. Shout out to our team in the back. Right away on top of where that sniper rifle was tracking, but notice Formal's dead. So right now we have 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Again, Formal's death was staggered and delayed enough that it caught them off of a bad spawn rotation. APG needs to try to break this game wide open with the sniper rifle. He's got 6 shots left.
APG positioned himself in blue as well, and that's going to be fine because
all
Optic will be
nice
spawning
shot by
alongside him. But
APG.
one thing you can't account for if you're Sentinels is APG hitting a shot like that.
Can they get the stop here? Ooh, foul with a very important kill. 2v2 on the map here at a pivotal point on your second hill.
Now Sentinels will not want to let this one slip. Complete control for them. Falcate with the sniper rifle as well. Optic probably have 1 push, if that. They might think about giving this one up. It's exactly what they do. And Sentinels tie this game up at 1-1 with a pretty perfect looking hill.
Nice work there from Foul. You saw him rotate out with snipe to cut off loop.
Now
And in doing so, lets a spawner grab the hill. They very comfortably get your second hill, and that brings us now tied 1-1.
How sneaky he's been. Foul's got all the way behind Optic, and they have no idea that Foul is here. He gets one, but can't get any more than that. 2v2 on the map right now. Everybody's scrapping for this hill.
3:10 left on the game clock here. Just a little bit of points on the board here, but you can tell on this third hill, might be played a little bit more cautiously, right? The teams are realizing, okay, those were bloodbaths on the first 2 hills. On this third one, it could be the go-ahead hill that is a big difference maker on your final scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this game type mode combo go 2-1 and finish at 2-1. That's how close these games are, and teams can play that clock, so both Sentinels and Optic Gaming know that this could well be
Okay,
the
this
final
should
hill.
fix it maybe.
3 minutes on the clock at the moment as Optic has stood inside of the hill, stopping that countdown, and at the moment doing a pretty good job of holding this one down.
Yeah, they have 3 dead there. Look at all the spawners here.
I got it. I got it, guys. It's fine. We're back. Okay.
Let's get to a listening with Optic.
All right. Sorry, guys. I don't know why my microphone was doing that. I fixed it though.
Flowers is open, careful.
All right, guys. Whew. I fixed it. I don't know what the hell that was. Thank you for letting me know, Tom. Appreciate you. All right, boys. All right, we're about to get this hill too. Yep, that's hill 2. Let's go. Good shit, boys. Just listen to the comms, man. They know. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Trippy, trippy, trippy. Oh, he knows where he's at too. Oh my God, Matt, you are him. Oh my God, boys.
We have side guys help out here.
There we go. Just trying to get that off my screen.
Just stay left post forward, Joey. Just look forever.
Posters coming up, posters.
Watch your back, Joey. Watch your back.
We need to get Joey here. We just need you to
Oh, Joey, that was a wide whiff, bro.
Still your turn. Still your turn.
Oh.
Still your turn.
Watch out, Tyler. Nice. One dead. Hello.
Out the listening back into the game, and it's been all Optic Gaming since we jumped in. They got that second hill almost, excuse me, the third hill almost uncontested.
Joey, why are you whiffing so bad, bro?
Third hill on the board to go up 3-1, Andy. They have been dominating this snipe side setup.
dominating. Look at Formal's numbers right now. 16 and 11 at this stage in the game.
Yeah, bro, they're fucking cracked.
Optic Gaming on a very, very clean back-to-back hill grabs to go up with a convincing lead. 2:20 left on the clock.
Trippy was still with his sniper. Damage onto Boo Boo as well, escapes back to a teammate for a few seconds. Now he can reposition and watch this driveway angle, watch the posters angles. And Optic don't have to worry about this hill for now. They have 2 minutes and 5 seconds left in this game just to see it out. They have the cushion of the extra hill as well. So even if Sentinels get this next one, Andy, they've still got work to do.
Also got to point out, you might have heard during the listen, Lucid told Trippy when he was top snipe,
All right.
live forever. Essentially saying, just play your life here, hold on to the snipe, and he's still alive. He has lived forever throughout the entire sequence.
No way Joey almost won that. Oh my God, and then at Formal.
Live here for Optic as Sentinels finally get a little bit of momentum here and step inside of that hill. One thing to note, lots of time left for Sentinels to formulate this comeback. 1 minute and 40 every time they step inside of that hill as well, that clock will stop. So the game clock will not do too much against them at the moment. They're not going to be worrying about having to do things too quickly, but they need to do it efficiently.
They really do here. 2 dead on each side.
2 dead for Optic.
We know the man.
Oh, what a good nade.
Really just a matter
Yeah.
of
Oh my God, Matt, you're him. Oh my God, Matt, you're him.
on the truck.
3 dead here for Sentinels. Even though they had a moment of control, it's Optic who wrestle it back from them.
Dude, APG, don't fall off the ledge, bro. Come on.
The spawners now coming in from Sentinels, and Optic try and locate where they want to hold first. Foul's going to be challenging bottom middle, but look at APG. Just playing his life, waiting for the help to come in. Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, making 4 dead.
Good stuff.
Optic Gaming
Good stuff,
Sentinels,
boys.
and now stand tall once again.
They're just gonna
60
go
seconds
sit in the hill.
Game 1.
Textbook from
Get
Optic
the
Gaming.
position for the sniper. Yep, good job, Formal.
On the truck. He's instrumental in the third.
Are these guys? I'm telling you, I love these guys.
To come to the truck, they easily collapse on Falcated, who was last alive, and now they just need to hold for 45 seconds.
Sniper coming up as well, and you can see the Lucid and Formal in position to pick up the power weapon, and that might be a nail in the coffin in this game number 1 for Sentinels, because Formal's currently sat at 19 and 14, and now he's got a snipe to play with as well.
This might just be a victory lap here. 30 seconds. You're gonna
Yeah,
hear
that's crazy, actually.
the voice of Jeff Steitzer, and this will just be Formal, maybe picking a few extra heads for the stat columns at the end of the game.
Formal can't escape though. Sentinels still have a chance, although it is a slim one and getting slimmer by the second. 15
I don't know
seconds
why
left
I
on that
can't.
game clock as Valkated steps inside of that hill. Smartin in a 1v1 here, has to back down as APG and Boo Boo trade out kills, and trades at this point are fine. If you're on the side of Optic Gaming, having that cushion is fantastic.
Good stuff, boys.
3 dead. This will be the last moment of game number 1 as Lethal should fall as well. Optic Gaming.
Good stuff, boys.
1-0 in this series.
1-0 lead.
On Saturday in Seattle.
That's what we like to see early. That's what I'm saying, bro. Get us a good win against Sentinels, a team that's decent. Brad's pumped, bro. He's got the Starbucks, it looks like. Bro, I love Brad.
The likes of Formal. He will drop, I believe, 22 in that game.
He dropped 22 in that game, though. It's crazy, actually.
World Championships. He lives for the big occasion. He lives for the big series, and I think the Optic realize how big a series this is for them as well. We mentioned that Sentinels got the better of them, this exact lineup, back in Salt Lake City a little bit earlier on in the season. Those kind of losses stay in the memory for quite some time, and the one thing that you want is an opportunity to put things right, and I think Optic are playing with that kind of style right now.
Yeah, you got to think Formal walking back into this building, and all the Optic Gaming guys thinking, ah, yeah, we've been here before. Remember this place from last year. Pretty good memories coming to mind, of course, and it starts off with a hot game 1.
Yeah, I mean, like, these guys really just, they locked in for this game, and I was pumped to see that.
To an opening on Solitude King of the Hill. It started off 1-1, but from there Optic
People really don't understand, like, it really does matter. That first game, dude, all the momentum is now in Optic's favor. So
make a great comeback. They get Optic 4 dead, and they're just moments away from capping that hill, but somehow Optic managed to formulate a push out of nowhere, take that first hill away, and put the first one on the board. Yes, Sentinels answered back and got the second hill almost uncontested.
Alright, we are playing Slayer on Aquarius. Now, this used to be one of our best maps. Let's see if it still is. Why is
Take a
this
look at
here?
Slayer records here. On the 2023 season, very different records, of course. It goes without saying. Optic Gaming
Yeah,
39
like
and 16.
39 and 16, and they're 20 and 20. So, like,
I think the one stat we need to highlight, just in case you didn't catch it in the pre-show, Sentinels taking both Slayers the last time these two teams
They did
met
do
in
that.
Salt Lake City. So,
but I'm hoping
they
Aquarius
wanted
is
that Optic Gaming
different.
is double positive in the Slayer category on the season. Sentinels one game away from being negative on the game type, but all that matters is what happens here on the day at the Halo World Championship. History right now indicates Sentinels might have the upper hand in the Slayers.
Oh, that's
we'll
why
have
it's
to
a
see what
little
happens
chilly in
here,
here.
though, in Seattle.
Well, no surprise to see the stat at the bottom of your screen there. Number 1 Slayer KD in 2023 is, of course, Optic's Lucid. We'll have to keep our eyes on his.
Yeah, Lucid is, he's him, bro. He's literally him.
Optic up by 1 in the series. Sentinels need something to answer back.
One thing important to watch that we saw in that game number 1, you often think Optic Gaming is at their best when they have their backs against the walls. Think about that first hill, right? When they need to make the exact right play with split-second decisions. When Optic Gaming is firing on all cylinders, that's when they are at the top of their game. In moments like that, game types like Aquarius Slayer do require really coordinated pushes. We'll see if they can do it again here in game number 2.
We'll also have to see if Sentinels can keep the heat wave out of the hand of Trippy, because we've seen what Trippy can do on this map if he gets that short-range weapon into his hand.
I like these plays.
It's been a good start for him in this game.
They really baited him. Matt, you need to reload. Matt, you need to reload. Matt, you need to reload. Matt, you need to reload.
He's on the flank.
Okay, maybe not. I'm sorry, Matt. Don't ever let me disrespect you again. Wow.
Even with a nice time flank from Formal, Sentinels managed to trade those kills out.
Optic Gaming really looking
I don't know
like
how
it
they
might
managed
be
to trade those kills out. That's
the
crazy.
same form they left off in Fort Worth. Let's not forget, of course, defending champions of the last LAN event, coming into the World Championship in the same exact fashion that they came in last year. And so far, they've been perfect here. Only a 1-kill lead.
Damn, what a way to get out of there, Formal. Good shit playing your life.
We talked about playstyle matchup, right? How the two teams very similar in their approach and their theory when it comes to Halo Infinite, and this map is going to show that, right? It's a more methodical.
Let's go, Formal.
The trust for Formal, by the way, has been the game changer in a few battles and escapes that he's made. But map control, both these teams love it, right? They don't like to flood too much. They wait for the opportunity. They wait for that positive damage before they make their moves. The question is, who is going to take the risk and who is going to be most successful when that damage comes in?
Sentinels actually takes the lead there. They were just down 7-4 to now lead 10-9. It's a nice swing for the Sentinels side, and so far they've actually kept Lucid off the board in kills or assists. Not easy to do at the 10-kill mark, and maybe a sign.
Yeah, that is crazy. Lucid 0-3.
In the Slayers.
We mentioned the heat wave and how important it can be. It's Boobadooboo who's got it in his hands at the moment. He's got a couple of teammates alongside him to support. Optic do a really good job there, by the way. Having spawned on the fridge, to just kind of stay close enough that there was enough presence that Boo could push, but also just to scatter around so they can cover enough angles. Great shots coming in from top middle, though, from Trippy. And Trippy will know where that heat wave is, because he poked at Boo a few moments ago.
2 dead here. Means Optic Gaming now goes into a narrow lead by 1. 12-11, and this is it feels just like the opening to game 1. Back and forth in a way that is even more
Oh, Trippy, you just got shit on.
competitive than we've
How is
seen
this tied,
off
bro?
the opening break. Tied at 13 here. You couldn't ask, as we said, for a better matchup to start your day number 2. Now
Come on, guys. There's no way we should be tied right now.
Difference that the thrust can make. Lethal used that to win that initial battle, used it again to survive. Well, he's not got any more thrust left. So Falcate picking up that kill. It's going to allow him maybe to find an angle to survive for a few seconds. But
Nope, get out of here,
there's
Trippy said.
APG, Trippy with 2. Trippy looking for 3 as well.
No, Trippy! Trippy, you had him, bruh. You had him, bruh.
Keep the score close. If Trippy gets that kill,
No, you had the triple kill, bro.
So
No.
Trippy then goes to 8-3, and the number's just going to keep climbing up. Like you said, that kill on paper might just look like a single kill, but the fact that Spartan's able to win that one, keep his team here, and anchor them on the spawn, keeps the game within 1.
tie game. Falcate again.
I think that the reason this game is so close is look at Lucid, bro. He is 2 and 5.
Again.
And then, of course, there's Formal, who is just him.
Okay, he gets another. A spawn cleans up the damage we just saw in front of us. It's a 1 kill advantage here, but Optic have 2 in the death screen. Make it 3. And for the first time here, we're starting to see Optic on the back foot. Formal gets 1 though to slow things down. Formal in a 1v1 with Spartan here. Spartan connects with the shots though, and you can see him get a little bit hyped about it.
It's a great push. It's a clean wipe here. That gives Sentinel a 2-kill lead.
Spartan is actually gross.
Let's get into a listen in with the Sentinel side.
Formal weak P1 blue. Shot 2. Yo, 2 blue P1, both weak. One up street. One up street.
Looking for you, Joe.
Yeah, P2, P2.
Yeah, they're both in the street.
P2 weak.
Trippy.
APG.
P2 have
P2 one shot APG.
Yeah, we're both one shot then. You want weak as well?
Mike, I'm watching your push.
Damn, what a damn.
I'm quartering back.
Yeah, like P1.
P1 weak, Lucid.
I have an 8, I have an 8.
Like yellow side, bottom end.
Yo, blue flashes up, guys.
And one's like
LP street.
LP street, 2 of them.
Yeah, yeah, P1. And blue table, and on me, blue gen. I need help.
Table's
Yeah,
weak.
Lucid.
And then P2 going vent to Carpenter, they'll cross P2.
One shot from
Yo,
blue.
blue windows.
Blue P jump. Blue P. Blue
Alright, boys. Good shit. Bringing it back.
Yo, look,
Oh.
yeah.
Venue.
Oh, man.
Part 2 formal.
Good shit. Trippy.
Blue gen.
Take your life, bro.
Blue gen kind of weak formal.
Good lift, good lift. He's got a
Yo,
thrust.
blue gen 2 of them. APG
Yeah,
one
chasing
shot.
Mike,
One
blue
shot
window.
pistol door. One shot pistol door. Make up front.
Blue window is 1.
West front, west front.
Good shit, Matt.
Yeah.
Way to bring it back, boys.
P glass as well.
Yeah, car glass.
I've shot some P glass.
More APG is fine.
Come on. APG, APG.
Yo, Lucid with blue. Yeah.
There's no way, APG.
I'm already getting there.
There's no way you just lost that.
Yeah, P2, yellow street. Okay.
Yellow thrust as well.
Yep, I'm here. I'm yellow gen. I'm watching
I'm already
yellow
there,
P
Jen. I'm already there, Jen, with you.
Yeah.
We're on 4.
P yellow 2. I don't see him.
Yellow
Oh,
2
yeah.
weak, Lucid.
Yeah,
Two
yellow P glass. Yellow P glass fighting me. And
2 yellow window.
Yeah, yellow shroom's going.
P glass, done.
Nice.
Yo, I'm fire.
They're gonna be in the flag.
My
They're gonna be in the flag,
gen.
yeah.
2 my gen, I think. See there, I made one. I one shot.
I'm
Two
coming,
there.
I'm coming.
One shot. They ran jet.
Keep running together, guys. Keep running.
I'm here,
together. Yeah, he's top car in the vent.
In the
Car
vent.
one
In the
shooting me.
vent. 2 shot APG. And I got my card.
If he's one shot,
And then
yeah,
just
one
2
shot.
of them.
I need a card and one shot.
Two yellow gen,
I got
guys.
my card,
2 yellow gen, guys. 2 yellow gen.
Well, Sentinels are starting to pick up the pace. Sentinels are starting to roll, and I want to talk about the bloom control on the sidekick coming in from Boo Boo, right? He turns a single kill into a double by showing such patience with that sidekick in his hands. A couple of quick shots, lets the bloom reset, then spams again, hits all the shots onto APG.
Really impressed what we see here. Now a 4-kill lead. They maintained that cushion, essentially a full wipe of a cushion.
Got 5.
35.
Oh my god. Bro.
5-kill lead here at a very important part of the game, of course. This will be your home stretch of the match.
Clutch was talking on the desk about Spawn, how he needs to be the X factor for this team. Well, at the moment it's at double pos, 14-7 is Sparty in this game. It's a pretty solid looking cushion, and you can see the Sentinels don't want to give end opening now to Optic. Optic starting to turn off a little
5
bit.
right now.
Traded out almost immediately. And there's
Alright, if you guys can-
that heat wave and, like,
Bruh.
when you're looking at the overall game, Sentinels have controlled this weapon so much better than Optic.
So well. Look at this, just sidekick heat wave for Boo Boo. Just controlling, might even 2-tap here, almost gets away with it. And it will be cleaned up as well now.
Good shit.
36
That's what we need.
So despite Sentinels leading for the past 3 minutes or so of play.
That's what we need, boys. That's what we need. Good stuff. Good stuff. Bring it back. 2-kill game. 2-kill game. Come on, come on, come on.
Optic are starting to find some picks, and surprise, surprise, who's the man who's at the front of it? The man who's
Formal.
It's Formal.
Dude, I'm telling you, that man is the clutchest motherfucker I've ever met. Holy shit.
2 kills between the 2 teams. As both teams just give each other a bit of map here, stand off from each other, and look again for that opening damage.
A huge swing of kills. Let's not forget, this was just 36-31. Somehow Optic Gaming brings it now to 40-38. Still just trailing by 2.
Go.
Make it 1 here.
Boo Boo's got no idea that Formal's here as well.
Let's go!
It's a tie game as we head into the last 10 kills.
Get shit, Formal. Don't overextend. Don't overextend, boys. Don't overextend, boys.
Now, we're looking very uncomfortable. But Formal does doesn't check his corners, but he's got the thrust, he's got support. Can they get that kill? Formal survives. APG
We're up 2, boys. Let's go.
Optic are up by 2.
And of course, APG's got his back there, wins a very, very important battle. Optic Gaming.
Dude, Formal is him with the freaking.
And what did we say in the clutch moments when they need to push as the game becomes tied? Optic Gaming finds a way. They find the coordination to get back despite trailing by 5 just 2 minutes ago.
This could be a huge 8 kills in the context of not just the game, but the series. If Optic can clutch up here and win the game, they're 2 up. They're feeling extremely confident, and it will be a hammer blow for the confidence of Sentinels. But if Sen can win this one in a tight game, in a Slayer, then maybe that will give them a little bit of
Oh, let's go. They got 2.
APG in the kill feed as well. He gets one, 15 and 11 for Bradley at the moment.
Yeah, APG is actually carrying this game right now. Him and Formal both. I can't believe APG is actually killing right now. He's mainly an objective player.
Telling them exactly how he wants to play call this, and that's big damage. You know Formal's gonna go.
Oh, he's gonna go.
Oh my god, Dubu. Sit down, bro. Know who the GOAT is. Know who the GOAT is.
Are taking over as Sentinels find themselves 4 dead again.
Oh my goodness. What are we saying? Tactical, this team looks. Optic Gaming.
Bro, Optic is the dude. Oh my god.
Formal looking left and right, truly calling the shots. The general.
They're all over there, bro.
Last push,
They're all over there. Don't push it too much.
Only
Just
2 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Game slows down.
play your lives,
Optic
boys.
say, Sentinels, you want to win this game, you're gonna have to make a play on us. APG 16 and 11.
Yeah, APG's actually going crazy right now.
Sentinels just trying to slow the game down. Play around the fridge of the flag.
Oh,
APG
get out of here,
gets
kid.
the damage though. Falcated, he's getting bombarded. Falcated will fall. Optic looking for that final kill here to go up by 2 in the series.
Here goes APG with a thrust.
Lucid will get
Let's
it.
go. That's how we do it, boys. Bring it back.
Showing that late game composure in the Slayers.
Bring it back, boys.
The last 2 times.
Wow. Formal makes me hormonal. That's that's got to be my new favorite sign. What the hell? Good shit, Brad. What the hell, bro? He's showing up today. He wants another fucking chain, bro.
Through this series so far and yesterday as
He
well.
wants another one.
You can tell
He
how
wants one
Optic
more,
Gaming
bro.
is looking overall when you put them in these scenarios time and time again, and you really question how tight is their communication, just how tight is the teamwork, and we are seeing.
That's how tight the teamwork is, bro. That's literally like the best.
That this team is on the same page, firing on all cylinders. Wins like that from Formal, but really it was when they found themselves trailing by 5 at 36-31. To bring that game back to 48-42 is absolutely unreal.
Twice now in the series, the Optic have been in close moments in the game, and they've won those close moments, right? And that's why they're up 2-0. First game, the first hill. Second game, the 5 kill.
That was crazy.
Managed to turn over. And you just saw them starting to pick the pace up. And Coach again was talking about it on the desk. They're methodical until they get that damage, until they get that pick. And then they know they've got numbers and they can collapse. This kill from Formal, by the way. It just felt like that was the kill that was the punctuation for them to go home and win this one.
A little bit of an ankle breaker there as Formal does it with style. On the stairs, as you said, Lucid flies.
That was it, bro.
The last kill on Boo Boo. Also worth mentioning, at the 42-42 mark, it was Lucid who also got the opener there. APG joins him for the double kill. That lets them pull away once again. It's the perfect breaks, the perfect opening kills that pave the way for Optic Gaming pushes. They now lead 2-0 in the series.
Just a feeling about Optic Gaming at this event. I don't know what it is.
They are the best live fire team. Damn, they have a 40 or 74.3% win rate of 26-9 on this map, bro. No, that's crazy. Oddball, though.
And the focus is just on the tournament, on playing the games that are in front of them. Optic Gaming looking ominous as we head into our next map. It's going to be live fire oddball. 2 rounds to win this one. Optic on the precipice for 3-0.
Worth mentioning, the last time these two teams played this game type on LAN, it was game number 4 in Salt Lake City, and Optic won it 200-40. We'll have to see if
Feeling it, boys. Let's get it. Let's get it. We got it.
Sentinels stay alive. Here we go. Game number 3.
Let's get this shit.
Let's watch a little bit of Lucid. Why wouldn't you? Especially when he picks up the sniper off of the spawn. Hoping this game going to be more about control of the weapons and control of that overshield more than going for that early oddball, unless you get 2 or 3 quick kills and you can play around it. But you can see Optic trying to take control of the tower here, make sure they've got lines of sight and numbers over
Damn.
at that overshield. There's the smoke. Did he hit him through the smoke? I think APG just cleaned that up, but Boomy should be there to collect. But the overshield gets put into the hands of Optic. It's APG who pops it. And now you're seeing Lucid just starting to pop bodies.
Oh my goodness, how do they pull this off? Somehow Lucid staying alive in the back, still 2 dead, man advantage. The last 2 players are here on scoreboard and cuts.
APG got taken down with that overshield though, and now you can see, oh, Lucid's doing a little bit of pole dancing. Too early for that, Tommy.
Certainly.
Dude, this team is just fucking cracked.
Impressive sequence, without a doubt. Look at this.
What? Nah, bro. This man is the GOAT. This whole team is just crazy, bro. I love this team.
Just has to press the trigger.
Like,
Can he do it?
oh.
Finally slows it down. 20 points already on the board here for Optic Gaming. Trippy's going to have to think about playing that ball in a few moments' time, though, as Spartan will finally take him down.
Fine, I got 24 seconds. That's good. That's good progress.
Finally on the map and in control.
And really worth thinking back to, Mark, we talked about the play style of this 3-4 for
Damn.
maybe that might be your 4th. Lucid maybe cleaned up on pillars. Yes, Trippy's there too, though. So Trippy has to make a key decision here, and he actually gets taken down as well. So Trippy deciding to fly out there to try to help Lucid on pillars maybe costs them a little bit extra because they're going to be caught on a 2-dead spawn rotation for the next 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 seconds that they can't do anything. Like I said, they've got to wait for bodies to get back on it. I tell you what, Lethal is standing tall at the moment. Lucy going to be challenging him on that overshield. Wow. Lethal feeling all kinds of confident, grabs that off ball. Now the battle for the overshield continues, and with the kills once again falling on the side of Sen, they will get that next overshield, and they've turned that early dominance of Optic over. They have a lead.
You got to clip that play from Lethal. That's unbelievable. To sit sandbags already be weak. Lucid's challenging you from the overshield platform, and you jump back out to push him back into cuts, and then you go all time as the last player with no shield.
All right, Matt.
And he's now rotated to B.
All right, Matt. Oh, Matt, you just got absolutely destroyed by Dubu Dubu. Yep, good shit.
Sentinel should be able to get the play ball here, but they're milking every single second. Look at Lethal refusing to let that one go. Finally, Optic get the ball out of the hands of Sentinels, and Lucid finds himself with a heat wave. Should be able to rotate this one back, and I think they're just looking for information on where they take that ball. Now they've got the info that green is the push from Sentinels, they'll probably rotate this back towards town.
Oh, collapse on green here. Looks very good from Optic. Just like that, 2 dead. Lucid identifying that so well. He's sitting pillars, and even though there's 2 players at green, he timed it so that both players are back green as the ball will be rotated. Knew that he could catch them both off guard with the repulse and the heat wave. He also has health on that collapse, and just like that, Optic Gaming go right back in it.
What? Nah, dude, I actually just...
Lucid having fun, just running around at the moment with that heat wave doing damage.
I'm pretty you, because goddamn.
And he knows that something's
You just repulse, heat waved, and hit him in a matter of less than 2 seconds. Actually cracked.
The comms were there, right? Sentinels knew the form was going to be coming up. The dummy ran
Good trade.
on the back tower as well, but 54-50 here, essentially tied up.
Good shit. Keep it going. Good shit.
With a bullet in his chest. Not going to be enough to take him down. Lethal picks up a kill though.
Oh. Nah, he's actually cracked, bro. He's got to be the greatest sniper.
Lethal there to provide a little bit more support. The only thing he doesn't have is bullets in the gun to fire.
Crafty made there from Lucid on back tower. Cracked in the catwalk. 50-60-50 now. On board with Lethal here as Boo Boo will hold.
Overshield popping up as well. Gonna shroud him. That's gonna mean that Sentinels get another overshield here. That's gonna be 2 in a row for them. And that's why you're seeing the score tip back in the favor of Sentinels. They're back into a lead now. And if they play this right and they pick up the slays in this next 5-10 seconds or so, then this could be closing in on a round going over to Sen.
A little bit of a melt of the overshield. It's a nice little pop of the P-shooter from Formal to take off Falcated's overshield. However, still a comfortable lead for Sentinels. And you might think these games are looking awfully similar, right? Tied all the way through the early stages, and Optic Gaming, Val somehow stays alive, has edged it out each time. Oh, nice little juke here from Falcated, who gets the last lap against an extended battle against Formal.
That's a really important kill as well, because Val went on a little bit of a walk there. You can see he was trying to get a flank, trying to find something, but I think just miscalculated how many players had come off spawn, and Formal just caught him in the back, but dropped down bottom middle, juked him out like you say, and now he's alive, and now he's a problem, but more pole dancing here. It's APG.
Wow, APG just finessed the fuck out of you, bro. You, like, actually get out of here.
Have that ball back at green as well, and they might just turn the lead back in their favor.
Wow, unreal stuff there. APG, whenever you see him in a little bit of a peak battle there, just poking, he's going to win those.
Good shit, Trippy, staying alive.
That's exactly what he does there.
Tie game. Optic go into a lead though as they grab that off ball once more. Sentinels.
Shit.
Struggling
ball,
to work
grab ball,
out where
grab
this
ball, grab
ball's
ball.
gonna go. You can see Optic is shifting it one way, shifting it another, and that's forcing Sentinels to have to make different decisions based
Yeah,
on.
I was gonna say, why the fuck are we having Lucid hold the ball, bro? Why is Lucid holding ball?
3 players are coming in through mud and green, and just like that, they're able to rotate it. That's 3 dead.
It's brilliant though because they've got the heat wave, so they're saying if you want to get the ball off us, you got to come close quarters. You're gonna have to go
Good
to
shit.
the heat wave of Trippy, and now Optic just 7 points away. But here comes the push now. Optic 3 dead. Trippy's just come off spawn,
Fuck.
and Sentinels break right at the end of the round.
Wow, perfect timing there on the break. Look at this.
We had it too.
This overshield is absolutely huge. If Trippy can get enough damage here where the team might be able to push, let's see what happens.
This push will win the game. Win the round, I should say. Foul gets 2. Boomer gets the overshield, and all of a sudden Sentinels in full control as the last 2 players alive from Optic are in front of him. So much damage coming in, but keep your eye on the game clock. It is going one way, and it is the way of Sentinels. They clutch up in the final moments.
Damn it,
Get
bro.
that first round on the board.
Fuck.
What a push there. As you said, it had to be the final push. The rat tunnel hold was devastating from Optic Gaming. They saw 3 players in mud going to B. That indicated that they might have been able to get away with a full rotate. Instead, as you say, they hold the ball in rat tunnel. It worked out great with the heat wave hold, but Sentinels on their final opportunity to push, they break, and they also hold there against Trippy and Lucid on top sandbags. They will close out the round, and they lead 1-0.
Trippy got the heat wave early, but Spartan takes him down. We always talk about how important that is, right? APG gonna be challenged.
Good shit, AP.
For the first time, we've seen APG.
Lucid, get that Lucid.
Important individual battles.
Oh my god, Lucid, you are fucking cracked, bro.
Shield's ripped off. Boo Boo narrowly misses getting his visor ripped off as well. Overshield gonna be the
Get the fuck out of my lobby, kid. You are actually dog shit. Holy. Nah, dude, this team is cracked.
Ooh, God, he also tags the body there, almost a headshot.
We got OV and we already have 20 seconds on ball,
Will get
almost.
stuck in the end, so 3 dead. It was an overshield hold. Here's a rotate, presumable play ball from Formal.
Good shit, Formal.
Almost an exact copy of what we saw in the first round. Now it's the fight for the oddball. Now it's the fight for kills and map control. Boo Boo trying to push out green here. Spartan gives him a little bit of help. So numbers will be in the favor of Sentinels, and immediately they move in on that oddball. Spartan gets another, and Formal finds himself as last alive now. He'll be taken down. Lucid's just come off a respawn, and Sentinels answer back again, and they know that Lucid's close.
Lucid wins a nice 1v1 there to just keep things a little bit closer off the respawn here. However, Boo Boo is making sure to clean that up. Now only down by 10 to Sentinels.
Trip just managed to take down
Good challenge, Trip.
So no scoring here. Sentinels and Boo.
I thought he was about to pull off some wild stuff. Eventually, he's taking
I did too, actually. I'm not gonna cap. I thought he found like a little fucking ledge jump and he was about to repulse up and kill him, but he got stuck.
Though, Optic do get that break, and it was all off the back of the kill from Trippy on the oddball carrier, right? Lethal getting taken down, the first in the setup. Just means that Optic can take their time to breathe and push as a unit. That's exactly what they do. 34 points on the board now. Power up, coming up though, as you can see.
Dude, Formal is him, bro. Dude, I don't give a fuck, bro. Formal is him.
With the way that game,
That was a clutch kill.
went with the way this
I will say Formal's actually performing the worst out of all the boys right now, I think. Yeah, everybody really has like 8 assists. Formal's only got 2.
In the champ bracket. To lose that first round, it just felt like Optic Gaming was going to wake up in round number 2. Right now, they're doing just that. They have 5 times the amount of points on the board that Sentinels does.
Lucid, he's on the hunt for an overshield at the moment. Not going to be able to find it. Was last player alive for a few moments, so Lucid just playing his life so smartly, trying to find a 1v1. But there's the repulse! Spartan with the repulse sends the plasma pistol bolt back, but now he's going to find him!
Oh my god. Let him cook.
That's exactly what he'll find in the form of
No. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Great comms. I'm surprised there would have been comms that Lucid was last player alive with the plasma pistol and cuts. There also would have been comms that he had won a battle on T-Door. I'm surprised the comms don't get over to Lethal on the Sentinel side where he's sitting nest bridge so vulnerable. I'm surprised there's a little bit of a breakdown there on the Sen side.
I have to agree with you there, and we'll have to see if Sen can hold it together. Because Optic have looked a lot better, a lot more consistent in this round. 71 points on the board for them. And that cushion is enough.
The blue sniper
Don't
up.
have to worry too much about that oddball. Formal with 2, you saw the sniper rifle pirouetting itself back towards Trippy, but he says oddball first.
Looks like sniper will be grabbed by someone else right around the C flat as well. They'll have some help here.
Yo, that might be game. Maybe. We'll see. This may be round. They've got a good hold on the ball right now.
Unsurprisingly, will be the one who grabbed that sniper rifle. Trippy will fall though.
My ball does come in.
Yeah, that's too dead.
2, and we'll take down Lucid as well. So APG's just come off respawn. He's having to play on the cards, and I get the feeling he's not going to last too much longer. 15 seconds till the overshield, and that was kind of the secret sauce The secret to success for Sentinels in that
Dubu's
first
got
round.
a-
3 overshields, I believe, they picked up in comparison to Optic.
Dubu's got a killing spree too, which is the
Just
problem.
gave him a little bit more wiggle room when it came to those individual fights. Bubu, though, needs to heat up with his sniper. He needs to hit heads.
Oh my god, that was trash. Why don't you let that guy, why don't you give the sniper to that guy and let him show you how to hit it?
Also shrouded the sniper rifle. This should be a guaranteed play ball. Oh, Spartan though answers back with a green gun. Nice neutralization of the overshield of his own.
Always going to take a one-for-one with the overshielded player. Sentinels now, all swamping bottom middle. Look at the work APG's doing here, by the way. Trippy getting out. APG just baiting 3 players in.
That may be games. Yeah, that's round. That should be round.
You don't see in the stats, but they're so important for how Optic and
Let's go, APG! What a repulse!
Now a 1v1 here. Bubu versus Lucid on the map. Lucid gonna be the aggressor and so far be the damage winner. He's gonna win that cleanly and grab the ball.
No!
Bubu stays alive long enough.
Damn it, bro.
Long enough on the correct angle on the map to ensure that that kill's traded out before Optic can grab.
Trippy on the flank ball middle here. You can see Formal just doing the damage for him to move up, and APG's gonna grab that ball. He's gonna
Let's go.
away.
Good shit, boys.
You can't catch me as we head into a deciding round number 3.
And it was a very different Optic Gaming in that round number 2. It goes without saying, and you do get the feeling that after that round number 1, Optic thinking, actually we've got lunch plans here. We're going to move through this bracket as fast as we can, and we're already late for our reservation. We'll see if they can close it out here in a round number 3.
Look at this, bro.
Round number 2, it goes without saying. It
Like,
could be a quick one once again.
already got 2 dead.
Heavily favoring Optic at the moment. They've won the majority
Got the
of
snipe.
battles for sniper rifle and the initial overshield at least. Optic find themselves 2 dead now though, but they do have the weapons to play with. Unfortunately, Lucid just had no idea where Spartan was. Almost a full 360 there. Just couldn't find it.
Spartan just slowly tiptoeing around him behind him. A scene that would have been perfectly suited for perhaps Looney Tunes. So 12-0 off the break. 2 dead though. Spartan here with an interesting scenario. He has 2 of his teammates dead. He's got overshield and snipe. Needs to play this well.
Trying to protect the push coming in on his on-ball carrier. Problem is he can't find any angles at the moment. Shroud goes down and Optic bait him out perfectly. A little bit of early time here. Lucy's looking for green gun kills! Oh, that one's gonna hurt.
In the end, Foul wins that.
That's some bullshit if I've ever seen it in my life, though. But sure.
Because he stayed alive, Foul's been able to hold forward here and get him behind the setup, but guess what?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit because bro literally hit him like 4 times and he took no damage.
Spartan gets 2 though. Now you're going to see APG's trying to run away with that oddball, trying to get a little bit of a reset. He will be taken down. But again, just making sure that oddball is in a little bit more of a vulnerable position for Sentinels to have to scoop up. Double push bottom middle, Spartan can't hit those shots.
There we go, good shit, 2 dead.
And again, Optic managed to keep that
Sniper.
ball away from Sentinels, but Bubu's now on the flank. Trippy sandwiched at the moment. 2 players flying at him, gets the beat down, but Lethal will pick up the kill. 2 dead for Optic.
2 dead for Optic. Let's see how this plays out. This is really a bit of an awkward rotate that was attempted by Sentinels. Overall, the ball still hasn't been picked up. A little bit of a throtate attempt where they were rushing really quickly through bottom middle. Nice timing there in the Shroud in the back whack. Through all the chaos here, we have 2 dead for Optic, 1 dead for Sentinels. Overshield popping.
Trippy knew someone was in that Shroud. We just couldn't decide who to go for first. Formal now in a 1v1 with Lethal. APG comes off the spawn, and that's going to be a fight for the overshield. And on your way forward, he finds a sniper rifle!
The GOAT.
And now he pops the overshield.
The GOAT.
Formal hit the shot he needed to hit.
Oh my god. Literally call him Jesus because, nah, he's clutch as hell, bro. He's so good.
Was going to be how it played out. Formal pushing the overshield. They get the perfectly timed kill.
He's actually the greatest.
Sit in window, and Formal whips out the snipe. Optic Gaming will go into the lead.
Yep, get out of here.
APG continuing 25 and 18 in this game, leading the way for his squad once more. Really strong series from him. Optic trying to rotate that ball back over to the scoreboard. He's got a heat wave.
All 8 players up right now. First pick, of course, will be a big one to determine if Optic will double the score of Sentinels or if Sentinels might grab a new hole.
And this is what Foul tried to do a little bit earlier, but Trippy has the timing. Trippy has managed to wait until every player was alive from Sentinels. Now he's on the flank. All he has to do is hit some shots, but he finds himself at last alive. However, the kill's been picked up enough by teammates.
Good shit, boys. Good rotates.
It was a momentary 1v1. Bubu was a spawner. As you see all the way back at tower, Trippy knew that, so he's going to rotate the ball here green, leave it for a teammate. And he, oh, God!
Damn. That was a fucking gross no
Show
snipe.
that from Bubu's POV. That's why you had to see it.
That's behind a paywall, that one. Bubu Dubu looking forward. looking to continue with shots like that. And I mentioned that in these kind of series, they're the shots you need to hit. It can't be body shots. It needs to be headshots. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. 50 points to 20 the lead, and Booba will get away from that final player alive.
Oh, let's see what Trippy does here. He gets his back tower spawn. Off with some good pressure. Booba narrowly.
Nope.
Even
You boys get out of here.
Not stay alive. Trippy with such great damage from the dummy door onto the pillar door. Eventually it keeps him alive. And in the end, Trippy as the last player alive finds them with a 2-man advantage off of the spawn.
Lucid's got some work to do here for Optic, but APG's going to go on the flank. He finds 2. He repulses 1. It's 3. It's 4. It's not enough to take down Spartan. But has he created the opening for Optic?
Damn.
Eyes on that overshield. Lucid will get it, but he is last player alive.
Last player alive. Overshield in hand.
Reset comes in bottom mid as well.
There we go. Ball's going to be rotated right
Oh.
away to tower.
Ah. Lucid. I can't believe that Dubu thought he was better than you with a snipe. You're actually...
You don't see it very often.
Nah. You're him, bro. You're him.
77 points.
GG, Sentinel. GG, Sentinel. Your dog. Your dog.
Fly across C plat and hit a brainer like that top mid. Guess what?
Your dog, Sentinel.
This is the final push here for Sentinels. It's 90 points.
Hi, Sentinels.
10 to go, and it looks like Sentinels aren't really in a position to do
Nope.
too much damage.
GG's.
Okay, against 1. The play ball may be forced here, and is. So Optic still have a little bit of work to do, but the work they've done so far means they've got a couple of mistakes in them.
Good shit.
Sentinels do not.
Gotta respect the discipline there from Optic Gaming. They could have probably forced that on a back button, hold bottom pillars, but just so disciplined to not leave anything to risk. Look at Lucid, by the way.
Bro, look at the movement.
Master finally will be taken down, but here's the Optic holds for the final.
APG's got the ball, and APG will
That's
win
cheese.
the round.
Let's go! Moving on. Look at Brad, how much he's sweating, bro. That's crazy.
History repeats itself. Will Sentinels challenge them once again? They prove that this is a different Optic from Salt Lake City. This is a World Championships. Optic
This is, they're clutching, bro. This is them.
Late season Optic Gaming just hits different. They do it in this series as well. And Optic Gaming fans are going to be very happy with what they saw on the main stage just now. Not only the first 2 games, but the way that they won each game. They were tested, backs against the wall. They were losing each of those games, including the ball game, losing the first round. Trailing early on, they find the mid-game composure, and they close out strong. When we see Optic Gaming win championships, that's how they tend to do it. Right now, they might just be on World Championship form.
A dominating performance on the main stage coming in from Optic Gaming, and
I need to get some food. I haven't eaten really at all today. Actually, I haven't eaten at all today.
Of the last event as well. Optic Gaming looking to defend the Halo 1
Alright,
Championship.
I'll be right back.
into this
Gotta go grab something.
They're playing, Andy. They're giving themselves a pretty good chance.
They are indeed. APG there 31 and 21 in that game with a 14.3 KDA.
Very, very impressive series, I would say, from APG. It was him who got Optic back into that game number 2 as well, dropping 17 kills in the Slayer. Sentinels kind of pushed aside a little bit there. They did have some good moments in the series, but it never really looked like they were on the level of Optic Gaming. Here's your series layout. That's how things went down.
And let's not forget, if you're just joining us here, Sentinels leading in each of those. Sentinels playing anywhere from about 25% of the game to 50% of the game in the lead. So a lot to be proud of in the early game from Sentinels, but certainly things to look at in terms of looking at the playbook heading into the next series as well.
So Sentinels have to look at that elimination bracket for Optic. They will continue on the winner's side. And to talk us through that series and talk about what was so good about it, we got Full down on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Seattle, give it up for Optic Gaming as they win that first match in bracket play and move on forward. Man, Formal, first time I get a chance to talk to you this weekend, okay? How does it feel to be back in Seattle with all these fans here for Champs?
Seattle's been nothing but great to us, and we appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. We love it. Thank you.
There you go. Now, you know, we got a chance to see the Unlock series, and, you know, I got to say the Team Snipers at 2 a.m., you know, years later is paying off for you, okay? You guys had a fire match on this main stage. Talk to me about what went right, because the last time we saw you play these guys in Salt Lake City, it was poor play and they took y'all down, but right here was a close match, but 3-0, man. How did y'all get it done?
I mean, Salt Lake was a long time ago. It's like 2 very different teams at the time, and they still like barely edged us out. Like, we're very confident playing them, and we just played really good today. We played our game and we smoked them.
Yeah, definitely did look good, right? Did they look good on stage, you guys? Now, what do you want to say to these fans out here supporting you in a watch party on a stage as you guys get ready for your next matchup?
thank you guys for all the support. As always, you guys are amazing, and we look forward to the rest of the weekend.
All right.
Give it up one more time.
You heard him, man. You heard Formal.
Lottie, take us away.
That's the goat right there.
Say, Formal looks locked in to me. It's like business, right? It's like, look, hey, we got
Look
this
at him,
done.
man.
It's the first one of the day. So happy with that, how it went, but on to the next one. And I kind of love that about the
Nah, dude, Formal's locked. He's ready for another chip, bro. He gets another one? Nah, there's no question who the FPS GOAT is at this point. He's got one in COD. He's got one in Halo. He's about to get 2 in Halo.
That mentality is pretty terrifying if you are an opponent. You're kind of seeing what they're doing up on that main stage, and then partnered with kind of, you know, that character, that energy that they're coming through with. Wes, what did you make of Optic Gaming this morning?
I mean, they look great, and that Sentinels team is very, very strong. So to beat them in a 3-0 fashion, the way that they did, these games weren't relatively close. Although the oddball was round 3, the first 2 games pretty comfortable in Optic's favor. And the man I want to shout out throughout this series has got to be APG.
Yeah, man, he came in clutch.
I was hearing a lot of murmurs about maybe a kill-death ratio that wasn't great going into today from a couple of games yesterday, but APG leading this team in stats, as well as the play that I know he provides consistently. Such an impressive performance by him, and what a big time to step up here in winners bracket round 1.
Tony, what really stood out to you in terms of the comparison to these two teams and what we saw last time at Salt Lake City?
For me, it was that Game 2 Slayer, and mind you, Sentinel actually had the lead in that Game 2 Slayer. It was actually 37-31, where Sentinel literally had to close it out. Don't know what happened, but Optic literally come out of nowhere. It's 42-41, and they don't turn back from there. Going back to SLC, what happened? Sentinels took the 2 obviously most important games of the series, and that was the Slayer. So for you to go into that end game and have that kind of lead, and then have Optic steal it away from you, to me, that was the turning point.
Yeah, and I think you're right. That really is a massive key, I think, to this series and the scoreline there. We're looking at some, some of the stats coming across the board. But Wes, the casters mentioned it. Like each time we saw Optic kind of trailing behind, but they were able to push forward and actually gain the lead and then take the dub on each and single map. Does that tell you more about Optic or Sentinels at this point?
I think Optic. I think that tells you that they're never out of a game, and although they might not start the way they want to or indicated they should have, it's not going to get to them. They can weather
That's what I want to get for dinner. I'm hungry, but
in any game and make a comeback.
I love to see that 1.35 from APG. I've got to say, I totally feel exactly what you were talking about there in the desk about APG. I think he is such an incredible player, and he deserves his flowers, and he deserves the respect on his name, because there are moments where it is your turn and there are moments where it is not your turn, and that's what it takes to be on a top team on a world championship roster. And the fact that you understand that as a player is exactly why APG is where he's at and why he's got a ring on his finger, and we love to see that from him. But Optic Gaming looking absolutely incredible. Wes, how are you feeling about them pushing forward now? Obviously championship bracket, they came up against, I would say their hardest foe yet, and they handled it with ease.
I think Optic Gaming are still the favorite to win this world championship. I mean, they are the current belt holders from last year. They're coming off of their Fort Worth win, and they look in prime position to not be knocked out easily. So unless somebody really
yeah, it's because that team is the team that's going to win, bro. I'm believing in it.
Continue to move forward throughout this winners bracket.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Optic, they walk away with a dub, first time in the championship bracket here at Worlds, and you guys can also walk away with something pretty damn cool, or should I say sit down on, because you've probably seen the pros sitting on them on the main stage. Our Hayworth chair, absolutely incredible. It's the Master Chief collection.
The Hayworth chair.
It's, absolutely stunning, obviously extremely comfy, and you guys can get your hands on it with a giveaway. Follow HCS, follow Hayworth, and retweet the HCS post, and share a pic of your current chair for a chance at an upgrade.
The only reason I'm tempted to switch to Twitch for stream or for this is because I want the drops.
I think win in terms of that would be me. If I was picking, I'd have to see the kind of worst chair falling apart, some terrible chair, yeah, and then I think that would be sealing the deal for me. But absolutely incredible. You guys also can get 25% off, by the way, of the Hayworth chair. So the discount code is HaloChamp25 if you do want to get your hands on a chair yourself as well. But I'm so excited about what we have coming up next. And folks, up next we do have a break, but after that we will see Sentinels. Can they bounce back? They're going to be going up against Native White. They have a lot left to give here.
Alright, let me see what other games are on right now, and we'll determine if we want to watch Sentinels actually win or again or not. Let's see. Okay, let's see who's on what right now. Give me a second to figure it out, guys. I'm not sure who's on what. Okay. So, B-Stream is Space Station. Oh wait, hang on. B-Stream still going? Is it Space Station?
And while all that was happening, the rest of the team
This is Native Red and Quadrant. So this is losers, right?
a few kills for their effort. Talik now
Oh no, this is B-Stream winners quarterfinal. Okay. So who's playing on C-Stream? FaZe. Okay. FaZe is playing. They're up 2-0. I want to kind of see C-Stream. FaZe Clan versus LVT. Sure. So that's wait, what was it, guys? Fuck. I think it was this one FaZe, right? Right. Watch FaZe. Watch FaZe until the boys get back. The boys will play again at 6 o'clock. What I'll probably do is we'll watch the boys and then, or I may go grab lunch or I guess dinner right before we watch the boys. Still trying to decide what I want to eat, but you know. Renegade. There is no commentary, which I hate on any of the other streams. Like, there's nothing at all. Okay. Alright. Damn, Broga's getting finessed right now. Just curious to see. Good hold here. Very good hold here. Damn. Good trade. I think Renegade's gonna get it though. Yep, he popped it just in time. Frosty? Does Frosty not have a face cam? Oh, this FaZe team's actually crazy. Ooh, good stop, good stop. Okay. One dead. Two dead, wow. Oh wait, 2 dead for Shopify? Interesting, alright. This is a good spot. I would say in this map there's 2 really good spots to hold ball, maybe 3, and that's one of them. There's that kind of green section, and then I would say tower is definitely a nice one because you kind of only have 2 access points. You can kind of watch them both jump off, reset ball like Snakebite just did. And then the last one, I don't even know. I feel like maybe those are the 2 best spots by far. Like, not necessarily where Royal 2 is right now, but close. Damn, good chow. This makes me want to play this game so bad. I do that tonight. I do a little 2v2 chows. Good trade. 2 dead for FaZe. FaZe is locked now, never mind. That's 3 dead for Shopify. That's GG's. FaZe's gonna win this one. Reset. Good shit. Got snake bite. Too dead though. That might be GG. Yeah, that's GG's. Yep. Oh wow. All right. Ooh. I think they're gonna get it. Yep. Damn. Two dead? For each team. Good trade. Very good trade. Damn, alright. That's GG's. Yep, GG's. FaZe wins it, 3-0. Damn. FaZe looking good right now, too. That's a problem. That's a problem. Guys, we don't want FaZe looking good, bro. We play them next now. We play them next.
We do have FaZe Clan right now 2-0 up against Shopify Rebellion, closing out their live fire oddball very shortly. And Native Red versus Quadrant 1-1, a really
gonna be a good one.
Series currently with this one. Not sure who's going to be taking that, but Native Red seem primed on day 2. I think they're meeting Quadrant in this kind of regard. And then Space Station 2-0 up against Complexity, looking pretty good business as usual. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket side of things, because we do see Sentinels now drop down, and they will be meeting Native White. G1 also waiting, as well as Luminosity and Na'Vi. But that Native White Sentinels matchup,
so since Na'Vi hasn't lost yet, if Sentinels wins, they'll go to an elimination round 2 as well, I think.
Honestly, just been beaten down. They're not going to be too happy about that, as well as what happened on day 1 for them as well in their pool. So Native White, this is an opportunity to push your momentum forward and catch Sentinels off guard.
Yeah, several different factors coming into this one. Sentinels has already played a series today, meaning they've already got the juices flowing. Although it wasn't a pretty one against Optic, Native White are not going to give you that same firepower Optic are going to give you. So looking for Sentinels to maybe have a hotter start to that series, because they've already played one as of today. Native White, however, has beaten Sentinels multiple times throughout the online cups coming into this, and several times throughout the year, to a point where this can be a highly contested series if they come out shooting.
I do want to watch this one, because this one will probably be good.
Like you said, they are warm, they're
So I feel like Sentinels should probably shit on them.
It takes to push through an elimination bracket. We have a lot of experience on the side of this roster, but we talked about Boo Boo last time in the Optic series. I actually want to talk about Spartan, because I got to say, Spartan was the big performer the last time these guys went up against one another in Fort Worth. He went 20-9. He was a huge difference maker in that map to Slayer. He had the most kills in the lobby overall as well, the highest KD with a 1.43, and the most damage with 16,000. And how important, how imperative is it for Spartan to really have a game-changing performance like we know he can in this series to keep his team alive?
Yeah, it's now or never, Spartan, and you've had a quiet tournament as of yet, I would say. Typically, he's putting on
Yeah, I mean, I will say Spartan is just one of the best that they have. He's a really fucking good all-around player.
Now, I'm expecting Spartan to really own this. He's put in so much time and work as an individual for this World Championship. It would be a shame to see Sentinels fall short of their goals and him not step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think it certainly would indeed. There's a lot of experience, a lot of talent on this roster. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to get this done here. On the other side of the stage, though, Native White waiting in the wings to capitalize on a potentially lackluster Sentinels. Catching them off guard here would be exactly what they want to do. Tony, looking across the map series layout for you, and looking at a potential advantage here from Native White, I'm seeing that this actually could be starting to spell a dub on the horizon for them when it comes to the maps and modes and some of the stats coming forward. This isn't looking too great for Sen.
Yeah, I think these are looking really good for Native
Rough
White.
time around. Oh, that's true.
Not too long ago, and we always talked about how he really wanted to up the tempo and really play fast and have his objective play through their slang. When I look at games 1, 2, and 3, the Aquarius, Livefire, Solitude, these are small and very snowbally maps. Once you get going, you're able to punish your opponents as they're coming off a spawn. This is the way Native White wants to play. It should work out for them.
Now, Wes, we talked about experience, but I'm talking about experience when it comes to an actual setup, a matchup, a series. These guys have played 7 times. Can you believe that? 7 times. So this is a pretty normal matchup for Sentinels and for Native White, and I think that is going to bring something to it. Sentinels, can they get the better of them? They do statistically have the better of them in the series. Do you think that's actually going to play a part into this?
There shouldn't be an intimidation factor from Native White's side is the real answer. And because these guys understand their opponents so well, I think that this does have the chance to go the distance. And even in Native White's favor, if the individual stars on Native White are playing well. That's the big question for me. This team is so inconsistent. We've seen it across the year where Mickwin will have a great game, Suspected will have a great tournament, Collect will show up in some big series, but it really is everyone's got to be on fire because this Sentinels team is still one of the best 5 teams at this tournament. You cannot afford for anyone to be taking a series off, especially in the elimination bracket.
100%. I think my biggest worry with Sentinels at the moment is not lack of skill, but it's losing out on close maps. Tony not being able to ice up, clutch up. They get the better of teams at certain situations mid-game, and they have a significant lead at times. But losing out on those close maps currently at Worlds is something that they need to really clean up on, because that is definitely a worry pushing forward, especially in a limb match.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about in the Game 2 series against Optic Gaming, you go into that Game 2 Slayer.
No, tomorrow's gonna be the day though. This is mainly just gonna be weeding out the bad teams. Like, not bad teams, I shouldn't say. I mean, obviously these guys are all pretty damn good if they're playing professionally, but you know what I'm saying, like the teams that are definitely not cut to be here right now. By the end of the day, it's going to be probably Sentinels, Optic, FaZe, Space Station, Quadrant will probably, even if they lose, they'll still stay in. Same goes for Native Red probably. Maybe G1 will go on? I'm not sure.
When Mickwin or Collect get a snipe in their hands, the game can go in Native White's favor very quickly. That being said, we know what Spartan the Dog can do. Falcated's been doing it.
Complexity and Luminosity aren't terrible, but they're not great.
Traditionally, every one of these close-knit series that could go either way are dictated by who's got the better strategy to acquire the power weapons, because once that's done, the superstars will rise.
There's a lot of different factors weighing in on this series. I can't wait to see how this one goes down, folks. Day 2, our first elimination match, Sentinels versus Native White, starts right now.
Alright. Let's see what we got. I actually didn't know a single guy on their roster though. Like Native White, I have no idea who any of these guys are, I'm not gonna lie.
Native White versus Sentinels. Someone's season ends here and now. And for Native White, they have finished top 12 for the previous 3 events, and Sentinels coming off the back of a top 8 finish. Both teams with admirations and ambitions of going further, but they find themselves here right now.
Yeah, this is the furthest we've seen Native White go for quite some time. There was the glory days.
I would like to see Native White go on though, because yeah, they are kind of the team that everybody says is the underdog. Like they usually make it into the bracket, but they almost always lose first game.
Second place in Salt Lake City, but then 8th at the most recent event. They want to go back to those days of being able to get into the final, being able to get into the top 3, but it all has to start here in the elimination bracket.
Life after Barcode has been
I just feel like, yeah, you guys, Sentinel made it into the second, or came in second in one of them. I think it was Salt Lake City. But guys, like, there's a difference between playing in Invitationals and playing in Worlds, bro. You have a whole different mindset coming into Worlds. And that's why Optic, FaZe, and everybody, like, almost always dominate, because they're just fucking, they're better, bro.
They are 6-3 when it comes to actually
CTF on Aquarius, Slayer, Strongholds, King of the Hill.
They have not beaten Sentinels ever on Capture the Flag, any match mode. But if it's going to happen anywhere, you'd have to feel that Aquarius is their best chance. They have a far better defensive rate on Capture the Flag. They seem to protect those flags a lot better than Sentinels do, so maybe this could be the opener.
Sentinels coming off the back of that defeat against Optic Gaming. The desk called for Spartan to be the difference maker, for him to pop off. Zane's been a little bit quiet so far. One thing we do know is this entire team are capable of much better.
They are capable of better. We saw it at Salt Lake City, and I think that if Spartan does get going, then the team kind of rides off of that confidence. But it's not just about Spartan. I'm going to be looking at Falcated coming into the first CTF. He was the one back in Fort Worth who kind of stepped up KD-wise and really showed what he was made of. But then you've also got to think about that objective. Both Lethal was getting 2.1 steals on average per game. He was the one who was kind of getting in that base, Boo Boo supporting him at times. Everyone on this team will do their job and do their part, and if they play like they did back in Salt Lake, this should be a comfortable series for them.
On the other side of things, we've got Native White. Who is going to be the difference maker for them? Who are you looking at? We've got Mikkel with experience, collects the new young gun. Is there someone that stands out for you right now?
Tapping buttons, in terms of Capture the Flag for this first series, I mean, he has been the guy who has actually put down the KD stats. He's been the slayer for the team, but it's been Collect who is getting in the base, pulling those flags, averaging 2.3 steals per game, and he should be the guy who
yeah, this will actually, I believe this will be a decent game. We'll see.
A nuisance to this Sentinels roster.
CTF Aquarius is one of those games
maybe I'm wrong.
Every pro player likes to play. It's a traditional Halo map, is symmetrical, but what is it that's maybe Sentinels are finding a little bit more difficult?
It's their defensive rate. Sentinels just haven't really been able to get those returns. Once that flag is out of their base, they seem to have lost a little bit too much of control, whereas on the flip side, Native White are far better at regaining that control.
Game 1 of the series, as we load in, so much riding on the line. Neither team wants to go home here. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
We've been waiting to see what this Native White roster can really do. I mean, when Mikvin returned, I think there was a lot of eyebrows raised about the team that he was going to build. Were they going to be able to be a team that can challenge for the top spot? And they never really lived up to that. But the World Championship is the perfect time to make a name for yourselves, and it has to start here against Sentinels, who might be a bit deflated after that loss we just saw on the main stage.
Mikvin chasing his flag. Boobadooboo throws down a little sizzle stick. Boobadooboo is down to no shields. Will get taken care of. Tapping buttons has fallen elsewhere though. This flag should get sent home. And they have a flag for their own. Both flags will stand still, and Mikvin putting down a lot of damage here. As he pushes it towards the back, bakes a trade, double kill.
Good double kill.
The door for his teammates to follow through.
This is the guy.
Yeah, that's a good double. That was a necessary one too.
Been putting up such big numbers
good trades
on
here.
CTF Aquarius for Native White throughout this season. Has the QT
I actually like these plays.
available to use. The flag does get returned. At least the shots are going to be up for him. And
good
now
nades.
Get aggressive. But this is where you need to be communicating to the team, saying, "Hey, I'm doing damage. I'm managing to press."
Good shit.
Yes, Spectre comes in and we'll finish off the damage that he's done. As long as the comms are there for Native White, they can really start to push onto Sentinels now.
Tapping buttons continues to use that get out of jail free card. He hasn't had the pass go just yet. Lethal. Down to half shields, top middle. Collect's already got the flag. 75% the way there. The tapping buttons in hot pursuit will finally take down the former world champion of Lethal. But it's very scrappy right now. Native White just ever so slightly edging it.
But again, it is Collect that's moving the flag. It's Boo Boo on the other side who keeps
Good
trying to get
plays.
those tools to be a nuisance behind. But At the moment, Tapping Buttons is just roaming. He's really frustrating Sentinels in the places that he's sitting because they are just getting shot in the back over and over, and Native White will take
getting
the
that
lead
first cap.
1-0 here. The perfect start for them.
Have Native White just given up a little bit too much control of the map. Mikwen's in a good spot to stop any push. They know exactly where he is though. Wise to the experienced man. He's behind enemy lines. He hasn't been taken care of just yet. He's putting down a lot of damage in the back as Mikwen. Perfect shots in the back of Falcated. All of a sudden, Boobadooboo and Spartan are very concerned about their own base. This flag has to stop. It's delayed just a touch, that's all from the good work of Mikwen.
Mikwen just trying to stay quiet here, trying to go unnoticed, waiting to see if teammates can do damage. He at least gets a trade, so he's done his job, and now it's for Suspected to clean up. He's the last remaining player, so he's got a lot to do here, but he's going to get pressured by 2. And even though you've got a good old fella and friend of a heatwave, unfortunately it's not enough.
Flag has made some serious progression on the map. Tapping Button's in big trouble, about to lose his life. Lethal, tip-tap-toe, flag home. 1-1 now, the score.
And that's a great response from Sentinels as well. You can't afford to allow Native White to have too much control, but all 4 go down. And this is going to be a counter-cap possibility. So both teams committing a lot, but off the rip, Spartan making sure he shuts down Collect, and it might just shut down that flag, but no, there is going to be Suspector there to make sure he picks it up as well.
Spectre doubles back. Not feeling a little bit too safe. With good reason.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful thrust to avoid 1. Drops down, gets a touch. Beautiful from Spectre, double kill to keep this flag alive. Sentinels are 3 dead.
And this should be a cap now, you'd imagine. There's going to be 1 player who can potentially overextend to a little bit of a fumble, which will allow extra time, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Collect slides in. 2-1 to Native White.
Damn.
Sentinels, they sent everything for that flag.
Good
They
shit.
really committed. And it allowed Native White just to regain that map control.
This is 5 cap too, yeah, this is Aquarius, so.
2-1 the score. 8 minutes change in the clock. Very fast-paced game of Aqua Flag, excuse me. Boobadooboo will scoop up the QT. Bottom middle will be point that he can TP to if need be. He deploys it pretty quickly and pretty early here. As he goes from P side to Karis, Spectre's in trouble over towards the fridge. Boo eventually gets the kill, gets himself immediately out of dodge.
Just have to keep track of where that QT is going to be. Mikwen, though, wise to it. Able just to finish off the 3rd player as Native White only have Suspector now up. So Sentinels can try and take a little bit of height here, take some control. Suspector putting some good damage down as the last player, but he does eventually get spotted out.
At the moment, the Slay is favouring Native White, ever so slightly. 4 kills, difference. 1 flag advantage they have, but now they're in trouble as Spartan lays siege to the Native White base. Lethal's got hands on flag, and it's on the move.
Spartan just double checking top middle. It looks like Native are going for an overextension over towards P, so Spartan has to flank around here to do some damage from a distance. Is he going to be a little bit too late to arrive? Tapping is going to get caught off guard. Should go down, but does not. But it looks like Collect has already done the job. The return's going to happen. Oh, so close for Sentinels, but unfortunately Native White gets job done.
Damn, bro.
Spartan just didn't have the sprinters on. Falcade on the shroom stairs, tapping buttons though, has a heat wave. And that will be successful in quelling the pressure. And now they have an opportunity to pull a flag of their own. Boobadooboo down to no shields. Tapping buttons was hesitant to step out, and with good reason. Spartan was there, double kill for him.
Yeah, this is going to be a dead flag, Shurs, and Sentinels doing a little bit better at defending now, ensuring they're not throwing too many bodies. They're also doing well off spawn with the grenades and with the damage to make sure that Native White don't have easy pulls, but they just have to be careful of Collect, who keeps getting an easy flank behind. He's just kind of wandering down through bottom middle, and then suddenly he's behind enemy lines, and Sentinels can't allow it to happen too often.
Mikwen and Spartan, no strangers to each other's game. Trading shots. It was a killing spree for the dog. He gets sent back to his kennel. Boobadooboo will pull the flag, but has to give it up for now. Play a little bit more patient. As he waits, lays a trap. And in steps tapping buttons. And has his life taken away. His flag is delayed for now. Suspector will get a kill elsewhere, and that will hinder the cause. Boobadooboo has to play this one expertly, but Lethal's got 2 elsewhere, and that's going to be huge.
Mikwen was at least able to shut down 1. They're going to have to try and do some damage from a distance. Flags are out, and Collect actually will throw his body on the line to try and get the touch. So this is going to make it slightly more difficult. Tapping then follows up, so now it's going to be flag for flag. What could have been a comfortable cap for Sentinels will now have to be a wrestle for control here in the middle.
Boo puts it in reverse, backs away.
5 minutes.
Hoping to do some damage to help his team. Hasn't given up too much territory here, too much of the map. Able to get that final kill on the collect. And Mikwen solo all alone, all 4 dead for Native White. Expertly done from
That's a cap.
Sentinels. 2-2 now the score.
So they win the flag standoff. It wasn't too long a standoff. It was
Good
never
plays.
really in a comfortable position for Native White. It was more just desperate antics to try and keep the flag alive, to try and delay the inevitable.
Good shit.
Meanwhile, they
Good plays.
forfeited the map control here, and Sentinels can now try and press, take advantage of it. Native White very much on the back foot right now. 3 dead, collect the last remaining player.
Native White in the ropes. Lethal.
Damn.
Looking to land a haymaker here.
They really fumbled
Throwing the
this.
flag over to the car side. No Sizzles to scoop up here. Hoping to take as minimal damage as he can. Down to 1 shot. Has to slow down. Happy to put his body on the line just to touch and toss it. 1 more bit. 2 dead now. An opportunity for Native White to collapse.
We are seeing those stats come to fruition though. Native White are far better at defending their flag, getting those returns, and I think it's probably annoying Sentinels because they're getting so close to a lot of these flag captures, but then suddenly Collect appears out of nowhere and gets that return. And Sentinels just need to make sure they don't allow that frustration to kind of seek into their gameplay here. 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock, so you don't have to worry about time.
Oh, wow. Almost had him, too. That would have been gross.
Native White, who had the slaying advantage. Sentinels in the mid-game towards this end game now. They're beginning to outslay. They hold a 6-kill advantage. All tied up on the scoreboard though, and like you say, Native White very good at defending.
Suspector's leading the charge for slays for the team. He's going to catch out a Boo Boo Doo Boo unaware. You can see checking every corner, checking every angle, knowing there could be a Spartan lurking around the corner, and Falcated off spawn also helps out.
Mikwen gets 2. Denial grenades go down. Triple kill. Can Mikwen turn this into an over? Lethal wisely tries to get away. Tapping buttons there. But the
Damn.
damage has already been done. This flag's almost all the way home.
Good cap.
Native White take the lead.
And they're going again as well. Mikwen says, get this flag out of the base once more. Let's keep Sentinels on the back foot here. Keep this pressure up, boys. What that pull does is allow the likes of Collect, who has run that flag, to now regain a position. Get to top car, get to top P, wherever you may want to go to get even more kind of height over these players that are spawning on the side of Sentinel.
Remain locked with Mikwen. Just block spawns in the base. He's got teammates in the respawn screen, tapping buttons, has to wait, has to insert a coin to play again. Boo Boo, over towards Car, has to give it up. Mikwen's gonna slide out, flags on the move now. Mikwen has just been a thorn in their side all game long.
Yeah, 19 kills now for Mikwen alongside 10 assists. Intelligently just backs away after doing that initial damage. They don't need to desperate this flag, Native White, but I tell you what, if they can move and groove alongside it whilst Mikwen's getting these kills, it might just naturally find its way into the base. Because Sentinels are very aware of Mikwen's presence and they're all off spawn trying to take him down. They eventually do so,
There we go.
but at what cost? Spartan, the last remaining player to try and stay alive, but it looks like Collect's going to get the read.
Tech puts a little bit of time on the return. Falcade tries to do the same. Mikwen and tapping buttons, excuse me, will ensure this flag stays alive. They still have to get it home. Collect finishes the job that he started.
There we go.
Lead.
Look at this, bro. Native White coming to play, bro. They're not playing around.
Collect as well.
Damn.
A bit of time on the return, then grabs the flag, puts it on the spot, then finishes off the return as well. I said that his steals per game were the best for Native White. He was the guy who was objectively focused. If you consider what an incredible slayer Collect is alongside that, he really is the perfect
Damn.
recipe that Native White needed.
Nah, Native White's actually playing right now.
Right their wrongs in terms of CTFs throughout this season, but Sentinels looking to try and now maybe get 2 back-to-back flags in 45 seconds. It's definitely doable, but Mikwen's going to try and slow him down.
Mikwen's there again. Being a pest. And he gets to stop on the lethal, tapping buttons there too. 30 seconds remain. Native White, excuse me, are holding the line well.
Yeah, with that return, you think now it's going to be too much of a task for Sentinels to get back into this one, and I said it had to be Aquarius, really, if we were going to see Native White winning on Capture the Flag, and They really just seem to be so much better. On Argo, we saw them just really struggling. On Empyrean, really struggling as well. 1 in 7 across those maps. But now, it seems like Aquarius is their home when it comes to capture the flag, and they should be able to solidify this one.
Wow, good fucking plays.
First map in this series.
I'm actually impressed. Native White coming to play.
Here for Sentinels.
Native White draw first blood. And the hangover, that Optic Gaming series, seems to be looming large over the heads of these Sentinels boys. They have got to bounce back. If they continue to play the way they are, they're heading home.
I mean, it shouldn't be panic stations just yet after only one map, but considering Sentinels had never dropped a CTF game against Native White, there is always going to be that question mark of, well, why is it happening now at the World Championships? They've been on a downward trend since Salt Lake City, of course, top 2, then going to top 8, but their bracket wasn't exactly the most comfortable one at the previous major. But for Native White, what a confidence builder that is going to be for their chances in this series, considering they have not been able to get outside of that top 12 for the last few events. Maybe they start to believe, okay, this could be the scenario for us, the ideal scenario where we can start to break into that top 8 again.
And something you spoke about was when the game started is as many kills as Sentinels get, Native White are much better at defending. We've seen Sentinels pick up 78 kills, Native White pick up 80, but they managed to get 2 flag caps for those 2 kills. Such good value.
Even though Sentinels' kind of cap rate has been great throughout the season, it's just their defensive one on Aquarius. They just let a couple of flags slip through their fingers a little bit. And I think it's because they heavily commit to their flag pools. They were sending 2 or 3 players to make sure that flag was in. And the flag will go in, but then they will die in the base. And then Native White took control and were able to get counter caps. A great start here for Native White, but it means we go into now Slayer Livefire with Native White having the advantage. And we saw the map series layout earlier. We saw these maps and modes and how they benefited ever so slightly on the Native White side.
As you can see, Misery no more. Their first CTF win against Sentinels this season, like you say.
Alright guys, so just fixing something really quick there.
Well, you'd like to think it's because they've been back to the drawing board, they've been practicing and making sure they right some of those wrongs, but you also have to remember Native White have been through everything when it comes to this roster and the things they've had to deal with. But finally, it seems like these 4, they're locked in on the main stage. And are they now going to be able to go back-to-back here in maps 1 and 2 to try and take a very commanding lead in this series?
Can Native White double their series lead? Or will Sentinels roar back to life? Find themselves down in the series. They've been here before, and they've bounced back, and it's time for Spartan to lead the charge.
And this is a better Slayer for Native White.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is Slayer,
season.
so
It's
this will be interesting.
4-6 for Sentinels. So it's one of their worst Slayers. And for Native White, they've been out slaying Sentinels in general throughout the season as well. Slayers have been their better map and mode combination. Sentinels have trended towards the objective, and that's why it was so important that we saw Native White get an objective game under the belt, especially a captain flag that they've not beaten them on before.
Spartan gets 1. 3 dead for Native White. Collect with the snipe. Couple of shots sent over towards Spartan, not going to find a home though. Tapping buttons will ensure the dog is sent to the grave right now. And then we're on board with Falcade. You see the pace of the game. It's not hectic, it's not frantic just yet. Both teams playing this extremely patiently.
And one thing we've learned throughout this weekend is the importance of back tower as well. We really saw FaZe manipulate this map in a way where they would hold back tower, frustrate their opponents, and then burst out when the time was right. I think teams are learning that back tower really can be a power position at times, depending on those spawns. But Boo with the heat wave will be able to shut down Suspector. As we say, a slow start at the moment, but Livefire can be that way. It can slow down and then ramp up just when you least expect it.
Oh.
FaZe were there so often, I felt like we should have renamed it back FaZe. Here is Boo with the heat wave. 20 seconds. Still we see the overshield. Boo might just get the audio cue. There's a player underneath them. 3 members of Native White positioned over towards green. Falcate gets one.
Hey, what's up? Yes, I do play other games, but for the most part, I do Halo. That's like kind of the only game I'm
Ubu Dubu's battle rifle shots.
completely into. But yeah, no, I do a lot of other games.
Re-engages now. Change trajectories.
Yeah, I used to play Madden. I used to play a lot of other games. But right now,
So much information garnered.
yeah, we're just doing a live stream of this.
Yeah, notice how Boo Boo Doo Boo didn't kind of get desperate seeing the overshield was up and pushed towards it. Instead, he took space on the map. He made sure he took advantage of the fact of the weapons he had and the positions he had to shoot Sentinels in the back. Or shoot Native White in the back, excuse me, and allowed his teammates to instead secure a little bit of overshield presence. Timing is everything when picking up that OV as well. Sentinels still have a 2-kill lead, but Native White have done well not to allow the overshield to overwhelm.
Starting now. Bottom middle. Couple of kills go in favor of the boys in red and black. Falcade picks another one up on the collect. He's having a slow start to his game here. 1 and 4. Has 4 assists, so being directly involved.
Yeah, I've tried to play Apex a couple times. Not exactly my game. Not great at it. Yeah, I mean, I play GTA. Obviously, I think everybody my age and even a little bit older than me has played Minecraft. So I feel you on that. Minecraft was still is a fun game to play.
Greeted by several members in that shroud screen as well, though. Hope when you hide in the smoke that no one's going to be brave enough to join you, but Native White were more than happy to.
Yeah, I mean, I also play a little Siege too, so.
As Collect now will recover that sniper rifle and has it over towards Tower, so Sentinels just need to be aware of that. Either push it very aggressively now, which they do, and that will allow them to have Tower control for themselves.
Boo Boo over towards green. Couple of spike grenades scooped up into the back pocket. Hopefully they don't dig into his legs too much. McQuinn extends sandbags. Tapping buttons will now push the doors, knowing there's damage been done onto Boo Boo. It looks as though he picked up a lot of grenade damage, and his lifeless body clings onto the wall. Native White have completely cleared out green.
Well, every time you think their Sentinels are going to have an advantage, start to roll away with this game.
Yeah, no, Halo's
boot the door down.
very interesting game.
That's going to start to frustrate Sentinels a little bit.
My stream
Give
freezing up on me.
Another overshield now. So what can Native
I don't know
White
why
do
it's
with it?
lagging so bad lately.
Yeah,
no, Halo Infinite's one is just it's such a fun game to play.
He could have potentially done more with that heat wave, but he got spotted.
Yeah, I always recommend people get into this game. It's getting better in my opinion. I mean, there's a couple things I think that they're gonna have to fix, but I can't wait for some new maps to come out too. That'll be fun. I'm sure we'll have a couple new ones come out for here soon. Obviously, they released Solitude for this year, for this season, so we'll see what they do there.
Unofficial, it may be. Heat wave now, and repulsor for McQuinn. Could be very important. Dictate the next few passages of play. He can have an influence with this heat wave. All 4 members of Sentinels positioned towards house and sandbags here. And you can see they're inviting the pressure on.
And the call is very much keep this game slow. It was McQuinn who got spotted out last time when he was trying to make a play with the heat wave, just the 3 bullets. But he knows he can make an impact here. Second time's a charm. He's able to get up this time. There was a little bit of embarrassment the first time when he didn't manage to repulse her up. This game is so slow, and you can see what it means to these guys because you mentioned it. Loser goes home. This could be the end of their season, the end of your championship run in this series. For Sentinels, they cannot afford to go 2-0 down here. And
yeah, they can't actually. That's going to be bad if they end up going down 2-0.
Communication's always so important. Both these teams' tournament life's on the line. Let's have a Native White listening and see what they're doing.
You got top tower, guys.
Hey, pot. Top tower weak. Top tower definitely weak, Smarty. Top tower, we need to kill him.
Yo, Ness,
Top tower on me.
Hey, pot, one shot, guys.
And cut to top tower. Top middle. As well. Nice shot. Lethal's on you guys. They have OV dummies. I can belt them now.
Alright, nice, maybe.
Work together, boys.
Okay. Yo, I spawned in 1 second.
A plat.
I spawned green. What is this? What is this?
Okay, they're training on you. He's looking at me. He's in green. In 2. He has E-wave.
He has repost, so he has repost.
I'm off.
Gonna be a I got him.
I'm dead though.
Or Victor. They know I'm here. I'm buying.
Sure, what's up?
Back green. He has repost. Be careful.
Always feel free to ask whatever you guys got for me.
We're green. We're in a sniper back green too. Too big. Nice. 1 more week. Big green. Nice.
That's right. Pillars. Yeah, look. Pillars somewhere. The pillars. Watch out, pillars. Absolute bottom middle. Okay, come. Lethal. Bottom middle.
I can't see. I have a fucking door for the front.
Bottom middle. Two double door. Cuts. I got one. Another one bottom middle. I got one.
Sentinel starting to show a little bit of resilience here. Mikwen almost in reserve. Taking the L right now. Down by almost 9. Excuse me, it is 9.
But also, tapping buttons, the silent assassin in the moment, 17 kills, isn't saying a word right now. Of course, we know different languages and whatnot, but he's just absolutely hyper-focused and locked in. And they need to let him go. They need to allow him to just continue what he's doing. Only 2 assists, but he is just listening to everything, patrolling the map and finishing off these kills. This game is not done yet for Native White. Down by 8. But still very much achievable is a victory. This overshield could be their key to victory here.
Any language barriers there may be. Everybody in this venue speaks Halo. Fluent in it, actually. Tapping buttons needs help from his team here. Because right now, Sentinels are showing ice. They're looking to get themselves right back into this series. After losing a very convincing game 1. On board with Boo Boo now. Overshield into the chest. This could be exactly what they need to close out the game.
Yeah, you'd imagine now the game should be done. It was a great push from Sentinels. They pinched Native White. Not only do they shut down Tapping, who is their immediate threat because he's the one who's on fire, but then they're able to secure that overshield.
I appreciate it, I really do, but nah, I mean, I do a lot of my own stuff, and also I have a couple people who help me do that stuff, so I really do appreciate the offer, but yeah, no, it's not, I'm not really looking for anyone to do that right now. But yeah, again, appreciate the offer, and appreciate you with the follow and watching. The sport alone is great, appreciate you.
They really upped the pace in the final stages of this game.
Spartan and Lethal continue to lead the charge. Sniper rifle now to play with. Lost a couple of teammates. Peeks to his left just to see exactly where players are positioned. Mikwen goes down. Tapping could be about to join him. All the confidence in the world to plant his feet, line up the no-scope. Gonna miss 1, gonna miss 2, but it's enough damage has been done. 3 dead for Sentinels. They only require 1 more kill, and it could be Lethal. He could be the difference maker once again in this series. So far in this Slayer, playing so well. A warning shot fired across, has so much ammunition to play with. Can really pick his spot and take his time with them.
Yeah, Native are just going to stick as a 4 now, hope that they can maybe get a 4 for 0 trade onto Sentinels and try and make it 49-45, but it's going to be tough.
Lethal fires 1. Yeah. Nothing but air this time. Connection desperate trying to get away. Straight to the hands of Lethal.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sentinels has always been a pretty damn good Slayer team. Nice to meet you too, appreciate you.
Down some damage and get plenty of kills. Sen just held control of the map for a little bit too long, and I really loved that push that they had in those kind of final moments with that last overshield that we saw in play. They tactically just placed 1 player over towards green to be a little bit of a distraction, start peppering them in the back, whilst everyone else collapsed from the other side. And that means we've got a series on our hands here. 1-1, Native White, who usually are the team who win the Slayers, find themselves losing the Slayer. Sentinels, the team who usually was winning the capture the flag, lose the capture the flag. But my worry is if we get to that game 5, with what we've just seen in that Slayer, Sentinels looked a lot more comfortable. Even though Tapping was having a great game, they weren't really able to play it in the way they wanted to, Native White. The pace was very much being dictated by Sen.
The Halo World Championships. You can throw the script out as well as the form book. All tied up now. Strongholds on Solitude. And Dan, I know you have a little nugget of value. Let me hear it.
Usually I do. Both these teams have only played it twice though. And it's 1
Right.
for 1.
Got my food set up, so that'll be ordered eventually. I'll go get it later before the boys play again. Probably they're gonna play again. Well, they're gonna play again at 6.
Takes home this victory across the board, because when you look at the other game types that are available, they do trend towards certain teams, whereas this one is the biggest question mark. So, who's been putting more time into Solitude? I know we've had it in the circuit for a little bit of time now. People should be familiar, but no one's really still got going on it for me. I still think so many teams have had losses where they should have been able to find a victory, but they weren't able to close a game out, for example. Who's put in more practice between the last couple of events?
Camera was very briefly on Lethal, being very vocal with his team. Looking to lead the charge. He knows what it takes to get his hands on a world championship. He's hoisted that trophy before, the most prestigious you can claim. Every team works so hard.
Yeah, screw that guy. Space Station Gaming, dog shit.
But to make it to Championship Sunday and have your name written in the history books, both these teams still alive right now.
I think if I had to lean towards anyone, you have to go for Sentinels just off their consistency.
No, I mean, the Sentinels is a very good team. I just don't know.
Maybe not just Stronghold Solitude, but they do have better results.
If we beat FaZe, I think FaZe will beat Sentinels, and it will be over for them. Even if we lose to FaZe, we will beat Sentinels again.
Again, Solitude might just be that one map that they need to try and break a little bit of a bad run of events and a bad
I'll say,
run of games for them.
McWin is crazy, bro. He was cracked in the one game.
Because he hasn't really shown us his true potential, I think, in this event. We've seen it last couple of events. He just turns up, gets hold of a sniper rifle, starts destroying, starts yelling across that main stage. He hasn't quite caught fire, and if he can, Sentinels could go on a run in this tournament.
We know Spartan has another gear. We've seen it. This game, right here, right now, could be series defining, tournament defining, season defining. One more time. Sentinels.
See what they can do. They go immediately for that sniper. Damn.
Strongholds, we're underway.
Good trade there, though.
Get hold of that sniper, but good nades from Native White to shut them down, as well as a couple more members of Sentinels. 3 have fallen. For Strongholds, you have to be kind of very aware of your game plan coming into this. Are you going to be trying to out-rotate your opponents? Are you going to be trying to go for trip cap, or do you just go for the BNC hold, force them back into yard, and wait for them to press? As again, 3 go down for Sen. That snipe shot could have been everything, will be, and now Sen find themselves on the back foot yet again.
BC in control of Native White. B is being contested for the moment. They've cleared out the riffraff. Spartan sent back to the pound. Boobadooboo S1 backed all the way up. He's in big trouble. Knee also falls. Native White appeared to have control of Snipe. And as a result of that, they will hold C. Sentinels elsewhere.
Damn, that flick was crazy.
This one's going to be back and forth, I can already feel it.
Speaking of elsewhere, results coming in. Quadrant beating Native Red 3-2 in a game 5.
Damn, Quadrant did win. All right, I was right.
Finals to go up against Space Station. So already here in the championships, I mean, we're having such incredible games across the board. On that side, it was about moving forward. But here, it's about trying to stay alive. It's 2 players trying to stay alive at the moment.
Damn, they're all 3 there, though. They can probably get 3 of them dead. 1.
3 down for Native White.
Ooh, that's a rough.
Lethal has the map to himself for the moment. He weighs up his options. Decides to try and survive. McWin spawns back up over towards Garbage Truck, steps inside B, and immediately turns his attention to try and help his team score once more.
Yeah, they were doing very well at fighting over towards B. C has to be the target for Sen, but every single time they seem to kind of get caught out, tapping buttons in a position to try and contest C at the moment. But finally, Sen
damn, good shots.
And now they get held of the tower as well. So this is where Native White should be forced back. Probably will have to retreat to A, and now they're going to have to be the team to break up.
Triple cap locked in tight. It's all about the spawns now. Can Sentinels keep them within arm's reach and ensure they can claim as maximum points here as they possibly can? Suspector's in trouble. Faced with 2 members. McWin and tapping buttons over towards Blue. They're all spawning that way now. Information has been garnered from Boo Boo. They're going to slip away. Look to re-engage. There's no doubt Native White have to gather their momentum, gather their thoughts, and push out.
Damn, they're triple capping them for this long too is crazy.
This is so detrimental for Native White here. This is such a good passage of play for Sentinels. Their push might have taken a while, but it has been worth it because they've secured a long old trip cap. Do they try and fight B here? Yes, they do, and they don't quite get the reset, but they will take down 2 members. And Sentinels are going to look to try and again lock in the 3. It might be enough of a distraction when they might be able to
They're trip capping them this long.
Looks like they're still trying to press B.
Damn!
You've got to be careful here. If you keep going to B, you're going to play into the hands of this trip cap for Sen. Native White are in 6s and 7s at the moment. They just can't find their footing.
Native White made it to the ropes for a moment, but Sen pulled them away and locked in the triple.
Alright, now they may actually be able to.
Right now, they're in big trouble. They could be tapping out any moment. Oh,
damn.
Finds one.
And now this is where you give up A. You've lost lethal, so you say, okay, well, they finally stopped the trip cap. Look at all the points we've been able to secure. Now we just set up around B and C. You've got Spartan to be able to watch certain angles. Does catch one over towards Loop. But B is going to be the target for Native White. And you just need people who are prepared to dive in and contest at this point. But no one's there quick enough from Sen.
Native White finally find their feet. So much damage done. Sentinels pulled off a heist. Their bag is brimming full of points. And now it's an opportunity for Native White to lock one in of their own. Will they be as successful? Can they hold it for as long as Sentinels did?
No, is the answer. They didn't press A. They didn't really have the map control or the spawns to do so. So instead they're going to sit back and try and do the more defensive approach of just holding these 2 strongholds. This sniper for Collect could make a big difference though, but he gets aggressive, unable to connect with the melee. He just has to back off. At least he had the QT to retreat.
I like these plays from Sentinel though. The trip cap, the way they were flying across the map, they had one on each side so they could despawn. Like, actually, this is actually a good plays by Sentinel.
Pass over the 100-point threshold. That could be about to change very shortly.
Here we go.
They get B once more. Sentinel spawn up towards Loop. Lethal's trying to get at least a trade. He's done so successfully. And that should give Sentinels an opportunity to build and press from the spawn. But all of a sudden, Native White is beginning to collapse. Falcade's in trouble. Over towards Flowers here. He will fall. Killing spree for the Soul Collector. BC remain in control of Native White. And they're starting to close the distance.
Falcade and Lethal last remaining 2. Lethal tries to have a little fight over towards B, but knows he has to retreat here. Can't take that fight. Needs some teammates. Needs some help. He gets some spawners at least. Ascend, they were able to gain such a commanding lead that there still isn't a panic situation for them just yet. My worry is if Sen commit too hard, losing all 4 dead, Native White then might be able to lock in that trip cap themselves.
This next couple of minutes is so important. What way this game swings. B is the battle, B is the fight, and Native White on top. They continue to get slays. 2-for-1 kills on the map. And very quickly, that 140-point lead that Sentinels have worked so hard to claim, it's almost completely gone.
Yeah, 2 very different approaches, isn't it? You've got Sentinels who made all their points from that one period of play where they locked down the trip cap, whereas Native White seem to be better at defending the 2 cap here. Someone needs to contest B. And Suspector might even have to dive in himself, but it looks like the Sentinels finally get their breakthrough. They will just about. No, okay, there's going to be a final player. Collect here at the right time. Can he get a double? Yes, he can, and he gets the reset. Massive from Collective for Native White.
Wow, this is some good plays by Native White to actually come back from this. They really got fucked over with that trip cap at the beginning. They had him trapped, but no, these are good plays. These are really good plays. They're really playing that middle, trap them in their sides.
In favor of Sentinels, 2v2 on the map. Spartan stepped inside B, but he's clearing his angles, clearing his corners. Lethal's there too. And it's the Spectre on Garbage Truck who tries to get away. A and B now for Sentinels.
But even though it took so long for Sentinels, they still have the lead because of that.
This is great. Yeah, that trip cap is really what got them, bro. They had that trip cap for almost, I think, 30 seconds, maybe more.
Have to win this engagement. They've shut down the first, and now you've got the player advantage. You can take that fight over towards B. They will regain it here. Even with Boo Boo getting that kill, there's going to be enough players in there. But all 4 go down. It's a triple for Boo Boo.
Wow.
So they got B, but it was only temporary.
I think they might win it.
Sentinels will regain map control here.
With the 4 dead in here?
Which means B will be the point of contention once more. They've got the first pick as they all sort out together. Strength in numbers.
Damn!
Boo Boo Doo thinning the herd though. Suspector S4 will drop down to help his teammates. Miquin's positioned over towards Hotel. And Boo Boo says, screw this. I'm going to try and take C. A backstab here on S1. And Nick looks like he's taking the bait. Killing spree for Boo Boo locked in.
Yep, that's
I love that move
GG's.
from Boo Boo. A little distraction, just dips his
Especially if he
focus
gets that
to
kill.
C, then moves around, is able to get behind a player. 3 have gone down for Native White. And Sentinel's in
Damn.
the ascendancy now. Not only did they have A and C, but now they're starting to take B whilst Native off spawn will try and grab C. And this is an absolute war. It's a scrap down at B. And this could be one of the biggest fights of the game right here. But
Damn, that aim was horrible.
Not get the job done. And Sentinel seems to be on top.
Every time Collect puts out a fire, one starts elsewhere. Native White, they have control for now. But we know it won't be for long with how these two teams are playing. Beautiful.
Wow.
Spectre.
Good plays.
One of the most important of the game. Boo Boo slides down U-bend once more, looking to be an influence. Makeman has the snipe.
Damn.
We know what that means. Double kill. And Collect gets the
This man is actually cracked with a sniper, apparently.
And this could very quickly be a tie game.
Suddenly A is being contested as well. They are
Oh, wow.
Sentinels at bottom middle. They have to try and
Wow.
to stop this bleeding.
If Sentinels goes down 2-1 here,
Massive, but 4 go down.
this could be bad. Oh, but 4 down?
Maybe they got a little bit overzealous there, pushing for that trim cap, and it gives suddenly Sentinels this control. 20 seconds away from winning map number 3.
Boo Boo and Blue. It's Blue Boo, Doo Boo for now. Boo Boo gets one, tapping the buttons, Bigwin's all low, isolated S1. 4 dead for Native White again. And Sentinels are on the road to victory here. Native White perhaps have one more push. And the option is come to try and play A. Tapping buttons is in massive trouble, and he will go down.
Wow,
And
Sentinel's got it.
Sentinels will play the game.
And I really felt it was all one from that just one passage of play where about 150 points were scored when they held that trip cap. When they were just throttling Native White. And they
Yeah, 100 and something, 140 points off a trip cap. That'll do it.
Even though Native White, they held the double cap for so long, you can really see how it influenced the game just to have that trip cap locked in. And they are 2 very different play styles, because to try and lock down the trip cap, you have to be moving together, you have to be rotating together, rolling out those spawns, watching where those players might be moving, whereas to hold a 2 cap, it's more about watching your own angles, communicating with the team where teams are going to be going, making sure your team's showing. And it seemed like Native White were better at defending a 2, but just couldn't quite get it going when it came to trying to secure that trip cap. And I think they tried to push the trip cap a little bit too late. Gave up that map control and Sentinels took favour.
Game can spin on a dime. One rogue spawn. Pressuring a little bit too much on the
I'll get my, making sure my food was all ordered.
Halo. And we've seen that there. The shots that Bigwin hit. The shots that Spartan hit. Both these two teams trading blow for blow. Like 2 heavyweights in the ring.
And is that going to be a close enough loss that will just suck the life out of Native White a little bit? They put so much into it. They had to concentrate for a long period of time to hold that.
King of the Hill and recharge? Yeah, I think Sentinel's gonna win that.
They now find themselves 2-1 down in this series and 1 map away from being
Sentinels should win that.
from the Halo World Championship and their season being over at top 12. Now, top 12 is where they finished for the last few events, but ever since this day White roster was formed, there was always that, well, you know, they should probably be top 6, at least top 8, you imagine. They haven't really been able to get there, and Sentinels may be standing in their way once more.
One more map win then. It's all that separates Sentinels and a minimum top 8 finish. Collect and Co found themselves here all too many times. Going down at the top 12 finish. This will be their 4th in succession. And they want their tournament to continue. They have to win this next map.
King of the Hill recharge is where we're heading, and King of the Hill in general has been far better for Sentinels across this season. Whereas it's a 10 for 10 win rate on the side of Native White across all of the maps and modes. As for recharge, it's a 50% win rate on the side of Native White, but it's a little bit better on the side of Sen. We'll have to see if Sen can take those win rates, take those stats, and inject it into this map. But Native, it is do or die now. This is where we're really going to see what this team is made of. Are they just going to crumble when they are so close to being eliminated? Or do they still have a little bit of fight left in them?
Last chance saloon. And the meta that was on Stronghold, we've seen Quadrant lead the line, lead the charge, pushing the meta down. It is all about trying to get those triple caps up. We spoke about it time and time again. When you recognize you don't have the advantage in one stronghold, you simply go where they are not. And Native White continued to hold 2 strongholds, but they just couldn't get enough points to really eat away at that lead.
I think one thing that we can take away from what we just saw in Stronghold Solitude and inject it into the next to breach on King of the Hill is Native White were very good at holding their setups when they had it. Well, King of the Hill is going to be more setup based. You get your king, you set up around them, and then you are going to be really frustrating Sentinels here. And I think that there is a real chance that they could actually make this work. They just don't want to get overwhelmed by the pressure of what Sentinels are able to do. Because we saw it even when we go back to the Slayer game. Sentinels seem to be a little bit better at breaking setups. And that might just hurt.
There's your winners bracket, guys. I've been dying for this. So it's us and FaZe against, and then Quadrant against Space Station. This is going to be a fucking killer game here.
Optic Gaming up against FaZe and Quadrant versus Space Station game in the Halo.
This was the end of this game. This was apparently crazy, I heard.
So it was game 5, 47 to 47 between Quadrant and Native Red. Now, I remember last year, Ascent, a couple of these guys who were on that roster, they lost to Native Red, they felt dejected, they felt a little bit embarrassed. But they were able to put 3 kills back to back at 49-49. And I'm just excited to see how this one ended, Shurs, because it looked like Native Red getting the camo, it looked like it was going to be their game.
Native Red had everything they needed, but look at that Tonic.
That's crazy.
Alone. Bottom elevator with 2 Frenchmen. And he didn't walk out with his life.
Sounds like, well, it's we said that, I was going to say it sounds like a hotel lobby for me, but thankfully I am still here. But Space Station versus Quadrant will be our next match on the main stage after we get the result here. Native White versus Sentinels. And both those teams will be competing for, of course, a chance to be in that winners final and a guaranteed top 3 at the Halo World Championship. But our eyes now back focusing on this elimination bracket match. It's do or die here for Native White. If they lose, they go home. If they win, they keep their dreams alive of maybe being able to get to top 8 here in the Halo World Championship.
Megwin's first year back in competitive Halo in many moons could be about to end in misery. If him and his team can't pull themselves up with the straps and go again here, Boo will be the point of contention, both trade shots, trade damage. Boo looks to bite off more than he can chew here, he wants more.
Has been a really interesting series though. 2 teams who play very differently. One who's slightly better at defending, one who's slightly better at attacking, and they just kind of butt heads in certain scenarios. And King of the Hill might be one of the best maps of those to just really display the difference here. As 3 go down for Native White, so Sen can start to score first, and it's whether Sen try and kind of press these spawns a little bit, and instead of necessarily trying to hold a setup, as it were.
Are they going to get an uncontested hill?
Thinking about where you're positioning yourself for the next.
Very peaceful in the hill part right now. Matchmaking is not like that for me.
Or for him, actually. I've seen his streams.
Continues to hold.
Damn, an uncontested hill is crazy.
Very little time. They almost got this one completely uncontested with the help of the camouflage. And they will take the lead here.
Damn.
Native White.
Native White is getting fucked right now.
3 dead again. And Sentinels really starting to find their feet in this series.
Well, Native White just kind of waited long haul. I think they were.
He's right there. They can't see him obviously, but and the fact that he is right there.
And again, it was a pinch. Trippy box for one player and then up the counter stairs for the other. And now Sentinels have control, and of course they've got the shock in the hands of Lethal. And listen, look at that fly. They were listening to call out that they knew tapping buttons was on his own, had taken damage, and they ensured they shut him down quickly.
Lethal to hold the hill with shock rifle. You know, he's more than capable of lining up a few headshots. Body shot with the tapping. Enough to push him back. Megwin will get aggressive, successfully too. 3 dead. And maybe this is an opportunity for Native White to get in the hill and start to build some momentum.
That was a very important and much needed push. They were getting outplayed 14-4, but they get all 4 dead now. Camo is going to be up, so that's
probably he's not even. They're not even shooting at him, which is interesting. He might get this one. Oh, that's a good play though. If they're wrapping where I think they are. Are they rotating through elevators?
I don't
know, but he got camo.
On the spine, lines with the headshot, Boo just crouches. And a clutch time to avoid the headshot. It's 2 down for Native White. Megwin still has a little bit of camo to play with. Boo holds the hill. He's got to the fourth. Two members of Sentinels positioned behind them. Liquid chasing shadows, finally tracks down Boo.
Damn.
Evade the attention, but will go down.
Good play there by Sentinels.
Oh, very even in terms of progression of time on this next hill. These next couple of plays are going to be pivotal.
Collector's trying to take a little bit of space here. Team Nate will damage him ever so slightly. I think he's aware of where Spartan is. Now he's wise to it, but he's already taken the damage.
You just can't even stop him at this point, bro. Spartan is actually crazy. Everybody talks about Boo Boo, but like honestly, I don't know. I would almost say Spartan's the best player on this team.
Because it won't allow Sentinels to get in this hill. Set really have to force native white out of blue here. And that might just be trying to throw players at them, overwhelm them a little bit.
Set can do the whole long haul. Native white, whole blue, beautiful nade will take Falcate down to just one shot. And as his shield starts to recharge, he can re-engage. But Liquid stepped inside the hill. Both teams just baiting it. Falcate will go down, beautiful shots from Liquid. But every single time they step inside the hill, Spartans over towards the whirlpool. And here comes Native White. They decide this is the time to go. To claim the hill. Camouflage top.
Good job. Good hill.
Yeah, that was a good call from Native White. Just double hop in, make sure we get as many players in this hill as possible because they were like edging their toes in each time. Just adding an extra second here or there. Sentinels were never really going to be able to score that point from that position. And they couldn't really commit to trying to take the fight at blue as well. Because if they lost the fight at blue, they would have lost the hill, and then they would have lost the next. Because look at where Native White are. They have blue control, so they were able to quickly get over towards the elevator. But Sen have done well to initiate that push because they were patient.
3 down for Native White.
This is where we're going to see the game really slow. It's pretty damn even, 1-1.
Native White will spawn back up. Spartans for the whole pipes. They're all alone. He's managed to get a trade, but that long from the map now for Native. Push through gold when they need to. Spectre,
damn.
Spectre the boo-boo. Back whack. Here is Liquid through gold pipes. The work they've done take down Spartan means the setup's a little bit janky, it's a little bit shaky. It could be about to break. Colette could be about to lock in a triple, and he is. He's got a shock rifle to play with now.
Collect starting to heat up a little bit. He had a great game in the previous, but it just wasn't quite enough to send his team over the finish line. But perhaps he can start to think about game 5 if he can start connecting with a couple of these shock rifle shots. Nate White with a really good opportunity to take a 2-1 lead here in this game.
Ooh.
He's just not able to line up that reticle onto anyone's head right now.
Very well at the game in his hands.
Damn, alright.
We'll get one.
Dude, Collect is actually crazy. I can't believe I've never heard of this kid. Oh.
Tapping buttons, another. All 4 dead for the Sentinels. 2-1.
Good shit. It's gonna be a good series apparently.
Still a good amount of time on the clock though. Because these hills have just kind of been gathered up relatively comfortable by teams. Neither team has to panic, especially Sentinels anyway, even though they're behind, but Spectre straight into this next hill. Tapping, throwing grenades at everything. What's happening right now? He's just pressing buttons, I think, at this point. Oh wait, he's tapping.
That's what he does, actually, yeah. Boo on mid-bridge.
Wow, what a play.
Now tapping ventures forward. Claiming spawns for his team. Offering a little bit of support to his player inside the hill. Really looking to venture into the long haul just to claim even more space. Happy just to hold what he has here. In blue. Boo is all the way over towards bot edge. Native White have so much time in this 4th hill.
Yeah, considering this game is pretty much tied on slaves, there's only a few that separate the two. Favor on Native White, but
wow, 2 quick hills.
Now they find themselves 3-1 up. As we do start to crawl a little bit closer.
This is the hardest hill to hold, I'm not gonna lie. There's like literally it's the most open hill. So
Here at elevator, but they are holding strong, will hold strong as 3 go down.
They are Native White. They've all 4 dead. They have to go again. They need one more capture to push this series to distance and send us to a shootout. Falcate now with the shock rifle in his hands. The Spectre's top tower. He has to go hunting. He lines up to the Spectre. Eventually locks them in. 2 dead for Native White. and Sentinels continue to hold this Whirlpool Hill.
Yeah, unfortunately for Native White, they've not really been able to contest this hill enough to eat away at the block. Oh!
Damn.
Tapping buttons. Electrocute to the face, and now we're going to see surely Sentinels be able to secure this one.
Yeah, this is a hard one to hold. Sentinels did a really damn good job holding it though.
Start to think about how they want to play this bottom hill. 3-2.
We're back to the main hill, which Boo Boo. Yeah, I mean Boo Boo's got camo. Literally said what I said. That's crazy.
Very similar to this, with Native White in a very similar position. It can be precarious at times. You don't want to be the player to make the mistake. Tapping the buttons is gone, but he's gone a little bit too early. Boo Boo can just bide his time here. Wait for his teammates to spot back up. Trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. All 4 shots connect. And a double kill for Boo Boo.
Tapping last remaining player. Now, what's important here for Native White is the big decision to be made is how hard do we fight for this hill? If we feel overwhelmed at any point, do we start to just take blue control? Because remember, when it started to move over towards that long round, blue control was everything for Native White and it allowed them to secure it. 1 minute 55 left. Native White making it difficult for Sentinels, making them work for it here. They are actively taking fights, maybe in areas Sentinels weren't expecting. But here comes Sentinels to try and secure a little bit of time.
It's 2 dead for both. Good trades.
Sentinels back into this game, allow them to tie it up and back themselves to hold the blue once more. As the Spectre sits on Naze, Collect's got to kill elsewhere. They're happy just to play time either way at the clock here.
Yeah, Migwin had a very obvious decision there where he stepped in and then quickly stepped out. He did the hokey cokey, turned around, and now he's going to start to think about holding blue. They can still fight for that bottom hill though. It is still winnable just off of time. They just can't really allow Sentinels to get too much control here down at the bottom bit.
Damn, good shots. That's 3 dead, isn't it? It's 2 dead.
Hokey sounds weird. Relax. The Spectre goes towards tower now. As you can see, this play time. Minute 11 on the clock. Sentinels are back in hill. Spartan's got camo. Migwin's in control as well. He's managed to get a kill. He steps in, trying to take care of the camouflage player. Spartan dips away. And Sentinels continue to hold the hill bottom middle. And Native White could be about to give up the blue spawns.
Yeah, this is going to be 3-3, surely. They are so close. Only 1 minute left on the clock. It's all over towards Elevator. And now we're all tied up. And Sentinels are going to have blue control. All they have to do is whip Migwin out of that position. This could be really tough now for Native White. I love that Migwin just backed off, waiting for a little bit of support because they know how important it is to be here to fight for this position.
Spartan playing his life so well.
Good elusiveness there by Sparty.
Migwin will get one though, eventually puts them away. Here's a little splash as body hits the water. Migwin back blue, and we've seen this movie before. This is exactly how it played out last time. And it was Native White who secured the hill. We've got 42 seconds of regulation time. We could be going to overtime.
The likelihood is we will be going to overtime. I don't see either team really securing this in the next 40 because Sen are going to have to try and fight for the blue. Sen are doing well at dipping their toes in, just as Native White had done before. I think they're wise to it. I think they know the plan here from Native White. They're watching the right angles and maybe we might see it get scored here. After all, 3 are dead for Native White. They regain control of the blue and they are so close to winning this series.
Yeah, it looks like Sentinels might get it. I thought Native White had it, man. Wow, good nades there though. Never mind, I spoke too soon. 4 dead. I spoke too soon. Damn, what a...
And they still keep their tournament alive. It's do or die right here, right now. They cannot afford to let this setup slip.
Camouflage just popped up. Who's going to be brave enough to make the move? It's going to be tapping buttons. And he's in the hill. And he's holding. He steps away for a moment, picks up a couple of plasma grenades. Here comes the cavalry in the shape and form of Collect. But he's in the hill again. 13 seconds as he steps out. Spartan dives in, Spartan falls. Falcade could be about to join on his. Lethal in the long haul. Needs help, it won't come quick enough.
Great play though from Tapping in the moment. Staying alive, being a nuisance, big damage, big grenades. and winning big fights as Naked White are still scoring. Sentinels back against the wall a little bit here. They know they have to push. We're going to probably head to overtime shortly. Lethal falls.
No, double. Oh my god.
Takes down one. Here comes Falcate and Sen make their push.
Massive 1v1 on the map right now. Boo's down his shield. Has to give it up for now.
Wow.
These final moments on a knife edge.
This is it.
Native White.
I don't have time to get across map. Do they?
Yes. There's still life in them here. But Sentinels have the position that they need. Lethal.
Wait.
Kills. 3 down apiece. It's a 1v1 for the ages, but Falcate is down with no shields. He has to stay alive. It's imperative to the call.
Nope, that's it.
I
I think Native White's gonna win it. Yep. Oh my god. Wow. That's some good shit by them.
Just a second longer is the biggest question I have. But he felt like he had to just try and play his life. But what a passage of play for tapping buttons in those final moments. Held the camouflage, picked his fight perfectly, held strong when he was being pressured. And Native White, they keep that tournament alive as we go to game 5 now.
That's bizarre to me.
White in the series, considering set 3-0 Native White comfortably at Fort Worth. Native White have come back with a vengeance.
Well, well, well. Tapping buttons. What broad shoulders you have. 18 and 22. 6,700 damage. Look at Mikwen's damage as well. Almost 8,000 on the lobby. An absolute turret at times.
And I'd love to be in the brain of Falcate right now. And the thought process. Could he have just kind of crouched, put his head to the floor, tried to strong side his way to a little bit of a victory? Or was he being contested? What an end to that game. Remember, Native White, they had a 3-1 lead. And they were more than happy to start the play time. They allowed Sentinels back into the game. And they were moments, milliseconds away from being out of this tournament. But a lot of the work was done by the likes of Mikwen, for example, who held Blue for a long time to stop Sentinels from being able to hold it. He had 21 kills in this period of the game, but then it was tapping buttons in these final moments who did everything for me. The fight he took at Longhorn when he was in that hill to win that engagement along this one, alongside his teammate. So many players maybe would have just tried to stay alive on stairs, but he took his fight. Again, the fight against
Yeah, that was a crazy fight.
how confident he is in his gameplay.
Native White. Battle like brothers. Back to back. The push this series to this.
So we're playing Slayer on
Slayer
Streets.
Streets is where we're going to settle this little squabble down. And I see you wincing.
One will leave, one will stay. Let's see.
We pointed out right at the start that Native White have traditionally been a better Slayer team than Sentinels. That's where they found a lot of their victories throughout this season. Slayer Streets does favour Native White. They're 5-3 across the season, whereas Sentinels are 4-6. Maybe this could be the moment where Native White, they rewrite the script of their top 12s back to back to back, and they find themselves bursting into the top 8.
Once more we go. We wouldn't have it any other way. Game 5. Nothing to separate these two after 4.
3 dead already?
Tapping Button's going to eat a rocket very early. And a bulldog in the hands of Falcate as he immediately looks at that stalker rifle.
And this is where you want players like Tapping Buttons to do what he had done in the previous game, to pop off a little bit, will collect stuff to make a name for himself, or one of the old guards, the likes of Lethal, the likes of Boomadoo, can they be the ones to make the difference here to stay alive in this tournament?
Being a Slayer is crazy, so this is going to be a very, very important.
Be the difference maker, but all eyes on you. To keep your team in the tournament. All tied up. Falcate under the bus step shelter, trying to tie him. And Falcate will step out now, will engage the cafe. 2 members Native White to contend with. Damage will be traded back and forth. Both teams very acutely aware of what a mistake can mean at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about these moments, and I can tell you from my playing history, like, Game 5s, whilst the feeling of winning a Game 5 is one of the most glorifying things you can ever experience when competing. Losing a Game 5...
Right now, Native White up 6-4.
Oh,
nice.
You can't let it affect your gameplay, but it will, naturally. Risks you might not take that you would if you were just playing online, for example. This is when you really need your coaches, your IGLs, to just be able to step up and kind of take control of these games, to kind of do some of that thinking for you, so you can just focus on aiming, focus on being that aim star that we know the likes of tapping button can be, for example.
Who's gonna handle the pressure better? I know I'm in that lobby, I'm shaking like a leaf. Tapping buttons with 2 shroud screens down bottom middle. As both teams contend for the Rockets, the Bulldogs Sparkings good for 1. 3 dead for Sentinels, with 2 for Native White. It's a 3-kill game for now.
I mean, if you solely base it off experience and who's done it more and who's been here before, Sentinels have that upper hand for sure. You saw the Game 5 statistic wins as well throughout the season. Sentinels have done it 3 times against 2, whereas Native White have lost 2 Game 5s.
13-12, Sentinels kind of bringing it back a little here.
This game also fairly even as well, 13-12. Not much ammo left in the Stalker Rifle, but we'll have control of when that spawns a little bit later.
Boo, it's a friendly nade. Detrimental for the cause. The teammates are there to capitalise the damage that was initially put down on tapping buttons. They get that kill, they secure it, and they retreat. 3 members of Native White now against 2 members of Sentinels. 3 dead somehow, some way. Lethal still alive, has half shield to play with. He steps out once more and gets the kill. Sentinels take the lead.
Takes the lead 17-16 here.
4v4 on just one side of the map, it felt, but it was Sentinels who made the switch just a little bit better there. Looks like it might happen again. This arcade is going to be flooded with players.
Wow.
Falcon gets the opener, that will be traded out. But Mikwin also falls to Boo. Bulldog is going to be a big difference maker in this game. We know it, they know it. The Stalker Rifle is going to be a big focus as Collect tries to escape, but does not. These Rockets up in 25 seconds, but lethal. Solid shots on the suspect.
Lethal by name, lethal by nature. Beautiful shots as he slides across the map, gets the kill as well. Spark desperately trying to close the distance. He knows how important the Bulldog can be and how much damage he can do at close range. Looks to re-engage across the other side of the map. Sends a couple of warning shots. But Native White have a damage advantage, but with good reason, because Sentinels stepped out to get the Rockets and the fall down the bottom of B stairs. As do Sentinels, all 4 fell for a moment.
Wow, Native White coming back already, 26-23.
He's just kind of listening at the moment to see if teammates have the info on spawns. Sentinels just keeping themselves at arm's length at the moment. They don't want to show. Because they know for one this rocket could not only get a kill, but it opens up a push, but Mikwin's falling to Boo.
Native White are a man light here. Make it 2 as they trade back and forth. 3-kill game. Lethal trying and successfully living. He's got Suspector over towards Cafe, who slipped away again. Threat sensor goes down, not picking up the information that he would want. Next bottom middle now, big stairs. It's so cagey, it's so nervy.
Boo, every single time seems to be getting the opener.
You're
That's
dead.
a great reply from Native. They have the extra player now. Lethal trying to finish off that damage. That's an experienced veteran right there. In and out, job done, and now back to where you were previously.
31-28.
He heads towards heaven. And he rained down fire and brimstone. We're here and be a little bit of a nightmare for Native White. Good damage. Gives up territory, gives up the spot for now. Look down long haul, Mikwin, half shields. Lethal continues to do really good damage on the map. But it's Native White who still hold the lead of 3. Rockets in 10. They're going to be huge.
6 minutes left on the clock. We've lost half the time. As both teams just kind of eyeing each other up now. Shroud Screen goes down to cover those rockets. And it's Native White who are there waiting to pick them up. It's collected again. Connects with 1, as well as the rest of the team picks up 2, and now suddenly it's a 6-kill lead for Native White. Sen on the back foot, they weren't able to get those rockets. This could be huge for Native White. Chances as Spartan also falls. It's a 7-kill lead.
And Native White are starting to feel themselves now as another rocket goes in.
Wow. If Sentinels loses, it doesn't even make top 12?
Kills the difference between these two teams.
Top
In
8?
Game 5.
I just can't believe that.
They're successful. Sentinels are going home with a top 12 placement.
Which
Yeah,
is
top
crazy
12.
when you consider the tournament that they had in Salt Lake City when they were in second place. And we were thinking of what we might see from Sen for the rest of the season. And they found themselves going to top 8 in Fort Worth. They're on the brink of now top 12, but Native White, the job is not done yet. A 6-kill lead is still not enough. It's 7, they're up to 40.
Wow.
The rifle that's coming up could really help them, but it's the Bulldog from Collected is allowing them to get yet another kill. But he has passed it on. That's a power weapon for Sentinels to work with.
Great poke damage to the Spectre.
This is actually crazy if we're gonna see this.
Will retreat. Mistakes at this point could be detrimental. Collect gets the opener again. And he stays alive in red, which could be even more important. Bigwood's gonna follow.
Nope.
Collect again gets the kill. Spartan in the 1v1. Collect down to one shot. Spartan
Oh, wow.
top. 5 kills now, the difference.
Native White need to be careful here. They want to play into some of Sentinel's traps. Sentinels have time to work with. 4 minutes on the clock, so they don't have to panic and rush. Boo, that's the Stalker. It's a 4-kill game now. Rockets are going to be coming up. If Sentinels get out of these rockets,
Oh my god.
gets another one,
It's a 3-kill game now.
suddenly starts to slip away from Native White. Tapping buttons has gone down. Rockets have been picked up. It's Sen, they're back in this game. It's 42-43.
Wow.
Native White, they were up by 8 at one point, but Sentinels showing their experience as we're all tied up.
What shots from Lethal? The back big one away on the rails. He had but a pixel to aim at. And he hit all but 3 bursts. And now it's Sentinels in the ascendancy. They have a 1-kill lead. And Rockets are heading into PD, but not even required. 2 kills separate these teams as we head towards the end game.
It's only one push really that Sentinels need. It could all be chained off of this kill from Spartan with a rocket. If he can find the first, which he does, but Spectre's traded it, it's a killing spree. 47-45. Sen push one way, Native White push the other.
These teams continue to push and pull. And it's Native White who have made it towards Red Room. Spartan has got to be careful here. Grenades go down, he's aware. He cannot fall, because it could open the door for a collapse. 3 members of the Native White positioned over towards this arcade side. Tappin Bull continues to jiggle peek. He's done good damage. This could be the moment. As they continue to hold, Tappin Bull falls. Voodoo's there. One more kill. Is it going to be the dog? Mickwin runs. Mickwin will survive for now. And he gets chased down. And
Wow.
wins the game for Sentinels. They keep their tournament alive.
The lights are still on in Sen City.
Wow. Sentinels just totally clutched. If I'm Native White and I choke that,
Try as they might, they keep so close. An 8-kill lead.
damn.
Sen will clutch up. As Boo stood up and said, that's what we do. Maybe we get to see another Sentinels run in this tournament.
Damn.
They guarantee
Alright.
themselves top 8. And their elimination bracket will continue.
That's actually insane, bruh.
You know, they have ambitions of going further.
This is stream 8 too, isn't it? Yeah.
Minimum the championship Sunday. They iced up.
Damn.
They showed resilience. And they capitalized on the mistakes that Native White gave up.
It's going to be a sleepless night in Seattle for a few of those players on Native White, that's for sure, because an 8-kill lead is not something you expect to be thrown away at this level, but it's so difficult when momentum is gathered like that from the other team, especially when rockets were then secured. And it was the patience from the likes of Spartan. He had those rockets, he picked his time. You saw there were several members
That's
of the
crazy that they won that. Native White should have won that.
Sentinels knew that was their moment, and they burst out onto the arcade. And they find themselves winning 3-2. There's your final confirmation of the series layout. Native White go home, but Sentinels, they stay strong.
Native White season is over. Sentinels push on. Dan, we have to talk about Native White's run. They made it top 12 again. They looked damn good before they fall to the sword.
They really did. I mean, if you consider at Fort Worth it was a 3-0 loss to Sentinels, but now a very close 3-2, which probably could have gone in their favour on a different day. They have been able to jump from, you know, an average team in the previous event to a very strong one, and hopefully as we progress to the next season, because unfortunately their season is over, maybe we'll see Naked White back on top again.
Well, I know I want to listen to the Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Blaze got an interview with the Iceman himself.
Thank you so much, Pastors. Give it up, Seattle, for Sentinels as they continue on with their tournament run. And Boo Boo, I know that was a stressful match for you. Losing the first map, you guys go up 2-1. We saw a possible comeback happening in map number 4 that really didn't happen. And going into that game number 5, you were down about 8. I saw the score about 40-33. You're winning on a 17-5 run there. Talk to me about those final moments. How were you feeling when you were down there? How did y'all make that comeback possible?
I mean, you just play to the end. You never give up, and that's why you never give up. We were down like, I saw 39-31, I think.
Okay.
But we got those rockets. I had a stalker. I didn't miss a single stalker shot for like 2 minutes straight.
You definitely did not.
And the team just like, we just played good. We played aggressive. We didn't care what the score was. We just played it accordingly and came out with a dub. It was about time we finally clutch up.
You definitely did clutch up right there.
Oh yeah, you did.
Time here at Champs, everybody, you know, kind of saw what the perfect play had to be in that moment. You guys set the pace, and what a fantastic victory. But you guys are here in the losers bracket and haven't had the results that you wanted. How do you guys plan on building off of that going forward with the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta just live in the moment. That didn't happen. The other 2 didn't happen. We gotta go next and just keep.
Go next, yo. Okay, have that goldfish memory. Don't worry about nothing else. Worry about the next matchup. Anything you want to say to these fans out here who was cheering, watching this awesome comeback?
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully that was entertaining. Thank you guys for showing up and supporting Sentinels. Appreciate it.
Give it up for Sentinels and Boo Boo one more time. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. We love seeing you pop off on the main stage, and rightfully so. That was such a tough
Can't believe
series,
Sentinels actually ended up coming back to win that. It's crazy.
Before that, you know, we needed to see these kind of ice moments, these clutch ups in these really close games, and they did exactly that. Absolutely incredible from Sentinels. They keep their tournament alive and say goodbye to Native White. But that final map 5 was just absolutely glorious. I mean, just clenching here on the desk. We just couldn't believe what we were seeing. But Wes, talk to me about the opening Sentinels gave themselves to walk away with that series.
I mean, we saw it from Spartan's point of view. I'm so happy we had an opportunity to interview Boo Boo Doo Boo because I noticed he picked up the stalker rifle, and all I saw in the bottom left of Spartan's screen is Boo Boo Doo Boo kill, Boo Boo Doo Boo kill, Boo Boo Doo Boo kill. This is the final moments where they have the advantage, they have the numbers, they want to go after that 1 kill to get. But it really was Boo Boo with the stalker rifle, the X factor for the series, stepping up and making sure Sentinels' tournament run is not over yet.
He certainly did indeed, and that created the opportunity, the openings, the control, and that's so important, especially in this layer. If you have control, you're going to be getting kills. You're dictating where they're spawning. If you're blocking spawns, you are able to then know where the threat is coming from and clean up accordingly. It was just really, really nice to see such an incredible ending to that series. Tony, I will say though, Native White had some fight.
I want to make sure I'm right. Okay.
And I've got to say that map 4, bringing us to map 5, was absolutely exceptional.
So yeah, 6 p.m. is when Winter Semifinals 1 is.
He really made that
and
game
so is
Liam
round 2.
Into that Slayer. Talk about these final moments.
Yeah, this was crazy.
On stream B.
Did you notice that there was a point where Falcade and the Boo Boo Doo Boo could have hopped in the hill a little bit early to maybe close it out? Look how close it is right now. We're literally a second or 2 worth of timing where if they would have jumped in that hill early,
So I don't know.
it could have been the win right there, but then Native White come in, tapping buzz, making plays.
I do want to see, are they saying which?
Third one before finally going down, tapping buzz, literally took down 3 members of Sentinels with him, and Native White really made it tough in that game number 4. That was a big win, and I'll be honest with you, I was scared for Sentinels.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified for Sentinels. At that moment, it was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm
And something
assuming.
that I really loved, Wes, that I noticed in that map 4, honestly, from both sides of the coin here on this main stage, was the playing your life. the being able to stay alive in certain situations, that is why we saw the knife's edge at the end of that one, and being able to re-engage and knowing when you need to re-engage, when you need to stay alive, and how important that really was. You know, we saw Falcated kind of hop out of the hill there with a split second of the time left, and that's because if he had died in that situation, they would have lost it earlier on before tapping started popping off.
Yeah, so many different moments where I thought, oh, it's over. Oh, this game's over. Or so-and-so
Trying to
choked,
see.
yada, yada, yada. Eventually, Native White do get that job done in Game 4, but it was as chaotic as ever a Halo Infinite game is.
Yeah, they're not
and that
saying.
just goes to show you every
So I'm gonna
single life
assume
matters at this World Championship, and that is where Native White will fall short. One,
The Optic
White
plays
could have
first.
changed on that Street Slayer even, and it would have dictated a lot differently. And I mean, they could be moving on, but that's going to haunt them for another year.
It certainly will indeed. We're going to take a look right now at our brackets as well, because of course, Sentinels will go forward. We say goodbye to Native White. Sentinels, they'll be going up against Shopify
Rebellion
Short
G1.
days
Damn.
earlier on. They
Damn.
3-0 G1, so things are looking up for that, and we also have more round ones to go. We also do have our winners bracket, of course, and on the brighter side of things here at the World
Yeah, so the winner.
Championships, we have 2 semi-finals, and I've got to say,
Bangers.
this is looking very mixy indeed. Optic Gaming versus FaZe and Quadrant versus Space Station Tony. 2 incredible semi-finals prepped and primed to go. What are you making of these?
I'm not really surprised. Let's be honest with you. I mean, this has been kind of the top 4 run going on all year long. Quadrant have been absolutely incredible. Optic have really stepped it up when it matters most, and obviously FaZe and SSG are 2 of the favorites to win it. So I can't really say I'm truly surprised. I will say though that Native Red Game 5 against Quadrant, a heartbreaker, 50-49.
Yeah, I'm hungry right now, but I also don't want to be eating while the boys are playing, because like full focused attention is going to be on the boys for this game. This game is going to be.
Native Red a little bit later on in the elimination bracket, but coming up next, we will have our first winners side of things coming your way. We've got
Who is it?
Space Station versus Quadrant happening on the main stage. It's going to be an absolute banger. You won't want to miss
Oh,
it.
the boys aren't playing till later? Damn. All right. And I might go get food. I thought the boys were playing first.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD,
The Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel,
and by
The wrong button.
Zowie.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix them.
This is the world's most advanced processor.
Alright. Well, since they are going to be next, I'm going to go get food, so I will be right back, guys.
Obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving. Powers cloud services for billions.
Sentinels must do it because they're the best.
All right, guys.
I don't know.
We're back. I'm not gonna have face cam on while I'm eating just because y'all don't need to see me eating.
Quite sizable at this point in time. They're even going to go for a trip cap here as well, but there's going to be a shutdown for that one over toward A. Bound can't stay alive long enough though. Trip cap comes in for just a brief moment as A is going to get flipped over. You got a few members down here for SSG. Let's see how Quadrant responds.
Yeah, Stellar has just been glued on top of that ledge, doing so much damage. MVP, not MVP performance, almost taking out Chick, but the damage has been done. Chick gets cleared up, Sika's down, make it at 3 with Legend falling, and we now have a 125-point lead here for Space Station.
And it's only going to continue to climb up if they keep playing like this. Penguin now, top mid. Knows where the pressure is going to be coming from, but he looks away at the wrong time. He knew that they were going to be coming Cafe because he saw that player jump over, but that was just some timing that ruined him. He hates to see it. Oh, Legend tried to go in for that melee, doesn't get it because of the really crafty dash that was used at that exact moment to avoid that and keep that fight going. And this has looked very good for Space Station, as every single time Quadrant think they have an opening, an opportunity, it's Space Station to answer back right away, just as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and Space Station clearly are outslain, but it hasn't been anything super extensively. I mean, we're not seeing them like outslay 2-1. The slays are within reason. We're within 10 kills. They've been outslain about by 30% more kills. And the score is nowhere near. So huge props to Space Station for just slaying and being incredibly efficient with their slays.
If you're Quadrant, you don't want SSG to hit that 200-point threshold, but you have no choice but to accept it because Bound's got the snipe in the overlook position. You don't really have many angles to try and contest. And C and B control is going to be really difficult for this team to break out of here. And Bound's just pretty much not being contested, and he has the freedom to just do what he wants. I was just as I say that, but he'll go back for the peek again and get the headshot.
Those double backs, these players at this highest level are going to do that from a long range. When they're not being contested so closely, they're going to say, yeah, I'll take one more pot shot at this.
Bound continuing his life here. Sika inside of the hill. They do manage to get the trip cap for a moment here, and he goes right in for that no-scope, hits the body shot, but now we're going to see a flip coming in potentially here for Quadrant. Problem is that they haven't been comfortable the entire game. Every time they get a site flipped over, there's Space Station answer right back. This time, they finally get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but this is one of those times for Quadrant, they essentially have to get that trip cap. They need to close that gap a little bit longer. You can't expect against a squad like Space Station to just hold on to a 2-cap setup for 150 points.
I think they're doing it, man. They're trying to go for it, but Chicks he needs to respond to this player here. Unfortunately, they lose Sika. He's got 2 players to deal with. And a massive double kill there for Chick is going to keep the yard area cleared for him. Does he have any help as well? My God! He wins another battle. Chick is on fire.
That's going to be a trip cap still staying in effect now. The question is, where are the spawns coming from? Looks like Chick knows they're spawning over in the hotel or over in the market somehow. Stellar threading the needle on those shots from the pillar and finishes off Chick. That's going to be the opening. No, it's actually Stellar coming from behind that loop. I was wondering how he hit those shots with that doorway.
Yeah.
Really no, this SSG team
they don't
is
want to let anyone get on that
cracked, bro.
Here. You can't let Chick do what he did, for the rest of this game. Otherwise, Quadrant are going to be right back into this
Bound is crazy though. As much as I don't like Bound.
As we go to map 2, so they need to be mindful of the fact that even though you have this sizable lead, it could change at a moment's notice.
This gap is already closed, Golden Boy. It is now a 60-point game between these two.
Oh, that's a big win.
Space Station are still 3 down. Stellar, the only one alive here is Space Station. Gonna try to break out and not get them stuck in the spawn trap. And look at this, the same position Chick was holding. Sika is holding now. He must know that if he's just a little bit down that ramp, he's generally blocking those loop spawns and those spawns down lower, LR. So, brilliant play. Doesn't matter which player it is from Quadrant, they're all on the same page, hold the right positions.
Wow. That also was a great play that we saw there from Eco. He knew pressure was coming from the driveway, never exposed himself on the pillar.
Good plays by SSG though to get this back.
And then had his teammate come from driveway to pick up that kill. SSG's right back in this one. After giving up a sizable amount of points here, SSG could very well win game 1.
Yes, and Quadrant drops 2 members. This could be the dagger.
10 points
3
left.
down, Legend, the hero, the only one alive, gets taken down by Penguin. This one's looking like it's over, Golden Boy. 5 points remain.
Can anyone stop the bleeding? There was going to be an attempt there on B, but I don't think it's really going to matter all that much. And that is game 1. SSG strike first.
All right. SSG up.
And you gotta wonder what ifs there, Golden Boy.
Oh, yeah.
What if you don't get down to a 160-point deficit early on? It took them too long to...
exact
Well, how am I
picture.
supposed to talk when I see Elamite Jesus picture?
You don't have your Elamite Jesus picture?
I have the candle for him.
Okay, great. At least you have it. Oh, man. What a way to start things off. And let's not forget, Stronghold was the Quadrant game mode. And it still is.
Still is, but maybe Solitude, there's not there yet, or you have to give credit where credit's due. Shopify Rebellion barely winning, what, a 250 to 249 at last event against Quadrant here. We saw the power of Quadrant when they get control, when they get things going. Just Space Station, they just got to such a strong lead.
If there was a team that would have beaten Quadrant on Stronghold, it would be the number 2 best team in the game mode. So that makes a lot of sense. But if you're a Quadrant, you have to be very frustrated with this because they
You want to start off
They
strong.
lost to FaZe on Stronghold. They nearly gave up a Stronghold, I think, against Navi, I want to say it was. And then on top of that, too, you had a loss here, 250 to 200 SSG. It has to be a little frustrating, but at this point now, you can't worry about it. You have to focus on the Slayer.
Yeah, you have to move on, but that is going to be a little tough here for Quadrant. They want to start off strong there, especially when you look at a game mode that's been so good for them. They want to hold on to that and start off the series. And yeah, Space Station already getting some momentum. 11 straight Stronghold map wins in a row since Salt Lake City.
They're doing a Quadrant cosplay.
They have found the key to success there and rolling with it.
That is all you can ask from this SSG team. I think after the Invitational, everyone was like, oh, SSG on the up and up. And then we get to Fort Worth. Things kind of slow down a little bit. But in no way, shape, or form would you ever think that SSG isn't a championship contender. The way that they dominate opponents, the way that they control the map, this team has everything that it takes to move forward, but so does their opponent.
Yeah, and I know we said Quadrant in game 1. They absolutely need this game 2. It's pretty evenly matched based on their 2023 record. In 2023, Space Station are 8-7 on Livefire Slayer, whereas Quadrant are 7-5. So pretty evenly matched here, but not quite as evenly matched when we get to game 3, and I'll talk about the stats later.
Yeah, and we have Eco now. He doesn't really have much of a choice here. Can't really contend from this angle, so he's got to go help out his teammates to the side. That is going to allow them, though, to be able to get that overshield, which it looked like Quadrant were in a really good spot to do so, but Space Station is set up in the early days of that one, and they were able to lock it down.
Look at that target switching by Bound. Realizing they has overshield, he's going in, laying down shots on the house or window player, trying to hit another one behind the pillars. Every so often, he's making a quick slide and moving. He just has every single movement down. So impressive seeing how he infiltrates across enemy lines.
It's also been cool, too, to see how Bound has just grown as a player. You know, well, Bound and Penguin, both of these guys have just done so much as individuals to contribute to this team, to contribute to this World Championship duo in Stellar and Eco that has really paid off for them all season long. They're keeping this one really close, though. Quadrant certainly benefiting from that early opening gambit there when they were able to lock up 2 kills in their early goings. So they're going to ride that lead, but as I always say, it's a fragile one here. And this is where things are going to get a little hairy here, and SLG was not aware of that player on the high ground.
Not ready, and they're just taking too many low routes here. And this is going to be tough. If all these players kind of stuck down low and they don't have anyone up high, they need to reposition over towards Garage. And it looks like that's the push that Quadrant are making right now.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's an overshield coming up in a few seconds. I want to jump into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming and hear how they're going to acquire this.
Dummy door. See that? Sorry, dummy door. Master. It got one shot. They shot. Sick is on overshot, I think.
And the screen as
Last
well.
guy on overshot. Watch out. They're gonna spawn A, go fast.
Dude, I have a fucking recall.
We got it. Spawn green, dude. Green and cement was one shot.
Hey, bro,
point top. I have a shot. You gotta get yours in. Let's put kill forward. Should wait for us in.
I'm waiting.
How many times? I think there's a guy
Training weak.
Watch our training, watch our green.
Pillars, one shot.
Look at pillars. Bottom left. Back green, one shot.
Two there.
And behind me, 8 off. Watch our green. Top 8, top 1 box.
Go one.
Cement. Green still.
Alright, here you go. One shot. Three does.
Spawn in dummies. Dummies probably. That's a wrap to Braden.
Once again, another calm, cool, collected SSG listening, and with that, they end up getting the lead by 2.
And you heard
That was good play by Space Station Loki. Get the OB, let him go ahead, draw the attention,
saw the same setup without
then just
the
wrap
power,
around him.
where they're holding tower, they're holding top center and sandbags, and forcing the spawns over at Green and Garage. And just like that, Penguin gets a double kill with the needle and a mind the gap.
Hit him with the purple mist. I love it. Every single time I get to see him throw a kill. Makes me happy. Brings me joy in my life. 5 kills now here. Space Station have been able to peel away this lead away from Quadrant. As I had mentioned before, Quadrant, they had that really strong start at the beginning of it, but ever since then, it has been the coordination of SSG that has come out on top here, but a great battle win by Chick.
Yeah, Chick getting a win there, but the rest of his teammates falling in that position, and it's a bit surprising. It feels like even the times when Space Station are blocking the spawns at Green and holding there, they don't have great avenues to get out of Garage. It feels like this entire time they've been constricted to this opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
I've yet to see Quadrant get somebody at tower for the last 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon because, oh, wait a minute. Okay, so there was a trade there. Eco manages to get the body shot. Just heard overshield coming up. It is going to get grabbed, back whack for Bound. Another overshield picked up there for SSG, but there was a call that it was not picked up quite yet, and it gets popped right at the nick of time as Bound's able to get that kill. Loses the overshield in the process, but should be able to get 2 for his efforts, which he does.
Yep, and all the way he is sliding on over, taking
I'm telling you, man, Space Station is different.
Every single time you
As
notice
much as
that
I hate half
he's
these
not
players,
just hitting a shot,
especially
he's
this man right
always
here.
moving to a new location as he's hitting
I
the
can't
shot.
deny he's fucking insane.
Tower now. Look at that.
Oh, we're gonna see if that turns into anything. I mean, it is a 6-kill game right now. That's a little scary, but also not insurmountable. But also not helpful when we're seeing all these 1v1 wins.
Yeah, that was something I was going to point out just now, is that we're getting a lot of these fights that are happening isolated away from everything else. And Quadrant, in the previous series that we watched him play against Native Red, they were doing an excellent job of backing each other up and always taking fights as a duo or having someone there to pick up the kill. This time around, Space Station has scattered them. It's like the lights turned on and they scattered away.
Let's see what happens here.
Hey, appreciate that, bro.
Whole time. And oh my gosh,
I'll see if I can catch you on Discord later.
Knowing that someone's going to come through the tunnel there. Didn't expect to get a back smack, though. Likely expecting to trade just melee damage.
All right, Quadrant has to, I think at this point, you know, I would say slow it down, but most importantly, above all else, just play together, because I think we're seeing them take so many fights separately. I would just want them to play alone here play together, work with each other, and just try and isolate some of these players here from SSG.
Slows down, like you said. That's got to be a little more helpful here for Quadrant. They also have control of tower. Down by 8, but we're going to see what happens here in these next 10 seconds as we got Camo and new sniper, or Overshield and new sniper popping up. Bound, the first one to go down. Using that playmaker here. Stellar, the MVP, also taken out. Is this going to be the opening that Quadrant needs?
Stellar's job there was to handle all of those pesky players that are going to be coming out of the dummy doors as well as short, but he ends up dying there. And I think we saw an Overshield attempted pop, but then died immediately, and it was picked up by Legend. This is huge now with 7 kills. You can't come back. You get a round of slays on this one, and you're in this matchup.
Yeah, this one is not over yet. We got a sniper. We got Overshield in the hands of Legend. Now, what can you do with it? He's going to get some kills. It's just how many and how much damage do you take?
He's looking for the mark. Finds one. That's a good target for him. Now Legend's looking for another. The call's been made, so they know that the attention's going to be here. The sniper, the Overshield, you know that those comms are coming through there, so they're going to be a little mindful of it, but as I say that, turns out not the case.
Damn.
He's living up to his name. Looking for another shot. But
Damn.
Wisely enough back away. We're now down to 4.
Gap closed down to 4. Still has 5 bullets left in the sniper.
Crazy
they
shot.
have them
They're all door.
stuck in the garage. How's Legend play this? He knows that they're all coming towards him. Somehow hits a headshot to Stellar.
But they got to follow it up. They only have 5 kills to catch up on. I say only, but it's 45-40. So if anything, this is where things are going to be a little hairy here. He goes down. Pressured! Oh my word! He just hit him with a clothesline from hell.
Damn.
That was amazing. Now he goes looking
Nah,
for another
Eco's
target
cracked.
here, but he does not find it. Instead, it's going to be Chick who gets the mark on his man. 47-42. 3 kills left for SSG.
This is the difficult time. Space Station happy to trade out damage, trade out kills. Right there, just tossing a desperate grenade. Stellar MVP also gets taken down. That's a big opening right here. Third player falls down in the form of Bound. They got a spawn trap here over at green. How does Quadrant decide to play it? It looks like they're charging for the kills. This is gonna get some messy spawns, but it could result in 2 free kills there for Quadrant, and it does.
Wow.
Game, Gold Boy.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. This isn't good. Because it looked like Space Station were gonna lock up the game, but instead it's Quadrant now coming back.
Oh my God.
What a win against the MVP. The overshield's gonna come up here, but the kill comes through at the last second, and it's 50-48. SSG. Whew, what a game we just saw from Space Station as well as from the boys over in Quadrant. This series has delivered time and time again, and it just started. I feel like it just started.
Insanely close, but it feels like every single time just Quadrant aren't able to get that initial step, that initial lead, that initial maybe even position that they need.
It's the initials, right?
It's the very start, the first few minutes, the first third of the game.
What do they do after they successfully start with their opening strat? Because that's what happened this time around. They were able to get 3 kills right out of the gate. You're like, oh, hey, this is looking pretty good for Quadrant. And then you look on the other side, and it's SSG. They're like, you can have those 3 kills. We're gonna get OS, we're gonna get Heatwave, we're gonna get Sniper, and we're just gonna come up in this game. So if anything, I feel like, yeah, you're right. The opening is solid for Quadrant, but it really is like that mid game. They have to bounce back faster, otherwise they find themselves needing to come back yet again.
Yeah, just getting to too many deficits here, but look at this. Legend and Stellar, the 2 top dogs of both these squads. Legend coming out having that engagement, but shortly after his teammates fall, as you see a 3-on-2 over at the tower.
Oh, those 2 kills came in quick succession, thanks to Penguin and Eco. And there you have it. So, you see this.
Damn, guys, that was a close one too.
Tail of the tape for SSG.
I mean, hell, I would definitely prefer to play
Still winning. One of the most consistent teams in the league.
Quadrant than Space Station.
You stop them. You got to do it here, Quadrant. You have to bounce back now. Your only choice is a reverse sweep in order for you to make history for European Halo.
Yeah, reverse sweep is going to be their best chance. However, it needs to start here. Clearly, this is a must-win game. However, stats are not looking as good for Quadrant. When we look at these teams' records here on Recharge King of the Hill, Space Station 7-2 record. Quadrant 1-4.
Oof. Can I get an oof in the chat? Man, that's a little rough.
Russia, let's get an oof in the chat.
And I think, if anything, that should give a lot of SSG fans, sigh of relief. But it's Quadrant. And I feel like this team, even though the stats may not be in their favor, they will find a way, Dave.
This Quadrant roster out of Europe has been strategizing so incredibly well. They don't get the same level of practice as we do out here in the US, consistent top teams and top players.
Here the whole time
and one thing
now.
we have, they've been out here for a couple of weeks. They've been grinding. I believe they did a boot camp out in Texas. And one thing to take away is we always keep talking about how these other teams are picking apart the strategies and adjusting to what Quadrant been doing and taking away the stronghold strats. We've been talking about what Quadrant been doing behind the scenes to fix maybe some errors on something like King of the Hill or Recharge King of the Hill. So let's see if they can come through here on game number 3, fix up anything that's been going wrong in the past, and start a historic reverse sweep because they need this game or they are getting down to the elimination bracket.
Some of the players to keep an eye on here, even though Chick had a few
Damn.
brilliance in game 1. You also got to look at the man who does it all, Penguin.
The KD of .74 is actually crazy.
Does everything that you need on this team, Dave.
Also, I'm like, we did Chick dirty here. It's like, hey, Chick, look at the camera for this. Like, is this good? Am I gonna be looking at a great shot here? Like, no, we're gonna put like bad stats next to you in that one.
But that is a good smoldering headshot.
It's a great headshot. Don't get me wrong, but like, if we knew we were gonna put next to some stats where it's like doesn't reflect how incredible a player he is, he would have put a different face.
Now think about it like this: imagine him looking like me, and then looking like him with those stats. I'd rather take him looking like that with those stats than me. All right, could be it. A 3-0 sweep on the table, or the start of a historic reverse sweep. We'll find out in just a little bit, or it could very well be a 3-1, which in that case, forget the narrative. But I do think that no matter what happens here, this one will go down to the wire because King of the Hill we've seen some insane games on top. And what an opening here for SSG, shutting down the players pushing over toward blue side and just denying them any kind of positioning whatsoever.
They did a 3-1 charge. They sent 3 members of Space Station through control. 1 player holding out in the center, getting ready to grab camo after, and because of it, they just ran through all these players at Quadrant into the control and Hydro.
An incredibly scary start here for Quadrant, if we're being honest with ourselves. That is not what they wanted, especially after these last 2 maps. But they were waiting, trying to suss out where this camo player is going to be, and they did identify Stellar, but they'll continue to hold this one down. Now here comes the opportunity for the push. As Stellar got an angle, he thought that there was a player going to be top tower, but instead he ends up being caught looking on that one.
Yeah, he also did what I would categorize in early Halo as like, you see a grenade and if you slip past a grenade explosion, you know you are past what they're expecting. Like there's a lot of times if you see someone throw a grenade and you slip past it, you might as well take that avenue because someone's gonna be looking away. So he saw the opportunity, took it because it was given, and then kind of put himself in the corner. It's like, oh man, like I don't know if I actually want to be here now.
Yeah, it's those little moments, right, where you think you have the right call, the right play. Even in that instance there, Bound, he was just doing everything he could to just try and stop SLG from getting inside of the tower, but SLG's running rough shot on everyone, gets himself a triple kill.
Huge trip. Now he's going back to block Hydra a little bit and now getting ready to help over on elevator side. Feels like this is coming out a little delayed though. Doesn't seem like Quadrant have as much support to shoot towards this pistol pit or towards Needler as his team's trying to grab this hill. And now they're back in, but at what cost? They had a full setup. They could be anywhere they want, and they aren't grabbing that time. They gave Space Station all the time to push out, and they got all the kills now.
Yep, sure did. They got 2 down. 3 down now, with Chick being the last player left alive. Is anyone going to be there to try and stop this? Camo's been secured now yet again for SSG. There has been a kill there from Chick, but he's going to die immediately after that. Seek off the respawn.
Overkill for Bound.
Overkill for Bound is going to lock down that first point, and SSG is on the board.
Space Station not only on the board, but they have control of the next hill. Eco realizing pressure coming from this direction, so he's going to rotate on over towards the pipes and see what he can find. Gets the first few shots in SLG and finishes the kill.
They had to eliminate that camo player though, and they did identify where he was. Eco, not long for this world, with that power item in his hand. Oh, that's unfortunate for Bound, losing that battle in the Whirlpool. Happens to the best of us though. Big win there for Chick. Does get taken out with a remote detonation that comes through with the shots on the other side, so clever play there for sure. SSG looking to remove Quadrant from this back portion of the site, but with those 2 kills coming in, I don't really see that happening unless that player on the flank can have an answer, and he does.
Looking at that POV though, you saw Penguin looking towards SLG, you saw Bound chasing SLG. SLG got a double kill and had the remaining 2 members looking his direction. You can't ask for more of a distraction and support from one of your teammates than what we just witnessed there.
Yeah, and all in an effort to just pull this attention. So well done, excuse me, by the
man.
only SLG who's had what an incredible career, to be completely frank with you, in European Halo. Continues to add on to his accolades here. But
Ooh, good rotate there, good wrap.
Is they'll go ahead and punch you right in the mouth. They don't care. They'll grab whatever they need, and they do just that. So
He knows where they want to go.
Control. They have shock rifle over toward long haul. Spawns are coming over toward elevator, and this push is going to have to come through, but they're going to be met with a lot of resistance, Dave.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. I mean, they know the spawns are on an elevator, and look at this slight repositioning. Stellar in the perfect spot before when they were all stuck over at elevator, realizing that the push hadn't come through, and then rotates over towards Sneaky. Now just delaying and doing so much damage, eventually takes out Chick.
That camo's still available as well. No one's gone for it. 2 players down now, only 1 down for SSG. And yet again, it's going to be SSG grabbing the camouflage and using it to great effect here. It's been pretty much the name of the game for them in this one.
I think we're seeing a 3-0 here.
Power items completely. Quadrant have not had any opportunity to be able to use those. And this is very well going to be that second point locked in if they can manage to get a body in there in time, which they should be able to. But even then, though, these spawns are going to be on the opposite side, and that is 2.
Look at how one step ahead Space Station are there. They realize those players are pushing the pipes to get an angle from Bat Ledge or from top goal, and they meet them over at the pipes. They fight them at the pipes where they're not even expecting the battle.
Yeah, because you would think at that time the rotation's going to come through, but then this is when your opportunity to push. SSG had a great read on that, and they're going to be benefiting greatly from this. And they're already at the halfway point, Dave. This is looking like utter domination from SSG, not what I was expecting at all.
And that has to hurt so much from Quadrant, too, because during that last push where they pushed out the pipes, they spawned an elevator. They said, we're going to make one last-ditch effort to try to stop this C-plat hill. They leave elevator, they push towards pipe, they push towards control, they get wiped, and then they lose the elevator spawns. And because of that, Space Station got half of the hill captured immediately.
Yeah, but just as, they were able to do that, that last play managed to get Quadrant a little bit back into this. The issue is, it never really felt like they were playing from a position of strength. Whereas SSG knew exactly what they wanted to do as they made that push happen and they locked this one down. They can get this third point and it seems like no one's going to be in a position to stop it. They have not been able to extend outside of it just yet, but it doesn't matter. They got the third point.
3-0 already. Nah.
Quadrant need to step it up here and now.
This is it.
The only answer they really have at this point is they need to
Bound, why did you jump into a nade?
with firepower. They're getting outslayed currently 41 kills to 31 kills in this game. So if they want to have a chance here, they really need to start slaying because objective efficiency only does so much. That's generally when you're around even slays. Clearly, Space Station getting the better of them right now. Sika with this camo. Let's see what he can do to help create this opening. They're in a good spot to capture this fourth point, but they have to do that not just here. They have to do 3 more points in a row.
Oh, he's gonna get that nade. Big kill. Does he get the other one as well, though? No, he does not. He was so focused on that player, making himself such a hard target for Eco. Just yet again, showing why he's had so much success in Halo here and trying to go. Oh my goodness. He had no idea. He's letting him know. He's letting him know what's really good.
And those are heartbreakers. The situation with Legend
Bound shooting bodies is crazy.
Is checking every single corner and getting another back smack over on the Sika.
This is it's
Bound shooting. This is why I hate Bound. He started shooting the Optic Boys bodies when he played for Cloud9, and then he got shit on at Worlds last year. So if I were you, Bound, I'd watch really careful what you do, dog. Because if I remember correctly, you got shit on last year, kid. So learn your spot. Shooting bodies is fucking wild. Oh man.
Still getting the kill even though he's flying away. And I think that SSG is feeling rather confident at this point in time. They have every right to be, given the positioning where they are. And the fact that Quadrant have really just struggled to be able to get inside of blue. This is a difficult one. And then on top of that, you remember you're going to rotate to a new hill, which gets even more challenging. You're really just...
That's wild.
Quadrant here, and SSG's hitting everything.
Yeah, Quadrant have no choice but to try. And 3 members down, Sika's only one alive. Don't have many more push opportunities here. You have to not only push, you have to get Eco out of this hill. Then you have to jump in yourself and save as much time as you can. Penguin has camo. Time on Penguin's side. He's totally fine to run around somewhere else. Flank, get a kill. 0 damage come out of Legend there for a trade melee, and that is going to be devastating.
They're waiting for when that camo's going to drop down, which he does at the perfect time. For SSG, they get inside. They only have a few more to go. With that camo in, this is going to lock it up. And consistency is the name of the game as SSG strap a rocket ship.
Nah, bound shooting bodies is still crazy to me.
At a Halo World Championship, SSG do it.
Like, if I'm them, I'm not shaking Bound's hand right here.
Consistent all season long.
How's it you just like show up, you land, and then you're like, oh, by the way, we're gonna get top 3. that's nuts.
Guaranteed top 3, and we're not even to 4 p.m. here yet on Saturday, so SSG gotta be feeling good.
Quadrant, on the other hand, certainly
they had their chances. Those 2 games so close.
Yeah, you're right.
Just some slow starts on those 2. Game 3, stats not totally in their favor. We knew that one was going to be a struggle to come back, but you know, you lose some games that you maybe should win, or some close ones against SSG. It's gonna be tough to expect to take that series.
Well, and I also think too, like, we knew it was gonna be a struggle, but I did not expect SSG to control the map the way that they did. Quadrant looked as if they spawned up and they're like, all right, boys, what are we gonna do? And then everyone's just like there, waiting to do something. And they just couldn't, because SSG, every single time they had a thought, SSG was just on them, like white on rice. It's just, it's a very...
Nah. I actually still checked about bound shooting bodies. Like, That's fucking crazy, bro. Like, that's the disrespect is insane.
Teams in esports have been able to be as consistent as they are.
Yeah, they've just put on such performance, and what a domination of a overall scoreline. Yes, games 1 and 2 were close, but they got me feeling good. It's a 3-0. They're going into the winners bracket finals, guaranteed top 3, and you know they have their sights set on #1 here at Halo Worlds 2023.
And it's very, very doable for this team. Let's go ahead and hear from them because we got Bound standing by with the man, Blaze himself. Blaze, take it away, brother.
Thank you so much, GM Walshy. Seattle, give it up for Space Station Gaming as they go to the winners finals. Man, Bound, what a 3-0 that was on the main stage against a talented Quadrant roster that we've been seeing all weekend. Now, in those first 2 maps, it was really close. It looked like they were starting to make a comeback. Which one were y'all kind of worried about the most? Was it the Slayer, the Strongholds? They both got kind of scary at the end.
I mean, to be a top team, you can't really worry too much in those moments. You know, that's what makes you a good team. When you feel the pressure, you know, you just got to turn into a diamond. So that's what we did and close it out. So, yeah.
Hey, there you go. You closed it out. Okay, now, in this event, I gave your teammate Stellar the trophy for the most valuable player of the whole season. Now, we know he's a man of few words, but can you talk to me about the impact that he's been making here for this team this year?
I've seen things like I do in this game that I've never seen, like, ever. Like, when we scrim every day, my mouth is just open, just like, I just see him do the craziest shit every day, so. Yeah, he deserves it, for sure.
Nah, he definitely did deserve it, okay? Now, you guys are going to the winners finals. You don't know who you're going to play yet, but what do you want these Space Station fans to know in the crowd that's been cheering like no other for you guys throughout this event? And I know you guys are going wild in the chat. You guys love Space Station? Talk to him.
Love you guys. Thank you. It's awesome. Thank you. We should have had last event. We're still on our shoulder thinking about that in our minds. So we'll close this one out, get this one, get the ring. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to let you get back to work. Give it up for Space Station Gaming. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You're gonna love the Space Station fans. I love that. Coming out in full force, we had a taste of that in the hometown series win. I mean, absolutely incredible. And I got to say, that series spoke for itself for me. I think Space Station Gaming looking really good because Quadrant are no easy folk to go against. That opposition is always going to be challenging you. And we saw that in the first 2 maps, but that map 3, Wes, was an absolute clinic. What did we make of the kind of momentum that Space Station Gaming gained throughout that series and then really just started to post up in that 3rd one?
Yeah, so far throughout this tournament, SSG keep looking better, and better every single game. That last game was an absolute clinic. They wrote the book on how to play Recharge King of the Hill there, but this entire series, even though individuals on Quadrant made plays, it really never seemed like they had life to play with. Space Station are suffocating when they get control.
Yeah, some of these are crazy kills, though.
Making plays. The snipe falling into anyone's hands, especially in this live fire Slayer, was truly the difference maker for SSG.
It certainly wasn't.
That was a great win right there. That was very needed.
We saw Legend really popping up here. Background, he had the tower control. He pushed forward. We managed to get in house, but then this incredible win. He then peeks this window and Penguin is sniped up here and that double kill comes across the board, or sorry, a team double kill comes across the board quicker than you could even blink. I mean, it was absolutely heartbreaking for Quadrant. Talk to me about those final moments, what you're thinking there for Space Station keeping cool, calm, collected.
I mean, for Quadrant, like, even when things are going well for you, there's somehow still something happens that turns it around, whether it's the end of that game number 2, or even the end of this game number, or the beginning of this game number 3. Space Station up 1-0 in that game. You saw all of Quadrant kind of rotate over toward the H side, get ready for next hill. What do SSG do? They step out of the hill, grab camouflage, break that settle quickly, and then take over.
All right.
And then return to 2-0 into 3-0, and then we saw what happened. Just nothing really going Quadrant's way. SSG had control.
Certainly wasn't. Wes, you know, you're looking across the stats here. What impresses you the most when you look at these numbers?
It's the same story, but a different day for a Quadrant. Legend absolutely popping off, was winning some major key one-on-ones that you would think would give.
Yeah, no, Legend's crazy, actually.
Not the case. Bound had one hell of a series, but who stuck out to me the most was Eco. Eco, in so many different plays, was maximizing his damage output before getting taken down, and it just allows the rest of SSG to have so much success. But it really is a 4-man legendary team that makes this SSG team such a threat for this championship.
Completely. I actually love the way that Eco goes about his playstyle. I think it is an incredible playstyle. Maximizing damage, like you said, across the map makes cleanups really, really easy, but often he has an incredible shot and he will get those shots off easily. Double kills, triple kills. We've seen him pop a 50 on oddball before this season. I mean, it's just been absolutely insane to watch him. I think continuously grow as a competitor, despite the history that this guy's had as well. But it really is effortless when we go on to Eco's POV. Absolutely incredible from Space Station. I think, Tony, at this point in time, I want to ask you about Quadrant. Obviously, they go down to the elimination bracket. There's still a really good chance for them to make a serious run here. What do you think they need to clean up on? You know, they're meeting really, really good teams like Space Station. What do they now need to do to try and get the one-up?
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to hang my head low if I'm Quadrant. I mean, SSG, it's a tough matchup for you, and eventually you got to kind of GG, go next, hit that mental reset button, get down to the lower bracket, and do what you do best. You already have such great decision-making. You already know how to get aggressive and take over games when it's possible. Quadrant do what it takes in order to win. Now it's time to forget this happened, go down to the lower bracket, and do what you do.
I'm going to give a different answer. If I'm Quadrant, I don't feel good because right
Yeah,
now,
I was gonna say I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I don't feel good at all.
We know how much talent they have and how much hard work they put in, but you had your chance against FaZe, you couldn't get it done. You had your chance against SSG, you couldn't get it done. Well, you're at the World Championship.
You got to get it done.
You got to start beating these teams if you have championship aspirations. It's not going to happen if you can't beat two of the three best teams in the world. We've seen them beat Optic, but you got to figure out a way to have success against the other teams, or there's no chance you win a championship.
I like the conflict here. We love to see that kind of thing on the desk, but you are right about one thing, Wes, and that it is the Halo World Championships. And for you folks at home, that means our World Championship bundle can be yours. Absolutely gorgeous stuff here. We have so many items for you guys to get your hands on. We've got coatings for 8 different cores here. We've got victory wings. They're available from October 3rd to the 31st only, so they're limited time. Make sure you go and pick those up. And of course, a portion of all sales during this period will go to the winning team of the Halo World Championships here 2023. These are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, if Optic wins, I'll buy it, maybe. I'm not buying it if part of this goes to SSG. Screw that.
Armor's never looked so good, Wes.
No, they haven't. And I tried to convince the studio to put a 10% speed buff on that skin specifically, a little pay to win, but they went against it. I was like really pushing for it, but unlucky there. They did make me feel like I'm going faster when I rock them in-house though.
That is very true. They probably do give you some kind of mental buff, you know? Sometimes you need
Placebo
those.
effect.
Exactly, placebo effect indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we have so much more action coming your way on the main stage. After this break, we will see our next semi-final in the winners brackets. And folks, it's a grudge match. We've got Optic,
Optic and
versus
FaZe
coming up.
Oh, guys, I'm pumped for this. We're locking in for this whole match.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Oh, this is making me want to play this game so bad. Oh, excuse me. What is this? Firefight King of the Hill? What? Is this a new update? No! October 17th? Yo, Tuesday? Locking in. What is this? Heart of Gaming. Oh, it's a commercial. Damn. I thought it was gonna be some serious, like, fucking, like... Optic gotta get them in there, bro. Optic's gotta get their sponsor in. Mountain Dew, bro. Oh, those skins are so fire.
Mistake by Rich is based off FaZe Clan. 10 in a row for Royal 2. He's Royal 2. Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking. A triple kill out of Cormia. The triple's in front of him if he wants it. And then Jesus is cooking once more. Penguin again. He wants it.
I don't really care for SSGs. It's not really like... Theirs are weird. But Optics is fire as fuck. Quadrants are pretty fire too, I can't lie. Yes, but I want gun skins. Halo, release the gun skins. I want the gun skins out. I already bought this. Give me the gun skins back. I want new gun skins. Or release, or unvolt the old ones at least, bro. Come on, unvolt them. All I'm asking, bro. Unvolt.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future.
I'm bringing out the reclinement. My chair reclines and stuff, man. Like, this is just comfortable.
The future of our species is at great risk.
I've never seen this. I don't know if it's good or not. I have not been informed. I've thought about watching it, but... Right, lock in.
Hello folks and welcome back to the 2023 Halo World Championship.
Dude, I was so tempted to go. If I have more money in the next year, I'm going before the boys retire. Because I feel like Formal is getting close. I think he's going to quit eventually. Not quit, but retire eventually. And I feel like, honestly, if Formal wins this year, he may quit. He may retire. I don't know. But I also feel like APG, Brad might retire here soon too.
Lads, I mean, some of the plays that are coming out of day 2, and honestly,
possible he retires
are just
if they win.
Incredible, truly elite stuff. But honestly, all season long we've had some incredible plays, and we want to look back at how amazing those plays have been. And all weekend long, we'll be showing you some of our absolute favorites from this season. So here's another AMD Power Play of the Year.
Used to do that all the time in Halo 3 is take rockets, give up OS, and looks like they decide just to hold this training sesh rocket side, and look at that double kill from Formal, making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sab. That's gonna be a cap coming in, and it's an overkill. Back smack for the overkill.
So Optic tied up 1-1 Rebellion. They tried as they might to stop Optic in Tram, but they just couldn't do
this.
The
Was
job.
Arlington.
Has the Bulldog, gets the double kill, and they are pushing aggressively.
Triple.
This is a triple now for Formal.
And that's a killing spree. Oh my god. This man is cracked.
20 seconds left on the game clock. It will have to be back-to-back. It will have to be perfect. But again, you've got to deal with Formal. He'll find one. He'll find two. Making a triple Formal. 3 dead. He shuts down SSG single-handedly.
Formal hits
Yeah,
different,
no.
huh?
Formal is crazy.
I've got to say my
Lock
favorite
in for
line,
this.
And that is, give it to him. That is absolutely incredible. We love to see some of the incredible plays that have happened all season long. And yeah, Formal just hits different at times, and it's going to be that kind of X factor, that kind of, I don't know, that just historic FPS god, I suppose, instincts coming across the stage that might actually carry them to another dub here very shortly. But really exciting stuff, including, of course, our championship bracket, which has started here, day 2 of the Halo World Championship. On the winner's side of things, Optic, they find themselves in the semi-finals going up against FaZe, who are also looking to take down the green wall. And then you saw Space Station going up against Quadrant, who will now push through to the winner's finals, sending Quadrant, you guessed it, down to the elimination bracket, where we do have some other competitors waiting in the wings to see if they can continue their journey here at the Halo WC.
After the boys are done for the day, which is after this, I think, we may end it because it's just going to be the elimination.
A Native Red on the other side of this elim bracket.
We are definitely streaming all day tomorrow because it's going to be all the championship pretty much.
Who are still in the mix, and the elimination bracket is always a really mixy one. It's a really difficult situation. You have to have a really good head on your shoulders to be able to push through mentally. But I'm really excited about a couple of these matchups here. Sentinels, do you think they have what it takes to beat Shopify Rebellion after, honestly, a couple of difficult series that they had?
Absolutely. I would still give Sentinels the nod in that series, but Shopify is a very live dog. I can't tell you which way is that.
Whoever loses this,
the way Navi's playing, look out for Native Red versus Navi.
the only way I keep streaming is if the boys lose.
Are not on their A game. Navi can very
Boys
well
win, they're done for the night.
Possibly get a top 6 performance, their best performance yet at this World Championship.
They certainly could indeed. Well, let's set up our next match on the main stage. It is a grudge match right from the beginning of the year. Back in Charlotte, these two found themselves in the grand finals. And yet again, they're facing off on the main stage. Let's start with the boys in red, FaZe. This team could not get the better of Optic the last time they played, but I think they're a different breed at the moment. Tony, what are you making of this roster, the changes that they've made, the adaptations that they've had coming into this Halo World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you brought in Renegade onto this roster, and it's to win this tournament right here, right now. Everything's on the line, and I want to see FaZe come in hot. I want to see exactly, I mean, the last time we ran into Optic, it was a little tough, so definitely want to see FaZe come out swinging that game number 1 and really don't turn back from there.
I've got to say, Clutch, this first map is so important for this FaZe roster. The last time they played this exact map and mode, which is Solitude Strongholds, it was 250 to 10. A really abysmal kind of scoreline for this FaZe roster, and something you probably wouldn't have expected. How important is this map 1 going to be?
I think it sets the tone for the entire series, and if Optic can get off on the right foot, that's bad news for FaZe. FaZe need to figure out a way to not start some of these series slow, because so often do we see them going down 0-1, 0-2, and having to dig themselves out of a hole, and they are playing possibly what I would consider is the strongest starting team in our league in Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. On the other side of the stage, though, lit up in green with the green wall, watching them hopefully taking a dub in this series is, of course, Optic Gaming. Now, Tony, when it comes to Optic, this is the 4th time they're matching up with FaZe this year. They have managed to win the majority of these matchups and meets. But this is also going to be a difficult one because this map set actually is pretty crazy for both sides. So right now, I think the iciest will win. Do you think Optic are icy enough?
I think Optic really are. I mean, as of right now, you've been looking polished all tournament long, and like you said, this
Nah,
map layout,
dude, this team's winning. If they lose, I'm gonna be pissed.
10 the last time you matched up. Then you end up going into the live fire for game number 2, which is exactly what Optic want to see. Optic must be feeling confident on their way to the winners bracket finals.
They certainly should be. I think the scoreline kind of dictates their confidence level, and right now it's been pretty golden. We also do have a Strongholds head-to-head here, just because of how important this map 1 really is. And Clutch, when we're looking at some of the statistics that are going to be coming up on the screen in just a second, what are you looking out for in particular? When you are looking at head-to-heads in a map mode, what really stands out?
Traditionally, it's those objectives, but right now, this Solitude Strongholds, it's still the newest game type that we've added to the rotation list, and I think that the meta will evolve over time to where a lot of these numbers are going to be skewed and outdated. I'd like to see something new as far as what the meta for this map combination is, kicking it off. What a better way to show some new meta and a surprise potentially that throws off your opponent. And in this winners bracket semifinals against what I would assume is the biggest rival you have in the esports.
Yeah, indeed. I've also got to say, for the side of Optic Gaming, they really do have a serious contender in Formal. I mean, it really is such a difference maker to this team. Just a couple of stats here, Tony. In Worlds right now, he's #1 overall KD with a 1.68. He's also #1 in damage difference, #1 in Slayer KD, #1 in kills per game, #1 in Slayer damage difference per game, and #1 in.
And how the
overall
fuck is he not
damage difference
MVP?
per
Is
game.
all I want to say.
How many more #1s do you want other than really getting the 1-up over FaZe, right?
I mean, you did call him the FPS god for a reason. I mean,
Yeah, bro, because he's fucking him.
And when's the last time FOMO had a performance like this? Fort Worth, where they ended up winning. I mean, at Fort Worth, he was sitting with a 1.48 KD, 68.5% actually almost every single game. Like you said, the numbers that you put out there so far in this tournament really remind me of what we saw back at Fort Worth, where Optic Gaming were your champion.
Yeah, that's what else #1 Formal wants. The only #1 Formal cares about is being #1 tomorrow night at the end after the grand finals. This team, this kid has an opportunity to create their legacy, to continue to build what is this Optic dynasty that we have been a part of. #1 is what matters most, and I think that's my favorite part about Formal is the fact that no matter what, he is always focused on what it takes to win. Yes, he's great at slaying. Yes, he's a highlight reel waiting to happen, but he is always playing to win the game, and I think that that's what makes this Optic team so efficient when they have the power they do.
100%, and just to be devil's advocate here on the side of FaZe though, let's just remember the warm-up tournament that we had coming into Worlds. Let's remember the scrim results that we're seeing coming out of FaZe, the adjustments that these guys have made. You know, they did 3-0 Optic the last time they met online, and you know, this is something that you want to kind of consider coming into this matchup. I truly believe that from the comparison of Fort Worth, we're seeing kind of a different FaZe team here, just in terms of what they've been working on in West. I do think this is going to be a lot of a stronger matchup now for FaZe than it was previously.
Yeah, that 3-0 at Fort Worth, throw that out the window, because every time these two teams match up, something different happens, and this FaZe team has put in so much work coming into this tournament, preparing for an opportunity at another world championship for these guys. It's not often you see two teams on both sides of the stage with such ambitions, with such expectations. Both of these teams expect to hoist that trophy at the end of this weekend. They match up in a winners bracket semifinals. This could be our grand finals as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. This is going to be a ride.
I gotta say you're right, buckle in, because we're there. We're getting to the main stage right now.
Hurry up.
Optic
Stop
versus
talking. I
FaZe
wanna watch this.
It's happening right now.
Alright, let's go. I have to give him props, bro. FaZe is a fucking crazy team, bro. Frosty, Snakebite, Penguin, Royal 2. Like, this whole team was actually kind of cracked, bro. I mean, Renegade, obviously, they brought in. He's cracked. There we go, the boys. The FPS GOAT is getting ready to pop up on my screen. There he is. The fucking greatest Slayer alive.
It's a full house here in Seattle for the biggest game we've had on the main stage so far this tournament. It's one which has given us so many different results throughout the year, but in the winner's side of the bracket, at the Halo World Championships, we see Optic and FaZe match up once more.
You heard the Des saying that this is one of the matches that we came for this weekend, and that we could definitely see again in your grand finals. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. Neither of these
Walshy,
teams
Gold Boy, come on.
want to drop to the elimination bracket, certainly not this early. And they're
Alright, Strongholds on Solitude is the first map.
They need to get through one another.
Is this the same fucking thing they just did? King of the Hill on recharge. Slayer on live fire. The same fucking setup.
Rhythm of this series. Slayer live fire going to be map number 2, one that FaZe are extremely good at. As we work our way through the series, we'll see a lot more map mode combinations, but as I mentioned, this is where things will start. Solitude Strongholds, 250 points to win here. FaZe Optic, I've got to be honest, Andy, I'm excited for this one.
Very excited here to have these two face off, especially on the main stage of the Halo World Championship. We always knew they would meet each other. The question is, who will take the win in the winner's bracket? This is your winner's semifinal of Classico. FaZe here versus Optic Gaming. We are underway in game number 1.
Here we go then, everybody. The one that everyone's been waiting for, and maybe we're getting it a little bit earlier than we expected. Both teams still in the winner's side. And both teams, you could say with their performances as well, made a pretty good argument for maybe being a team to lift that trophy at the end of Sunday's tournament. Be going to be the point of contention, as you would imagine. Optic down numbers at the moment, but trying to flood through.
So much riding here on this series, it really cannot overstate it. And both teams know it. Neither one wanting to be the one that has to fight through the loser's bracket to get into.
Not a good start, boys.
Have to win a second best of 7. Staying alive here in the winners is huge, as it was 3 dead for Optic Gaming off the open. Trip cap early on here for FaZe.
Not a good start, boys.
Optic still with 2 dead. Trippy wins his
Trippy.
one against Snakebite. Lucy
Good win.
trying to back him up. It looks like the wrap back into A is going to be the play call here from Optic Gaming. Just
Good shit.
the bleeding for a few seconds.
Oh.
Frosty found himself a sniper rifle, and I've got to be honest, I've been waiting for Frosty to have the performance we're talking about at the end of a tournament so far this season. It's been the likes of Renegade, it's been Snakebite at times who's been that guy. Frosty, we know what he's all about. The World Championships is the perfect stage for him to perform.
Yeah, scary for Optic Gaming fans to think about if you have Frosty kind of dialed in, firing on all fronts, what he might look like here this weekend. An AB hold still for Optic Gaming as they get some points on the board.
Trippy going to be last alive though, so that should be a flip coming in, you would imagine. Unless Trippy can survive. Oh, Snakebite! There's some moves that anyone would be proud of. Still keeps the contest on B as his 2 teammates.
And the trade too.
Will work through and keep A and C in their control. It's a triple cap again.
Not a good start, boys.
Play from Snakebite there to not only win the 1v1, but also to force the trade there. Huge, and that keeps 3 dead as well. Trip cap continues for FaZe here at the 85 mark.
And this could be punishing. We know how punishing this map mode combination can be. All of Optic at the moment trapped in blue, trying to work out if they play for kills or if they try and rotate back and stem the bleeding by getting control of A. That seems to be the play call, but look at what FaZe are doing here, Andy. They're keeping the pressure on. They're trying to get aggressive here and take the kills towards Optic. We're trying to get back on the map.
You might have just heard a Let's Go Optic chant.
We have 9 total team kills.
AB hold here for FaZe, and they will continue scoring at the 122 mark as well.
They're rotating them at the moment, and Frosty with that QT is going to be able to survive. His teammates are moving in. Snakebite's there. Royal 2 is there as well. Lucid last alive, and FaZe have started this game incredibly well. 136 points on the board. Snakebite still alive, by the way. Frosty there to help.
And this matchup, of course, on the main stage, it goes without saying the biggest test for these two teams so far, but we're also learning about what have the past 6 weeks looked like in terms of a good prep. Right now, it looks like FaZe has done the work to show up in a big way. They're still up 142 to 15.
Trying to flip C.
3 dead again.
Staying alive, sniper rifle coming up. FaZe will be able to confirm.
I know we haven't played in a minute, boys, but come on.
Scoring in their favor, and now we get to see a little bit of Renegade, and APG is not going to want to see that again.
What a treat this is. You look at all 8 players on the stage. Former last player alive, by the way, getting collapsed on glass. He does get taken down as well. That's a clean 4 dead, and another trip cap for FaZe. You look at all 8 names on the stage, anyone can go off at any time, but right now it's Renegade with a killing spree.
Line them up. Renegade's going to keep knocking them down. A double kill coming in from the Demon. A triple cap still in effect. APG has 1 kill. Formal just 3. Lucid just 3. Frosty Sound 10, and FaZe are dominating Optic.
Speaking of Demon, this is some special sort of hell for Optic Gaming fans.
He's going to hit it.
Oh, boy, you think he needed maybe just a fraction of a second to do it. He does get taken down, though, to 16 to 17. It's a 200-point lead for FaZe.
Finally, Optic have a semblance of control.
This is literally a reverse of what happened last year. Or last tournament, where we went up, I think we won 250 to 10, and they're up 218 to 17.
And they keep scoring. Royal 2 now trying to contest bottom middle. Optic again, 3 dead. FaZe again, in full control. APG will fall as the last player alive, and even though C is going to be momentarily kind of contested by Optic, it will be reset. Now it's a triple cap once more. This is getting out of hand, and FaZe are looking terrifying.
APG was your last player alive in that scenario. All players spawning here in Cafe. Few points to go for FaZe.
This is going to be it, unless Optic can get anywhere near
That's
this.
ridiculous.
FaZe lay down a marker in game number 1. That was terrifying.
What the fuck did I just watch?
250 to 17.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Final slay count of 44 kills for FaZe against Optic's 19. More than outslaying them by double.
That is quite a statement from FaZe Clan here on the main stage.
Solitude, strongholds.
That is actually crazy.
If you're on top of everything, if your teamwork is there, if the shots are matching. And FaZe showing that they are feeling unforgiving here in the Halo World Championships. It's game number 1, of course. There's a long way to go in this series. But if this is the FaZe we expect to see here in Seattle, if they keep playing like that, they might be unstoppable.
Like we said, the question was always going to be who's done the hard work. You had about 6 weeks of time between Fort Worth and the Halo World Championship. A lot of time to study gameplay, to put in the reps on the game types that you needed. FaZe Clan was ready for this game type here. The scoreboard shows it without a doubt. Also the plays that we saw, the control, the sequences. And as
250 to 17 is embarrassing.
Clips from the players on FaZe, they show up in a big way. And now Optic Gaming needs to answer back here. Game number 2.
Here's some game mode records from the 2023 season, including the 2 teams that are playing on our main stage right now. Of course, these are going to be the next 3 modes that we do play. Slayer, FaZe Clan, just ahead of Optic Gaming. 40 and 15. How many of those have been game 5s throughout this year? Slayer's going to, of course, be the next map we find ourselves playing, or should I say the next mode we find ourselves playing as game number 2 in our series. And Live Fire is going to be where we find ourselves.
We know Optic Gaming with a strong live fire record, but they've kind of ebbed and flowed since the early days of Halo Infinite when they were undefeated on this map. They are back to a fantastic record overall on live fire, and they will need to rely on that here in game number 2 to avoid going down 2-0. We're starting things off Renegade in game number 2.
Renegade challenging multiple players. Snakebite there to keep him alive. Slides out, slides away. And of course, the battle for the overshield is pretty much, you would imagine, what's going to decide this game between the two when they're so evenly matched. And Renegade sneaks away with a sniper rifle. That's Heatwave Snipe in the hands of FaZe. And after the impressive game 1 that we just saw coming out of the FaZe clan, well, this has been an impressive start in game 2 as well.
If you had to pick one thing, you wouldn't want these 2 power weapons in.
I have one already, boys.
As well as
what are we doing?
Snakebite with an overshield and a 5-1 lead. FaZe with everything to play with.
Danger signs here for Optic Gaming. Repulsive as well here for Snakebite. APG going to fly out. APG will be dealt with, you would imagine, but no! He uses that dummy for just long enough to get his teammates onto the map. Renegade there to trade out the kill with that snipe. 3 bullets left for the Demon. The question is it going to be headshots or is it going to be bodies?
I actually take that back. Renegade might be in question for one of the best snipers. Renegade really is gross.
Cuts OS. You guys should go, right? You guys go, right? Yeah, let's wrap back BJ. Let's wrap back BJ. You're just hiding a B right now. Oh, let me Apple. Let me get PJ, come back. Yeah, Apple. Just show this. Apple. Let me try to get quick. We got Obi in 30 as well. Yo, PJ, come bottom mid. We're just walking. We're just walking. Tell me. Yo, I'm gonna slide this. The van with repulsor. I'm gonna walk up in the van, okay? Yeah, they have Heatwave and repulsor. Remember, they're probably playing cringe as fuck right now. Yeah. I got 20. Yep, there he is. Bottom mid weak. Nice, scammer. Yo, I'm back there. Yeah, Obi 50. Yo, killed me bottom mid. Chasing.
Right now is crazy.
1-1. Nice. One more key. Obi in 10. What a key. And on OV in tunnel, and on spawn B, guys. Still, you want to screens bottom mid, What screens? Are you done? Holy fuck! Nice, man. Shoot over. Yeah, look at us. He's on You're I'm looking at Skeeter. Sniper's out too, by the way. Nice. We got the same guy with you. There's two. I'm here, I'm flanking, guys. Yo, behind you guys, dummies. Two dummies. Yo, PJ, try to check E-Wave if we can, too. Follow me. I like that. We check E-Wave, yeah. I like that. He's on a One check heater, PJ. One check heater. I can't get John, When A climbing us, Lucy. Yo, Matt, we're not pushing. Take your time. PJ, no dust. PJ, yeah, we got sniper 20. They probably have heat wave, guys. No, yo, big snipe, guys. Big snipe. No, hey, what's up now? Nice, John. Big snipe, guys. Big snipe. I have you. Yeah, sniping 15.
I left you guys.
John, PJ, have your big door. I did double cuts with you.
No,
I'm trying to sit talking on the map. Yo, Matt, help John. Lead PJ. No, yo, I'm just trying to watch my play. Watch my top middle. Do not make sure I get sniped at 5. They were one big door. Yo, Matt, I'm watching left, okay? Just keep holding that top. Yeah, climb to the right. Well, half, John. Two to there, John. Two there, John. I'm getting charges. To the left, to the left. Yeah, aggressive. Nice, dude. Alright, live now, live. Yo, careful of a push. Yo, two left. Yeah, 20 cuts. Right, I'm looking. 20 cuts. Top cuts, loose. 20 cuts. Two cuts. They're gonna look like they're on back here. We can't get those kills. Elbow. He's at one charge.
Nah, he might actually. I take that back. He might be the greatest.
On C-plat on John's. He's cut, John.
He might be the greatest sniper in the game right now.
He went back here. Brett, can I get this repulse? Yeah. Try to. Yeah, Matt. Pillar door. Can you move, Mac? I'm gonna
Back me. Yeah, Sarah here.
Yeah. Yo, garage, CPD? Yeah, I'm kind of weak.
I'm just sharing your back.
I'm left. Turn out, guys. They're hitting, yeah.
Well, the intensity is there for FaZe. Formal gets 2 to keep this a little bit closer. Now Renegade left on his own after some pretty nice shots just a few seconds ago.
We'll eventually play both the Heatwave and the Sniper Rifle.
Right, that's good, boys. We got 4. He made the sniper go away. Good shit.
Tied for just a moment as well here. Chaos on C-Plat, bottom mid. Frosty trying to stay alive in a 1v1 versus Lucid.
I mean, we need to talk about how good Optic have been, right? Because we were talking about FaZe, how well they started the game. They were getting everything. Overshield, Sniper Rifle, Heatwave. But Optic have gone into a lead. They didn't let those deaths start to stack up. They didn't get cycled. And even though Renegade has found the next Overshield again for FaZe, look at how hard he's having to work to take down Formal. Formal is giving him problems.
Let's go, Formal. That's why you're the GOAT.
And Optic keep this game tied up.
A perfect bait from Formal. I think everyone was wondering the same thing.
Let's go!
On the Overshield pillar while he gets help from Tower. That's exactly what he did, and you put it perfectly marked there. Somehow, Optic Gaming, they have not had snipe, Overshield, or the Heatwave. However, they find a 20-20 lead here. Enormous effort from them.
That's the good shit, Formal.
Incredible communication.
Holy fuck, man.
From FaZe Clan during that listen-in, just having all of their bases covered, it has not resulted in a lead.
Now you have to wonder what's going to happen if Optic can get...
Thanks for hopping in the stream, appreciate it.
...something in their hands. Are they going to be able to get into a lead and extend it in a way that FaZe weren't able to do so? 20-20 is where we find ourselves, and the pace of the game has just slowed down.
Earlier today, you saw Formal
doing pretty good. How about yourself?
General calling the shots, totally screen watching, and letting the team know where they needed to be in the earlier matchup. Can he do
oh, what a nade!
An even tougher opponent in FaZe Clan, as you say. You can tell this is a World Championship Game 2 Slayer. Things have slowed down to a crawl.
Slime coming up in around 25 seconds. Overshield coming up in around 25 as well. That's why you're seeing neither team want to commit to a push, because they know if it fails. And they're going to give away so much power on this map. A couple of kills going to be traded. Renegade and Trippy will fall. And Snakebite might just snuff past Formal here. EPG gets taken down. Frosty was the flanker here for FaZe. And FaZe look like they might have just wrestled control of the OS side away. They've done exactly that. Frosty has the snipe. OS goes over to FaZe as well. They've got both.
This is big here. Despite one kill coming in for each side, it's 2 dead for Optic. And here comes Snakebite wrapping around scoreboard.
APG is trying to send him on his merry little dance and manages to escape. Formal taken down in the meantime. FaZe go into a lead. It's a 3-kill advantage, and Snakebite's looking for more.
It's good to hear. Good to hear. Hope you enjoy it. We're just watching right now, just chilling, hoping the boys win.
Wants to grab this extra one, a tower if he can. Shrouds for a little bit of extra cover.
But there comes Lucid.
Good shit, Lucid.
FaZe 3 dead. Lucid showing no fear whatsoever. Pokes back through the shroud screen. And not only picks up the kill, but turns over the Heatwave.
What do we say? Backs against the wall. Somehow Optic Gaming, they dig deep. They tied the game again, despite not having the weapons in hand. 26-26 here.
And now we have Optic with the weapons. They have the snipe. They have the Heatwave. They have map control. Can FaZe stay as close to Optic as Optic did to FaZe when they don't have any power on the map?
And you just heard the audio cue with 5 minutes remaining and tied 26-26. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
They might be waiting for this OS. We got 45 seconds.
They definitely are. They definitely are.
Make sure we get the smoke when we can.
Hey, there's a guy pillars.
There's one guy green at this guy. Yeah. Might push me, yeah, he's trying to push me. Ready holding up about it. Two bottom mid. Push me, weak. Renegade repulse. He has repulse. Still up.
Oh. What a hell of a repulse. Good shit, Trip.
They're gonna have a sniper tower. 15 seconds. We just need to distract. Look, one guy training, Matt. I just saw him. Look at him. He's nice. I think he backed up. Nest.
Okay, let's go. 5 guys. Elbow.
Okay, one guy. Go. Cuts with T-Wave. Walking down. Dummies trying to rush. We can't slow it down. Watch out, top mid. One bullet, top mid. Go cuts right now. One bullet. Top mid left. Nice, stay alive.
Good shit. Tie game, boys. Come on.
We should go green, guys. We should go green. I do. I'm gonna watch one of them. I think this guy's back green, Brad. I think this guy's top that's one next week. Might be guy. Let's go back green, Brad. Let's go back green. Watch for Pulsar. Check our corners. Yeah, two. Use it. Point out. Wait. Nice. Other snipe. Elbow sniping, crossing. He backed up. They know we're here. We need to reset. We need to use this. It's almost out. Yeah, they're rotating. Alright, you wanna go 8? We can fight it here. Yeah.
Okay, Brad, you're by yourself.
Stay here. Screen. 3 here. Two half shields here. Keydoor one shot.
I'm going.
And tires.
Bottom mid. Keydoor.
Tires still. 3.
Good shit. Up 2.
He's trying to fight for me. Tires.
Oh. We're up 2. Yeah, it was a hell of a good shot.
What can Optic do when they get the power? They get a lead.
Oh, good shit, Lucid. Good escaping.
Heatwave in the hands of Lucid now, and Optic having held on in this game now find themselves up by 1, but Snakebite.
I will say, thank God, Frosty's only got 5.
Just 1 kill again.
Threads the needle. Snakebite, you know, he only had a few frames to get that shot in from the Keydoor all the way into the scoreboard. He hits it, and of course, we're tied 36. We did see Optic Gaming.
This is going to come down to the last kill.
But that has quickly turned over due to that key 1v1 battle there and that sight line from Snakebite here, tied at 36 on the home stretch.
Overshield coming up as well, but keep your eyes on the time. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this game. Are we going to have yet another Slayer that doesn't
Alright, Optic. Alright, we're up 1. Relax, boys. Relax.
Oh boy, 2 players from Optic top middle. No stick coming in.
Let's go. You got him from the grave. We're up 2. And Trippy's got OV. Let's go. Let's go.
It's a 1 kill advantage for Optic. But can they make the most of this overshield? Can they get into a lead, a dominant lead in the depth of this game?
Optic fans certainly hope so. Let's go. Optic chances are in the room. They haven't finished the kill on Nest just yet.
Renegade just dancing around, and somehow the overshield just gets exterminated.
Are we serious?
14 to 14
How?
players go into a lead. Frosty gets another.
Are we serious?
Once again, it's FaZe who hold the strongest.
Frosty getting loud, and for very good reason. There won a counter from FaZe Clan against that overshield. It's perfect coordination, and they'll take a 2-kill lead. Take a look at the game clock as well here. 1:10 left here in a game that's separated by 2.
1 or 2 more pushes you feel for Optic. FaZe don't have any sniper rifle ammo though, so Frosty is going to be a little bit more restricted than he would have been with even just 1 more bullet in the chamber. You know that Frosty's locked in. You can see the eyebrows working. As FaZe just need 8 or to keep Optic at bay for 50 seconds.
Keep an eye on the opening damage here. It'll determine if FaZe goes for an immediate push and tries to collapse, or if we see Optic Gaming start to get that opening. FaZe will have to defend here. Renegade with this AR. Top mid.
Optic needs to make the play. Trippy's going to slide, but he's going to find himself. Renegade a little bit too close for comfort, manages to stay alive. Renegade doesn't want to overextend, but now he sees the opportunity to push. Formal gets the trade, but here comes Lucid. Lucid gets 1, APG gets 1, play game.
Alright, it's tied. Tag game. Let's go. Nah, we're locked.
What a push from Optic Gaming. But who gets the final?
No, everybody stay back. Don't even push. Let them push you.
FaZe have to push. There's a grenade in the feet of Lucid. He sends it back with that repulse.
Let's go! Oh my God.
Clutch up in the final moments with one of the best pushes you will ever see in Halo.
Holy shit.
With the repulse at top tower.
Tower to send back what would have been the game-tying grenade. An unbelievable.
That was clutch.
45-44 is your final score in game number 2, and if you're feeling a little bit of deja vu, you are in the right place. Optic Gaming wins yet another Slayer by 1 that does not go to the 50 kill mark. If you didn't catch it, this is how this season started. Optic Gaming winning a Game 7 Grand Final, 42-41. And we're seeing these teams are just as tightly matched at the end of the season at the Halo World Championship.
What a game of Halo. And it means that we get more Halo than just 3 games.
Trippy had a rough game.
We have the series tied up at 1.
That was rough for Trippy.
And I think there's more to this story than just the fact that Optic won that game. How many times do FaZe win those games? The nail-biters, the ones that go down to the final kill. Not this time. Optic show that in those close games, they can match the composure that FaZe have become famous for in Halo Infinite. And in the final moments, like you say, the repulse to send what looked like the world's biggest frag grenade on Lucid's screen back to keep him alive is what puts Optic Gaming at 1-1.
It's an unbelievable push there in the end. Kills will be traded out. We watched it from Keydor, but back tower, Lucid and the rest of Optic Gaming were flying in to back dirt, to back mud, got the kills they needed. They got top tower control, and FaZe had to push through dummies and cuts up to tower. And even though they got, as you said, the perfect nade, Lucid had the perfect counter with the repulse to narrowly win the game by 1. We've said it before this weekend, and now we're saying it maybe more than ever. Optic Gaming, when their backs are against the wall, tend to show up in a big way, especially when it's World Championship time. And they needed it there, and they needed it then. After an enormous game number 1 from FaZe Clan, they will now find themselves tied 1-1 in one of the best Slayers we've seen on the main stage this season.
I feel like we've been saying that a lot this season.
Yeah.
The best we've seen. Keeps getting better and better when you have 2 of the best in the world on the main stage at the biggest event of the year. You can only expect that we're going to be saying it a few more times. 1-1, we find ourselves
exhausted
here.
right now, I don't know why.
As we move towards map number 3 and a little bit of a change of pace here, we're heading over to Recharge, King of the Hill.
Okay, Recharge King of the Hill, I think we can get this. This is a good map for us.
16 in that game. Big numbers from him, however, not enough.
Especially if we can get Lucid or Formal to get the shock rifle.
We're all tied up here. We wouldn't have it any other way going into game number 3. FaZe Clan knowing if things had gone just a bit differently there, in dozens of different scenarios in that game number 2, they would find themselves up 2-0. But of course, they cannot dwell on that. On the other side, though, you can see Optic Gaming maybe a chance to ride that momentum. It's a clutch play to close out the game, to say the very least. Let's not forget, they were down by 2 going into that final push. Not only did they need a perfect push, but they needed to come out on top and close out back tower. They do just that. They tie the series. We're heading into game number 3.
Game number 3 is about to kick off here. The series, nothing to split the 2. 1-1. This is the go-ahead game. Optic answering back after a dominant performance from FaZe Clan in game number 1 by showing that they've got the ice to see out these games. Lucid, the man who made the plays towards the end of that game number 2. Let's see if he can do it here as we enter game number 3.
You heard the desk say it. Settle in, get comfy, get yourself a snack. This one could go the distance. Already tied 1-1. At minimum, we will see 4 games here.
Alright, Renegade got the shock rifle, which is the problem.
Might even think about having all the goodies, grabs the camo.
Gonna pop it as well, knowing that there's a little bit too much pressure on him from Formal potentially.
Ooh, he almost had Lucid.
Almost a haircut.
I was gonna say, you don't want to get Lucid's haircut, Ron. Man loves that hair. APG gonna stay alive for now. FaZe Clan inside of the hill, and Renegade able to patrol and do what he likes. He's got that camo, he's got that shot, and he's got Formal in front of him, but can't quite connect.
Gonna rotate as well yet again. Lots of
damn.
Here, but they're not converting just yet. 3 dead. Renegade's your last player alive.
Look at this. Just a little bit of a shoulder peek from Trippy. Knows where he is. Says, hey, cool, you can stay over there. We're going to take control of this hill. Optic Gaming now with a full setup around the C-flat. And outside of Renegade, everyone else over towards the elevator for FaZe Clan. So this is a tough break for them to make. The first kill always important.
Damn, Renegade.
Just not quite connecting with those headshots. that we're so used to seeing him do.
I was going to say, uncharacteristic. Renegade's just so talented that we're used to seeing him blow a game wide open. You give him that scenario 10 times, 9 times out of 10, we've got at least 3 kills on the board. Instead, Optic Gaming has done very well to peak and stay alive.
One thing that he is doing well, though, is causing enough of a distraction for Optic that FaZe are able to kind of work their way on the lower side of the map and work through the tower towards the Optic Gaming players, and they managed to pick up a couple of kills. So 2 dead here for Optic, make it 3. Trippy now last alive, stuck inside a tower. So even though the shots weren't there, I think that shows the fear factor of Renegade with the shot crime.
It certainly does, and the team was able to collapse around it really comfortably. So they will now think about continuing to score, but it's great pressure coming in from Trippy. He knew he needed to fly in to get that kill.
Hammer just pops as well. Frosty's going to go for the burn and should just about get it. Snakebite now on the Trippy corner. Trippy says, that's my spot. And instead steps inside of that hill. FaZe down numbers at the moment. Snakebite's going to have to pressurize Trippy and get him out of that hill, and it's exactly what he does. Optic just lost track of Snakebite for a second there, Andy, and it cost them the conversion.
Still 2 dead. Snakebite knows he has a lot of responsibility here. Then that's a big kill there on APG to keep things a little bit closer for his respawning teammates.
Got to challenge this hill.
That's the GOAT. You're not beating him.
And Optic lose 2, so as close as they are, Optic, FaZe are still in this hill and still challenging them. And this is going to be the story of the series, right? Every hill is going to be so hotly contested. And Optic, having been so close, are probably thinking, no, we can't throw this one away. Here come Optic.
There we go.
Yeah, here FaZe. Snakebite's your last player alive. Optic will get this hill.
Yep, that's our hill, boys. Let's get it. Good start. And we've got the spawns too.
And I love the patience we saw from them, Andy. Didn't get carried away with the moment, with the momentum, with Snakebite getting away and picking up 1 or 2 kills. Stuck to the game plan, managed to convert. Now
Joey, stay in that hill. Joey, stay in that hill.
Everything this series down to the wire. However, we'll be Optic.
What a stick!
Only the Hail Mary stick from Trippy into the bat ledge.
That's crazy, Trippy.
Not only do they get the bottom mid-hill, they get the rotate, they get the next 3 dead, and they continually have a continued 2 dead. This might be a completely uncontested hill here on hill number 2.
There's certain moments in series that you remember. And with Optic Gaming standing proud inside of that second hill, and FaZe trapped over at the pipes.
Baiting.
The stick that came in for Trippy might be one of those. Optic go up 2-0 as Trippy is taking over.
I love it. Look, they even wait and they bait the hill as well. They wait an extra 2 seconds to see if they get the damage and the kills, and then they do get the kills, and then they finish the hill, and now they have rotated and got camo as well.
Like this is how we play this game, boys. Good shit.
And Optic saying, hey, strongholds might have been pretty good for you, FaZe. Let's play a little bit of King of the Hill and see how you match up. Trippy with another kill. 5 in a row for him. Still has the camo. Still escapes.
Good shit.
On his way down to the grave. And Optic already halfway to going up by 3.
Snakebite last player alive. It's the 3rd time we've said that in this game. Somehow, though, Snakebite wins the battle. If we're honest, he had no business winning against Formal, and that's going to make this hill a little bit more interesting.
Renegade wins the 1v1 bottom middle as well. A little bit of help.
Alright, we're losing a little bit.
Snakebite's still alive, by the way. Renegade using that grapple to get to his team captain, to support him, to pick up some slays, and important ones as well, to keep FaZe inside of this hill.
3 dead here for Optic now. And this would be enormous. To say that this hill is big would be a big understatement here. Can FaZe answer back and steal this hill out from Optic Gaming and send us to a much more interesting late game?
Renegade having to watch the top and bottom at the moment. Frosty should have his cross. Optic throwing all their utility. The grenades are flying in, but Renegade's keeping his shield so well, and there's that first pick. Frosty's going to get it. Lucid has managed to sneak through, though. And FaZe have lost 2. Lucid has broken alongside Trippy here inside of this hill, and with FaZe so close. Now they're on the respawn screen, and now Snakebite has to wait for help.
Let's see what Frosty and Snakebite do here.
That's hell.
Trying to make a whirlpool push happen.
Nope, that's ours. Let's go! 3-0.
For the last second break. Get the 3rd hill on the board and put themselves.
Sorry, Lucid. Hey, sorry.
How about Lucid coming
Chilling.
top elevator there to get the stop? It's a perfect timing with the rest of the team. Trippy
Oh,
almost makes it happen as well.
Trippy.
Eventually he will fall.
Trippy.
But
I would just let him have
Gaming
it.
Now, after perfect hills and an unbelievable stop there, and perfect timing on the push.
Damn, he just got hurt by his own nade.
However, a lot of game time left here on the clock. FaZe can still bounce back, but they will need to play some excellent Halo.
If anyone's capable of it, it's FaZe. We've seen them perform miracles. throughout their careers, all 4 of the players that find themselves wearing the FaZe Clan jersey, but for now they're going up against Optic, and Optic look extremely strong. But
Good shit, Formal.
Last alive, stops FaZe stepping inside of that hill, and he's looking for more.
1v1 momentarily with Royal 2. Royal 2 is the last player alive. They will block the spawns as well, so they should be able to isolate this battle.
And look at the confidence. Formal just leaves that kill to Lucid, turns his attention away, full trust that his teammate is going to get that kill. FaZe 2 dead at the moment.
Because this team is actually cracked together.
Alive, 4 FaZe are in front of the double stacks. They get taken down as well. FaZe
Guys.
dead, Royal 2 the only alive. And Optic Gaming
Let's go up.
almost 50% of the way to not just winning this hill, but winning this game.
Trippy forces the trade as well on Royal 2, which is really well timed because FaZe is still 2 dead as a result, and it will be an eternity before their teammates are back. They need to push here and now. This will be their last push in the game.
Yeah, this is the Hail Mary now coming in from FaZe. It has to happen right here, right now, otherwise...
Oh, that's game.
Are going to take this hill and take this game, but the Hail Mary's kind of working. Royal 2 goes down, maybe it's not going to work. Royal 2!
Let's go!
By falling!
4-0.
Allows Optic to stay inside of that hill. And that's, shall we say, retaliation for what happened in game number 1. Optic dominate FaZe and go up 2-1 in the series.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Don't fuck with the champs, bro. Don't fuck with the champs. You're not ready.
Blowout win that might have given you an indication that this was going to go one way. Game 2 comes down to 1 kill, and now Optic has their chance to put on an unreal scoreline at 4-0 and take the series lead.
This stick was insane.
Trip, huh?
You snakebite in that situation, like, really? But that is unreal. And that's game sense, right? That's knowing where a player is on the map, wherever each one is coming in, and
Yeah, Trippy actually went fucking insane.
Snakebite from leaving and getting an angle on that battle edge. But this is the moment I think just really broke FaZe. This break that came in at the last second from Optic, when you felt they had no right to get into that position. Well, they did exactly that. Trippy stays inside of the hill. The 1v1 there, massive. To take down Royal 2. No one else can FaZe can challenge the hill, and Optic now find themselves 2-1 up, and FaZe are staring at the elimination bracket.
And how about
Streets oddball.
The last thing they would have thought after game number 1 would be that they would find themselves 1 game away from being knocked out of the winner's bracket. How things have changed over the course of the last 25 minutes or so. Optic Gaming looking good in these last 2, and we had a feeling the momentum off of a 45-44 game 2 win, you can ride pretty high, and it's safe to say Optic Gaming did just that in your game number 3.
Now game number 4. And the question is now, is this going to be a series that we're talking about as a game 5? Where we're going to go back to see a bit more Slayer. We're going to see another fiercely contested game between 2 of the best teams in the world. Or are Optic going to be able to lock this series down in 4 games, winning 3-1?
That's the question. And what we saw with FaZe in that game number 1 tells us a lot. We know they not only have a lot of gas in the tank, but also, of course, that they can play some of the best Halo in the world. And when they are firing...
That's very true. They are a good team.
At full capacity, they look unbeatable. The question is, which version of each team will you get in this game number 4?
Well, we had a pretty good Streets Oddball game back at Fort Worth in the grand final between Space Station and Optic Gaming that went right down to the final moments of the 3rd round. Streets Oddball is going to be the game type we find ourselves on right now. Optic Gaming and FaZe fan know what's on the line here. We have seen all year long that no one has been able to come from that elimination bracket and win a tournament. The winner's side of the bracket is everything for these teams. The winner's final we keep talking about as arguably the most important series, outside of the final, of course, to give yourself the advantage going into the final. Well, to get there, you've got to win this one. And for both teams having to go through each other, they will know how devastating a loss this would be to fall early into that elimination bracket.
You know, Optic Gaming wants to do it here, and they want to do it now in this game number 4. They load in to Oddball on Streets. They do not want to leave things up to a game 5 Slayer. They want to end this series in this very game.
Well, for FaZe, it's time to wake up. They want to send this to a game 5. Optic looking to close things out here. Streets Oddball. It's going to be the game time to decide if it's 4 or 5 between these two teams. Starting off with the APG POV. Good damage coming in allows Trippy to pick up the rockets.
Early kill advantage coming in here for Optic Gaming, and as you say, it also leads to a rocket grab. Also a little bit of a ball toss here as Trippy will look to exercise the boom booms. Here goes one.
Trippy trying to get aggressive as well. Might be thinking about firing a rocket off. Instead, he's going to pick up a Bulldog. He's got a rocket. Excuse me, he swaps out for the Bulldog. As early on here, they get a rotate back towards that tram. Lucid with the Stalker rifle as well. Optic have all the goodies on the map.
Still 3 players alive here. Looks like because they lost Frosty and now Royal 2, okay, this will definitely be an Optic Gaming hold. Big play there by Trippy, big awareness to make sure that ball doesn't come down the tram stairs. He grabs the Bulldog, he grabs back in, and look how much time it results in for Optic Gaming. They get
This is some good plays.
Will continue to be on staggered spawns, 33-0.
A lot of this is down to APG and Formal. You know, APG picked up a double kill of 2 players who are trying to push on the map.
Good shit, Lucid.
Another one, just been a nuisance to the back of the tower, and now you can see Lucid finally under a little bit of pressure himself, but hitting some perfect shots and might be able to do it again. There's 3.
Yo, he's him.
Out a count to 3 very, very quickly.
What is this confidence here out of Lucid? Even pre-firing with a Stalker, no one dares push up. Finally, he's taken down. No play ball, I don't believe, though. I think the ball's still down at tram.
APG keeps it a little bit dicey here for the numbers. Phase down 1. Lucid just come off a respawn as well. Trippy's here. But should be eliminated, is indeed. Anyone in position, though, to pick up that op-board. Killing spree here for Frosty, but APG is there. Lucid is there as well. And APG being such a nuisance, and FaZe can't pick up that op-board because they know they have to clear him out first.
It took a little bit extra time. Finally, it should result in time, but nades come from distance. That nade would have been from front A, and they're still hitting. Finally, it's time on the board here for FaZe, but it's uncomfortable.
Royal 2, I think, just managed to pick up the rockets. He gets 1 out of the chamber. Frosty trades out that kill, though, and Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. Snakebite just staying alive, 4 more looking to clean him up, and there is still, I think, 1 rocket somewhere to be played with, but look at the milk from Snakebite. Stays alive so long, doesn't show, doesn't challenge, and now he grabs that ball too.
Beautifully done. That was, what a juke there for a second from Trip. Renegade doesn't panic, though. And a little bit of chaos here at Tram, and still a 40-18 lead in favor of FaZe Clan, but Snakebite, as you said earlier, does very well on the Tram stairs to bait himself while Renegade finishes Formal in the 2v1.
Lucid goes in, but he gets double teamed, but look at the damage that came in. Formal should be able to clean up 2. He does indeed. 2-for-2 trade here inside the Tram, and look how scrappy this is. Both teams holding forward. And APG now tries to throw this ball out, and I think this is a smart play. Just get this ball out of Tram and get it towards my teammates.
To be honest, I think it's long overdue. They could have really afforded to play ball out of Tram earlier, about maybe 2 minutes ago, to avoid all of this chaos. And FaZe has been thriving in it as they've reduced that 40-point lead to about half.
Trippy looking to clean up his second kill. Snakebite will be taken down this time. Royal 2 chasing down Formal. Formal will get that trade thanks to the extra shots that just came in from Trippy. On-board down as well, and Optic might be able to rotate this one back in towards the tower. Trippy inside a PD. Not only has the on-board here, and more time starting to stack up, but he's got the Bulldog in the back pocket as well, so the PD is going to be a great hold for him.
Ooh, yeah, thinks about a little rotate there. It starts to get the ball out of PD, and you can tell why he was getting the ball out of PD as well, because that phase push was coming in. He thought maybe he could get maybe to B stairs, play the ball bottom middle. There was a few options there, but the pressure comes in so fast from FaZe that they were not able to get that play ball.
This time it's Snakebite. He's going to look for a rotate. Royal 2, he's going to have a Bulldog, but there's APG. Walks straight up the B stairs and manages to trade out some kills, which means that old ball is going to be dangerous to pick up for either side. Rocket's now the focus, though. You can see the Optic is set up for these. Frosty gets taken down. Former's going to make his move, and Renegade knows he has to give these up.
Very good presence there, very good team. Ooh, boy, Snakebite and Royal 2 actually with a perfectly angled team shot on Formal, so the Rockets will be down front palm trees.
Trippy gets taken down as well. It's 4 dead, like you say. Rockets in the hands of Snakebite. 1 to play with here. But they know where that spawn's coming in, and APG is going to learn where Snakebite is in a few seconds, and the Sonic manages to avoid the line of sight.
You gotta wonder, Snakebite got the audio there so far on his POV, you don't think he got the audio from stairs. It might not matter, though, because the Rockets are just that powerful here. 2 dead for Optic still, maybe 3 if they take out APG, 3 dead, Lucid your last player.
Lucid is over in Tram as well, he's in no position to put pressure on, and FaZe will keep that ball in their hands. They're in a lead,
damn it, boys.
but it is a slim one. 60 points on the board, 50 for Optic Gaming. First pick goes to Optic, second pick goes to Forward, 2 for him. And now the map is open and Snakebite saying, get this top ball out of here.
Love that play from Snakebite. Look how we played ball. They didn't even show for it. Doesn't take the damage, but you still do that much damage against APG.
Yeah, but you threw it right to Formal.
Formal and Optic Gaming, they steal the play ball out of the air. They bring it back here to Tower. But right now they find themselves 2 dead. It's dicey. Wow, what a push. Just a tight push.
From FaZe, 4 dead. All ball should be picked up in a few moments' time as well. 2 minutes or so left in the round, so plenty of time for both teams to put points on the board. Royal 2 and Stalker. Not many things more scary than that sentence if you're on the receiving end.
Look at this. Oh boy, calls it perfectly. Knew that Trippy might go bench it to the bottom middle. That's exactly what Trippy does. As a result, it's 3 dead again. Lucid is your last player. Again, you see him here in Cafe. Likely a few Cafe Neon spawns coming in.
FaZe moving closer and closer to a round win here. They only need 10 points. APG gets 1 though, Formal's challenging. Lucid managed to kind of sneak through. Royal 2 comes back, snips him out. And with 92 points on the board and Lucid in the death screen, it may be about 1 more push for Optic to keep this round going.
Snakebite with the Rockets as well. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan, has to trade out with APG. 2 dead for FaZe here at the moment.
Renegade gets that next rocket though, and that should be an opportunity to at least break through the setup, but he gets a bit wild with that rocket. Lucid going to be challenging as well. As FaZe know that they can take their time on this push. There is that pick for Royal 2. Renegade can now play his life. Trippy and APG answer back though, Frosty manages to break through PD alongside Snakebite, Forward and 1v1 with Snakebite, both teams backing down knowing how important this set kills is.
Oh boy, Spike does not kill, Snakebite stays alive in PD, which is very big. I see his teammates flying in for help.
Snakebite might come back to bite him. Renegade, Frosty get 2, and here's Snakebite now versus APG, he gets that kill! Frosty's gonna fly and get the final one to Formal.
Yeah, that's that round.
With that break, who will take round number 1?
Wow, look at that, yeah, Snakebite staying alive. It's once again just perfect Halo Infinite play from FaZe. Snakebite stays alive in PD at a tough to play angle. The team flies in and gets the kills that they need, and by the time he even checks the back base, Frosty has taken down Formal FaZe.
I did not want to go to a game 5, but we might.
On the board. Maybe just a little bit of a breather, a confidence reset for FaZe after the last game. You get the feeling that both these teams have that unshakable mentality here at the Halo World Championships. Nobody getting flustered by a big loss, it's all about the next game. As Renegade has the Rockets.
3 dead here, Trippy is the last player alive. FaZe off to a very good start here. They will start to rotate. Cannot get all the way in. Lucid is the only player alive on Optic Gaming. Formal is your spawner. Lucid is going to try to probably get into a position here where he can really help his teammates. They're going to be spawning up. He flies right in for extra kills. And wow, what a play there from Lucid to make sure that the wall grab does not happen in Tram. He stays alive. Oh, and to continue. Just doing
Good shit, Lucid.
He's completely turned the game around.
Lucid is playing free right now.
Oh my god, Lucid. You're him.
Victim after victim to call his own. 16 points on the board for Optic, 4 dead momentarily for FaZe there, and Lucid with this central beam.
This is why you're the greatest player in the game, bro. I don't care. Shit.
And then get another kill from B-Rail and just cause absolute havoc against the last player alive. And to do it against the players on Baseland. Unbelievable stuff here from Lucid. They now lead 30-0 in round number 2.
We'll get the play. We'll throw that one out with friends, make sure things don't get as messy as we saw in round number 1. Veteran play from one of the best to ever do it. Lucius Renegade going to trade out 30 seconds or so till the Rockets come up though, and Frosty's going to pick up that Stalker, and the timing of that Stalker spawning could be so important here for FaZe to lock down that line of sight onto the Boo-Boos.
As we said earlier, Optic Gaming knows on the line here, they want to avoid that game 5 at all costs. Was that round 1 a wake-up call like we saw earlier? Let's not forget, Optic Gaming was on the main stage on the receiving end of an oddball round 1 loss earlier, and they immediately answered back and closed out the game in the next 2 rounds.
No fucking way.
Trippy just got really important kill though. Snakebite got away with the Rockets momentarily. The kill allowed everybody to flood, and Rockets are going to be down at the bottom of those B stairs. Renegade tried to burst out.
Bro, Brad, how did you die to that?
Rockets continues, but at the same time,
We gotta get rockets, bro.
Renegade with a big opportunity here. They already have 1 kill on the board. This rocket could make it 2, maybe even lead to 3.
Does it connect though? Trippy so elusive, finally Snakebite takes him down. And FaZe do have some numbers to play
APG
with.
and Brad, I'm gonna need you to get this kill. Brad, I need you to get this kill.
One of the players in front of him, that's going to be APG. Renegade just played his life and said, hey, just hold that ball, we can leave this kill for now.
As you say, great display. APG though with the first kill. And keep things very interesting here. Here comes
Lucid.
Damage as well, but it's a great team shot coming in from FaZe that will keep 2 dead for Optic.
Ball is essentially reached. Spawning here down. Just outside of its area at the start of the game.
Good shit.
Back into the game with
2 dead, boys.
Ball's still alive, by the way. Maybe he's gonna go-
Yes! Formal, you're him.
Under pressure, Formal just hit shots.
You can just tell how narrow this is, narrow margins, right? The ball can sit outside Cafe for so long, the kills will be traded out, sometimes for 30, 40 seconds of the play.
Good shit.
Players are understanding what the kill priority is at any given time, and the pressure is just non-stop.
64 points of rise now for Optic. Finally, FaZe picking up a couple of kills, which is certainly going to slow down the ball time. And APG throws it out, comes back to challenge Royal 2 now. Royal 2 with a perfect 4 though. Means that APG will have to wait a few more moments to be back involved with this game. 65 points is a considerable margin that Optic has to the 10.
No shit, Formal.
Plays like that back tower are going to be absolutely massive, especially when you have the Rockets topping.
Good shit.
Forward against the Rockets. 21 and 16 in this game. Second most ball time for Forward as well. Royal 2 to be challenging Base.
No way. Why are we not over there? Good shit.
Clean that up though. FaZe 2 dead. Lucid ball in hand.
One rocket as well. It was a nice fadeaway there from the plans from Royal 2. However, Renegade is your last player alive for the second time in a row.
There we go, boys.
Spawn on B-Rail. Now it's Royal 2 alone on the driveway here. They might even isolate this battle as well. Lucid probably has the kill in mind. Here comes the push.
Shroud goes down. Royal 2's not here anymore. He's a shadow. Comes back in. Wins the fight. Royal 2 with a big individual window. Inside of the red room gives at least an angle for them to work with. Trippy taken down as well. Royal 2 trying to drag FaZe back into this. Lucid, last alive, he gets taken down as well. Will be taken down in a few moments. And when he goes down, that's a 4 dead for Optic. Oddball in the hands of FaZe.
Look at this now. FaZe could pull off an upset here to end the game in this round. They need to have an enormous run. The kills are traded out. There's no room for error here. One Optic Gaming hole and this round will be over.
APG trying to fake out Frosty. Frosty wins the fight though, even with 4. Giving it a little bit of help. 2v2 on the map. Renegade versus 4. Renegade's going to win it. With a little bit of help coming in from Royal 2. Teamwork from FaZe starts to step up, but is it too little too late?
That's the question. They've let a lot of points slip away here. Truly no room for error.
Yeah, that's the go right there, too.
Here
we go.
One dead for each side.
3 dead hit for FaZe. Renegade left on his own. Rockets coming up as well.
Yeah, we don't need him.
Lucid on his street right now.
We don't need him. We're him.
4 with the ball in his hands. He's gonna
Fucking go, boys.
going to round number 3. Optic much more dominant looking in that round. And that whole just around the hand, I would say first third in that game, really put them in command where they can think about not having to overslay, not overthink. To close the round out. Deciding round number 3 is where we find ourselves. Optic, if they win this one, they win the series.
Did you really think it would be any other way? Of course, we're going to a sudden death round here at Oddball between these two teams. One round to close it out, of course, best of 3, so this round will decide this game. If Optic wins it, the series is over. FaZe goes to the elimination bracket. However, if FaZe wins it, we'll go to a Game 5 deciding Slayer.
Rockets picked up here by Optic. It's a great start for them. Lucid with the toys to play with. There's 1. 3 dead for FaZe. Where's the oddball though? Are Optic able to get in a position to get this one back in the trap?
This is just staying alive here. Still Stalker and 1 rocket to play with a lot of damage potential that can come out of him.
Look at this, spinning the needle. Got 2 here onto FaZe.
Let's go! Good shit, Lucid.
And the way he just maneuvered himself through the south. Blows the game open, blows the FaZe south open, and Optic have that ball in their hands.
Like you said, perfectly maneuvered there. Needed to play that rocket perfectly and does it in such an elegant way here. They're now up 10-0. Let's get into a listen here with Optic Gaming.
Shit. Good shit, boys. Good teamwork, good call-outs. That's what we want to see. We got rockets, too?
What a life this is from Lucid, and Optic get that ball in their hands. Trying to rotate it back, but there is a grenade that's going to slow it down. Snakebite takes down APG. Takes down another player in 4, and Lucid now has to do some heavy lifting himself.
They eventually saved that smoke. You heard Lucid saying, let's use this front sub. What a life, like you said, from Lucid to stay alive as he did, and of course, enormous credit to the Optic Gaming roster as well. In the end, though, it's a lot of slave trading back and forth.
Nice. Damn, Formal. 31 kills, though? But Lucid's got 27, 21 assists, though. Damn! Formal made that look easy.
The man loves the owl. He wins championships here. And he's shooting like a champion right now. Frosty has got the Stalker rifle. And this has been, I think, where a lot of momentum has been picked up for Optic. When they've got that Stalker rifle in their hands, they've been able to put it to use. Can FaZe do the same now within the hands of Frosty?
Frosty sees 3 players go over to Cafe, so it's a lot of info, but he wasn't able to get the damage he might have needed here. 1 dead for each side off the opening trade space in the first fall for the second kill.
Yeah, relatively low scoring round this so far. Lucy gets a challenge, Lucy gets 3, Trippy tries to get that ball away, and maybe the distraction was just enough! Trippy survives, Frosty knows there's an opportunity to push though, but is the help going to be there? Can he stay alive?
Nope. Damn.
Alive on bench, Rocket's popping as well.
That's Blaze life. Rocket's going to be picked up here by Renegade, so this is the chance that FaZe have been looking for. Renegade just about stays alive. But he's going to be able to use those rockets to protect Snakebite with that ball in his hands. Snakebite, the objective mastermind for FaZe. So many times you've seen him with the most ball time. And there's no difference here. Renegade looks for another kill and finds 4 with 1 rocket.
Nice safe play there from Renegade. He gets splash damage without taking any damage himself. They will now go into the lead FaZe clan after an all-out bloodbath, about 5 minutes of slaying. They finally will now take the lead here by about 10 points.
Pressure here, Renegade has to waste that rocket. Trippy gets taken down. He was the player that was causing problems. As Royal 2 takes him down, and FaZe now in a lead. A considerable one, 40 to 24. Looking to take us to the game 5, but FaZe fall. 4 of them fall into the death screen, and Optic now have control of that whole ball and can go to lead themselves.
And let's go Optic chant here in Seattle, potentially perfectly timed, as they, as you say, 4 dead, and now will take the lead again in your round number 3.
Could be the first pick. Optic with control of the map. FaZe need to break, and FaZe will know it more than anyone that this could be the 1 or 2 pushes and decide if they go to the elimination bracket or push up to game 5.
This is a big moment here. It was 2 dead. APG needs to hold as best he can. They do get the play ball. Snakebite, clean wipe.
Snakebite comes in on the flank. Takes down 2, takes down 3.
Fucking hell, Snakebite.
Enough damage can be done though as Renegade clears it up and FaZe aren't done yet. 1 minute and 11 seconds left in this game. And Snakebite might have just kept FaZe in this.
Incredible awareness from Snakebite to push the triple there on the nades and continue dealing damage for the next 2.
Rockets coming up. FaZe is 2. Game is tied. Damage being taken here. And there might be a combat ball from Lucid to those rockets. He just blew them to himself. And Lucid with a big brain, a huge brain, a galaxy brain play.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Lucid, you are freaking him, bro. But there's 2 dead. 3. Let's go!
Go down and Optic still under pressure here at the backup tower. Renegade comes point, it's 2 dead for Optic, but where is that ball? And where are the rest of Optic? Can they take advantage of the damage? Root 2 gets one, Optic 2 dead, and FaZe back in control of the Optic.
Oh my god, unbelievable. Renegades somehow goes back tower.
We had 4 dead on them, and we didn't even...
And now we're tied at 64! Form's still alive, by the way. On the L, he wasn't taken care of. And Trippy, he's playing so sneaky. Where did he just go? There he is, he gets snapped on though. 2 players from Optic trying to push up the pick street. The off-ball in the hands of FaZe, who's going to lead with less than 30 seconds left.
They're playing all the info. They're going to get the first kill, they're going to get the second kill. Here are the niggas one extra. This could be APG with a big kill to keep them alive.
FaZe trying to rotate away, 27 seconds left.
APG.
Royal 2, but Snakebite is dead to continue it, or at least to play the off-ball.
Snakebite stays alive, no splash damage, they're not going up beat stairs. This is enormous here, 15 seconds left in the game.
Snakebite trying to do what he can, it's a fireworks show, it's a light show. With that Sentinel beam, and look out, he's holding off so many players.
And that's 3 dead. 4 dead, that's game.
Renegade, watching that off-ball. Royal 2,
Yo, what's up? Appreciate you hopping in, man. Oh my god, I did not want to go to a Game 5 Slayer.
Wow. And you needed to make sure you got
I'm living, bro, I'm living. How about you?
Because you're already seeing some of the best matches that you might see this weekend. FaZe clutch up in round number 3 of Oddball to send us where we potentially were always headed. As fate would have it, a game number 5 between Optic Gaming and FaZe.
Yeah, no problem, my guy. Hope you're enjoying it.
For a chance to stay alive in the winner's bracket.
Take a look at some of the stats that are coming in from that previous game.
I appreciate the offer, man. I got a lot of people asking about it, but I do a lot, and I have some buddies that help me out, so I'm all good though. But I appreciate the offer and appreciate you hopping in the stream.
4 drops 40. As we take a look at the damage, Lucid with a huge amount of damage.
Damn, Lucid doing 1,400 damage is crazy.
Tell you what, unbelievable stuff out of Lucid. Also quite telling that Optic Gaming with a total of 227 on the board, 205. We should also reference the slaying stats. FaZe Clan in the end outslay 131 to 123. So even though they got outscored overall, they will win the round 2-1. As you take a look at the highlights for what has been already an unforgettable series and a fantastic game on the rise, we have 3 Oddball as well.
Yeah, no problem, man. Appreciate you stopping by.
But I've got to give a huge amount of credit to FaZe in that final round. Because Optic got out the gate hot in this round, for the final one. They were winning the slaying battle for quite some time. But when you're a championship caliber team, you just have this ability sometimes to not get carried away with the moment, to take the time, and when you have the experience and the veteran knowledge that a player like Snakebite does to make that play, that triple kill, kept FaZe in it. It didn't win them the game, but it kept them in it. And from there they were able to break. They were able to keep Optic away from that oddball. And now we move into a game 5. This is the map and mode that Optic won back in Fort Worth to call themselves champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got this.
Be able to stop them. Players taking a break, Optic having a chat, you can see behind the stage about how they want to approach things. But it's set up beautifully here. And remember, what's on the line, Andy? Elimination bracket looms for one of these teams,
right? It's no exaggeration to say that the team that wins this series here, even though we are early days in the winner's bracket, no exaggeration to say that the team that wins here has a statistical likelihood that is enormously higher compared to the loser here of winning this tournament. And of course, staying alive in the winner's bracket reduces the total matches you need to play, reduces the total opponents you need to go through, and of course, it goes without saying, also ensures that you only need to win 1 best-of-7 in your grand final rather than needing to win 2 from the elimination bracket. It's a story we've been telling all season long, and it feels like the Optic Gaming backstage chat is also a story we've been telling all season long as well.
A couple of times we've seen this, right? And Optic usually come back on the main stage to win the game that follows. Or win the series that follows. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case once again, or maybe at FaZe are going to be having a little chat themselves about how to approach this game 5. We'll take a little look at the KD leaderboards from the Halo World Championship.
Damn!
At the top of the ladder,
1.82? Holy shit!
you saw earlier, Lucid, of course, has a season record of 1.3. So for Lucid here, excuse me, for Formal at the Halo World Championship to be on a 1.82 tells you that he's on one this weekend so far.
Tells you that he is the GOAT. That's what it tells you. Holy shit.
And discussing what they want to bring to this game number 5. Of course, undoubtedly talking about priorities here. Optic Gaming re-enters the stage to applause from the Green Wall fans. Both teams undoubtedly talking about a few things backstage. One will be the opening strategy. The second thing will be the priorities that they really want to focus on during this game number 5. There is so much riding on this moment.
It's a fantastic shot, by the way, of FaZe walking their way back to the stage. All business. They know what they've got to do. Optic back on the stage first, back in their seats first, waiting for this game 5 to kick off. But we need to talk about this game 5, right? And we need to talk about Solitude Slayer. We need to talk about the utmost importance of controlling the sniper rifle. It is probably the one map of mode that we have which is so dominated by that sniper rifle. And if you don't control it, and you let the other team with the talent that we have on these
Damn! Nah, that's fucking cracked.
With this different hat, different formal. I think Optic Gaming fans will prefer him in a black hat. Take a look at Steve with the glasses on. That's the glasses as well. Thank you, Gary. He's certainly shooting straight at 1.82 KD.
God damn.
1.03. Formal is in World Championship form here so far this weekend. The question is, can he bring it to this game 5 when the team needs it most?
Really looking forward to just pick up his glasses there for game 5. Come on. I've seen that stat screen. But he's been performing ridiculously well in the Slayers like we saw on the stats just a few moments ago. If you just joined us, glad to have you with us. Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan going all the way down to a game 5 here. This is how the series went. Solitude Strongholds dominated by FaZe Clan. Optic knew that they were on the map and you started to worry if you're an Optic fan. Livefire Slayer did not go to 50. It was one kill that Optic managed to clutch up with in the final moments. King of the Hill recharge revenge for Solitude as Optic smashed FaZe Clan. Oval Streets went all the way down to a round 3, where FaZe managed to clutch it up, but now we're left with one more game in front of us to decide who's going to go to that winners bracket final.
I mean, it really is the perfect series layout. Not only do you have these two teams, legendary rivals, going up against one another here, but they both have blowout wins, 2 games that were narrowly won by each side, and that is what sends us to a 5th and final game in the series, and being in the winners bracket. This game truly could determine who you see in not just your winners finals, but also in your grand finals.
He's sweating. God damn, Brad. I mean, I know they're all sweating, you're under the lights, it's hot, but god damn, Brad.
The game 5s that he's been involved with. Renegade though, he was the standout in that game number 2 for FaZe, even though they didn't get the job done, Andy. 16 kills for the team. But as we head to a game 5 here in Seattle, who is the name that we're going to be talking about when the final shot is fired? The winners bracket final awaits one of these teams. Only one can make it. It's FaZe and Optic, and it's a game 5, baby.
We wouldn't have it any other way. You know, Optic Gaming is remembering that not too long ago they won a tournament on this exact map in Game Time combo. As we are underway in game number 5, take a look at your game 5 records on screen.
8-5 for Optic, 9-2 for FaZe. And both teams trying to prioritise that snipe side, as you can imagine. And now you're going to see Renegade and Snakebite combining. FaZe, an early lead for them. 3-1 the score.
Next damage here is big. Will we see FaZe extend this and continue on? Formal though sniping here bottom left. This is big 1v1.
Formal gets the ball, gets the kill.
Damn, Formal.
And most importantly, keeps the sniper in the hands of Optic Gaming, where Frosty keeps the pressure on. Frosty going to be trying to push Hotel. 2 players from Optic are weak. But where's that sniper gone? That's the real question here. There it is. Oh, Lucid!
Lucid, you're him.
That's why
Lucid, you're him.
That's why it's so dominant in these players' hands.
Unreal there. You thought maybe it was going to be a collapse from FaZe Clan after they take out Formal with the sniper at bottom left. and they have top lip control, you would think that they would come away with that sniper rifle, but amazing pressure from Cafe, from Optic Gaming, as Lucid comes in and sneaks away with 2 kills, and now gives Optic Gaming a 2-kill lead as well at 7-5.
2 bullets, it could be 2 more kills going on Optic as well. And off the back of that, the potential they have to cycle spawns is enormous. So really look to extend that lead. Game starting to slow down for just a second.
Oh.
We're not going to pay.
Oh.
8-6 here. 2 minutes of play, only 14 kills recorded. This one, unsurprisingly, very, very nervy. Neither team wanting to be the one that makes the mistake to allow the game to blow wide open.
Make White versus Lucid. A little bit of help from Trippy. Still that 3-kill advantage. You're now looking to get aggressive. Look at Optic, they're sneaking up a little bit on the map here. They want to try and trap FaZe in and around that yard. Frosty gets 2 though somehow. And now all of a sudden Lucy was thinking, let's go forward, but Frosty gets a triple kill out of nowhere.
Oh my god.
4 dead, and it's all of the back to play from Frosty.
That was a dumb move.
Royal 2 with a Homer Simpson straight back out the window. Eventually he'll pay the price as well. Optic Gaming then goes into a narrow lead.
That, what was the thought there? I'm just curious.
I have made a terrible
Yeah, he noticed. He fucked up. The second he dove in, saw all 3, bro. That shit was so funny, bro. You could just see the look on his face as he was like, "Oh fuck, bro." Good shit, Trippy.
15-12 now. 2 dead here. Keeping an eye on Snipe Porsche.
Snipe coming up right now, and Optic winning those fights means they have Snipe side control here, man. It's a massive moment in this game, a pivotal turning moment if Fall can hit some shots.
A turning moment, and it's only right to hear the comms of Optic Gaming. Let's get to a listen in.
You don't need to worry about Yard, okay? Only one guy did. One guy glass. If you know there's really good.
Make sure one soda, nobody wants soda.
Yo, 1 minute, 1 minute, 2 guys U-turn, 2 U-turns, 2 U-turns. Both have shield, both have U-turn. You
Alright, boys. We're up 3.
This is our goal. Okay. I'm going okay. Look, you turn. Yeah. I repulse. Guys. I'm gonna go drive. Okay, Joey's gonna drive. There's top yellow. There's getting. Yo, man, I'm sitting on the sword. There's somebody close.
Listen to just the comms, bro. Like, you can tell that they're very calm and they're collected. Like, this is how you know this is a championship team right here. Like, they're not stressed. They're literally like, yo, go look, watch the door, chill, don't die, we're good. So many veterans on this team, bro. They're up 4. Just keep spawn side. Just keep that snipe side, bro. Don't push anything until you lose it.
Don't give them a reason to push.
Yeah, they're still playing. No, there's a guy on my close left. Actually,
Good shit, Joey.
Optic test the pace to FaZe, and FaZe, they just didn't have it. They tried.
Let's go.
And Optic picked them apart, 24-20. Forward with that QT, and he was one player we were talking about, Andy, when the QT was first introduced into the Halo Championship Series that mastered it almost immediately.
He did. We stayed alive long enough. APG actually spawned to Hotel. APG was the first one to spawn, but they take it down. We're now trying to stay alive.
Good shit, boys. 6-point lead.
A 6-kill lead for Optic Games.
Trippy gets another as well. The patience of Optic is paying off. FaZe starting to look a little bit flustered here. Starting to look like they're losing their cool a little bit, which is something you don't associate in a game 5 of this team.
Trippy gets taken down to keep things within reason for FaZe. Let's not forget, while it might look like a heavy lead here at 28-22, especially on Solitude with these two teams, the game is far from over.
Shots from 4. That's the sniper as well, doesn't quite connect. Snakebite trying to push and manages to just sneak a couple of bullets into the visor. To take down 4, more importantly, take that sniper rifle down. Renegade 1 as well, and all of a sudden, FaZe are back into this. Renegade with another. And Optic start to look a little bit nervy themselves. That kill will slow things down for just a moment, maybe the second, but noticing won't be able to turn that into a kill himself. Snakebite now. The one player who reignited FaZe in that last game. Well, he's got the power to play with.
You have to think of the World Championship. A player like Snakebite has done the work to make sure he brings his absolute best to this tournament. 4 shots into the snipe left, and they only trail by 4 game in his hands.
Just needs an angle, just needs an opening. You can see the chess game is being played between the two. Everyone knows their angles, everyone knows where they can't be seen and where they can be in Trippy. Makes a play here for Optic. Renegade will trade that kill out though. Renegade gets 2.
Damn.
3 bullets left.
Snakebite, that was gross. I can't even.
Frosty gets the kill to Trippy. It's a 2-kill game.
And what was just now, as you say, a 4-kill game has been cut in half to a 2-kill game, 33-31. And this series has delivered on all fronts, 3:37 left.
For the first time, we actually see FaZe with the semblance of sniper side control, right? It's been all Optic on this side of the map, with that sniper rifle controlling things.
Now, just how disciplined will Optic be in not showing for the final 3 bullets? Snakebite's only used 1, and they've cut the lead in half now, or on their side, the deficit in half. 3 bullets left, they only trail by 2.
3 bullets, 33 kills to chase down, and around 3 minutes left in this game. Can't connect with that difficult, high-pressure shot onto Lucid. And now Optic, off the back of that, looking to make a push themselves, can't connect with another one. And now we have to back down. Optic are making a play here, Andy.
Yeah, Frosty waiting for new sides as well. This is big sides in hand. Oh,
good shit, Matt.
4, works his way through, gets that kill.
No! He ran out of ammo.
3
kill games though. 3 still good.
Gets a big kill there. Last player alive. He needed that. Presumably will be traded out here. 37-33, a 4-kill lead once again here. Lucid now gets that fresh, new, crispy sniper in hand, and we'll start to snipe here from that 4.
Orders restored here for Optic.
Oh.
1 volley shot, cleaned up immediately. The Optic fans know they're getting close to another historic Game 5 win. The lead is getting bigger, it's growing at just the right moment. As is the presence of Lucid.
Let's go. Good shit, Trippy.
Right away, Trippy's there to finish it. The assist comes in here. It's now a 6-kill lead.
Oh! Royal 2's 1 hit.
As well. 2 minutes left on the clock. 5 kills separated the 2.
Trippy's going to chase this one down. Royal 2's not expecting that. Trippy plays his life instead. And FaZe really have 1 or 2 more pushes here. Things are starting to get scrappy. FaZe are looking up the pace, but Optic are holding strong on 4. Frosty's taken down. APG, no shields, but still living. Still alive here, bottom middle until Renegade takes him down.
Beautiful help there from APG. He has to drop on the middle.
Let's go, Lucid!
Lucid shows up when he needs to. 44-39.
Let's go.
Gets 2. Repulses is back to safety as well. Stays alive, most importantly.
Good shit, Lucid!
And if Lucid doesn't do what he just did there, FaZe have a chance to get back into this game.
Nah, guys, this is insane.
Hits the no-scope on the middle.
Let's go. All right, 4 more. 4 more.
Add more kills to the Optic Gaming tally. It's now 46-39.
Double point at the end of game 5. Snakebite gets 1. It's 4 to go here for Optic.
Let's go.
Wheeling them forward. 60 seconds left to find the last 3.
Unreal. S4 push comes in here. And even with 50 seconds left to 5-kill lead, Optic Gaming can really just make FaZe come to them.
Full gets another one. Snakebite tries to escape. Lucius is going to chase him down. Lucius gets cut down though.
Boys, we need 2 kills. Don't push. Boys, we need 2 kills.
Make a mistake that you're going to think about for the next couple of hours by throwing this game away.
Potentially not just hours, maybe longer than that, depending on how this plays out. 46-49.
One more.
Let's
go! Word is better than you. Get the fuck out of my lobby, FaZe, bruh.
And how about losing 13-7 in a 50-47 Game 5 win? Anyone who's seen enough of his gameplay over the past few years, you know there's something special about him this weekend. And he proves it yet again in a Game 5, going +6 in a game that they win by 3.
You can always pick out the moments when you have a series between such incredible teams. Lucian with the sniper rifle, bottom middle. Looks like he's dead to right. Player lunges towards him, no scope, takes him down, survives, gets out there without repulse, then snaps onto another player with no shields. Those moments are the ones you remember in a series.
Go, guys. That's the good shit right there. We're going to the winners final.
And for FaZe, it is now a long, long road ahead.
What a series layout. Look at that thing. It is a thing of beauty. One of the best series, not just of the weekend here at the Halo World Championship, but it is safe to say one of the best series that we have seen this season, and we are just getting started.
Another epic between two of the best in the world, and you're going to expect more of that as we work our way through this weekend. Optic are going to stand tallest as they knock FaZe down to the elimination bracket. And one man who's probably thinking, that was quite a fun series. Snake Trippy down the main stage now on place.
Seattle, give it up for Optic Gaming! They go to the winners finals to go up against Space Station. But man, Trip, this was an intense series that we saw here going to Game 5. As you got... I'm gonna let them have it, okay? Because you came up big as your namesake, big game, Trip, okay? Let's talk about the Slayers in this series because you guys go down 1-0 on the maps, but going into that map number 2, down 40-42, you had an incredible push down low on Tunnel. Can you talk to me about that for you guys to be able to clutch that up and tie that series?
Yeah, there's like a minute and a half left. We made the decision to wait for Heatwave rather than just pushing, and then we ended up making a great play. Tommy just pushed elbow, got the flank, and we ended up killing pretty much wiping them all for. So it was a great Slayers last of the series.
Definitely was, okay? And then going into the Game 5, all right? I know a lot of nerves there. What was the mindset? How did y'all lock this one up?
I don't know. I mean, again, FaZe is a great team, so we just had to play our advantages, especially with the snipe, holding setup, a lot of those things. So, yeah, came up with the dub.
You definitely did very well, okay? Now, this venue has been absolutely electric with the Green Wall chants and an Optic chants, okay? These fans want to hear from you. Talk to them real
Are the boys playing again tonight?
I want to give a huge shout out to my family that's here, my sister and her husband that first time that has come and see me, and my best friends from middle school. They're over here. And of course, the Green Wall. You guys are amazing as always. I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Seattle, one more time for Optic Gaming as they go to the winners finals. That's going to go up on the stage a lot. Take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze. A huge congratulations to Optic Gaming. What a series that was, Clutch. So many different moments you can pick out of that. But Optic Gaming, they turn up the Green Wall, they turn up the co-stream happening in here as well. And my God, it couldn't have got tighter than that, to be perfectly honest. That was just nuts.
It's not often I get goosebumps like watching Halo, but a World Championship in that level of Halo will do it to me. You don't get any closer than that.
No.
That Livefire Slayer was absolutely insane. The fact that Optic kept this one close throughout the game was absolutely incredible because they never had a power weapon until halfway through the mark where it was tied up. All they needed was a couple, and they were able to press their advantages, trade out successfully, and I mean the last second repulse we're going to see from Lucid here in a second is a game-changing button press that changed how the series was being directed, because that was where Optic Gaming gained momentum.
They certainly did indeed. I've got to say, in terms of teamwork, Optic certainly shined. It felt like there were so many moments Optic made plays, made decisions, and they executed those so well. There were great pips coming out of FaZe, and they were turning the game around, but I felt like in terms of executing what you wanted to achieve here, Optic had that time and time again.
They really did have time. Even going right here to that play right there, you saw Lucid staying alive so well with the bottom C side. It was his decision making, but on top of that, it was the teamwork, keeping him alive for so long. And then, like you said, game number 2 had repulse to keep him alive. It was absolutely insane. It was all about that teamwork, and it was quite impressive. And definitely, man, on stream right now, Lucid didn't always show up into the stat sheet, you know, in the kills and the damage, but his target prioritization, the way he was helping out the team, the assist has been putting up all series long. I've been really impressed with the way Lucid played.
Yeah, indeed. I think he has been absolutely incredible, as you can see, highest KD on Optic. And it's very interesting. If you look across the KDs, this will show you exactly all you need to know about this series, how close this one was. There is no kind of like lopsided KDs coming forward. It's very even across the board at certain times. And even if anything, I mean, FaZe Clan, they kind of outplayed it the entire series, but just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, that Solitude Stronghold was something incredible to watch, doing exactly basically what Optic had done to them in Fort Worth, but this was an Optic Gaming Slayer dominance, right? Like, the fact that they showed the ice that we kind of touched on, who was going to be the iciest team in this series? Well, the iciest team in this series was Optic Gaming. The clutch kills, staying alive, Lucid did everything for them in those clutch moments to give them the little upper hand. The margin of victory here was so slim, but Optic Gaming is just incredible in those moments.
Certainly was. I've got to say that series was special. It was so down to the wire. I hope you guys at home enjoyed it. But I also do have something else for you to enjoy. They might not have done it here on the series, but Renegade certainly has his eyes set on that journey in the elimination bracket. He's fighting for his life. Let's meet the demon.
Shout out to this man. This man is crazy.
How do you explain Renegade? That is the million-dollar question.
One word: confidence. He is fearless and he's confident. And I think that those two things.
He's a fucking amazing player. I can't even deny that, man. He's arguably one of the greatest snipers in the game right now.
You talk to Renegade, he is one of the most confident people you'll ever meet.
Good. I'm glad for that. I'm glad we just ruined his confidence.
Shit about what happens around him. Renegade truly believes he is the best player in the world. Kills per minute, #1 on LAN in the There's just something about Renegade's entire kind of persona. He'll be sitting on the main stage, he's laser focused, probably some hair in his eyes.
Sometimes you might come across as a little bit toxic, but I think you need that edge to be one of the best.
Honestly, all in all, I genuinely feel like I'm the best solo player in the world.
Renegade, you cannot give him the time to make a decision there, and that is going to cost him. It's going to be the triple.
Renegade's playstyle is, I think it definitely is defined by aggression.
He just plays his situations so confidently.
He's an absolute menace. Hang him out.
The confidence works for him, and he gets into battles that he has no business winning. He'll win those battles and go on to do even more damage.
The trajectory that he's on right now, he can line himself up to be in that conversation of greatest of all time.
Use your triple. Lucid does kill.
That we're witnessing here on the main stage.
All right, well, let's jump right into this here as we get ready. Street Slayer.
I grew up in San Bernardino, California, which, you know, if anyone knows where that is, it's not necessarily the nicest place. I grew up on the poor side of town. It was just me, my mom, my older brother. And, you know, we went through tough times, hard times, but we love each other, and I always support them, and they always support me. realized I was good at Halo was like freshman year of high school. I was like 14, 15, seeing that, you know, some of these tournaments, like the first time I saw was like $2.5 million tournament. I'm like, dude, these guys are playing for that much money. Like, you know, there's no way, like, I couldn't do that. Like, I believe I'm better than them. My mentality about Halo is I want to be the best to ever do it. And that is my goal, that is my plan, and I'm trying every single event to prove myself right.
There's a lot of things I don't know about Renegade, but one thing I do is that his mentality is on point. He wants to win.
He's a divisive character, but I think as the years have gone by, he's become more himself, more comfortable, and I think certainly found himself as a person as well as a player.
You're just like,
as a person, he's much different than he is as Renegade. I mean, John, he's honestly a really funny, cool guy.
He really is a funny guy who has a great personality.
Outside the game, I would definitely say I'm more of like a quiet, reserved. I don't really talk to people who don't really talk to me. I kind of keep to myself. I just try to keep my circle small.
I respect that, bro. I really do. Trust me.
Halo 5 is really where we saw John start to shine, especially when he joined Splice.
By the time Renegade gets that first win on that Splice roster, you could kind of tell that things were building.
Yeah, that's Splice. I forgot Renegade was on that team too. That was Shotzzy, Eco.
Time they got to dominating on land,
Renegade, I can't remember who the other one was. That team was gross.
So by the end of Halo 5, Splice
Stellar. It was Stellar. Okay. Like they were fucking gross.
Would develop at that time. It's Eco, Stellar, Renegade, and Shotzzy. And of course, 3/4 of that roster would make their way into the Cloud9 roster of Halo Infinite.
Eco, Stellar, Penguin, Renegade. When you hear that roster, you think, damn, that's dangerous. The dominance that came through from that Cloud9 roster was unmatched. It was so difficult to touch them.
So at this point, Cloud9 and the former Splice roster, they're used to winning. They win the first 2 lands of Halo Infinite. They're feeling on top. And then you felt a little bit of tug at the back of the shirt, and that came in the form of Optic Gaming, and certainly was a wake-up call for not just Renegade, but the entire Cloud9 roster.
And Renegade decided to take a bit of a risk, leave his team, big controversy, and join a new one.
the fact that he left his boys, his world championship teammates, to join like the enemies per se, it was surprising.
I felt like this was more of his play style and his ability to do what he wanted to do, even though he's done amazing things on Cloud9, but it was just crazy when he really decided to make that change.
We've been at least a core trio, me, Eco, Stellar, been a core trio since 2017, late 2017, 5 years, so that was a hard thing to do. But how I always saw it is I want to be the best to ever do it, and I need to surround myself with players who think like me.
There's a lot of talk in the Halo community about that roster change.
A lot of people were unhappy with the decision, more like fans, because like obviously Lethal is a fan favorite, and Renegade has always been like the villain of Halo.
I think some people thought they were crazy to drop Lethal. Some people thought the change made sense.
People just have to understand, like, he just wants to win, and he felt like joining this roster was a better ability for him to win.
Criticism towards me is something that just, at least I believe, just comes with it. At the end of the day, it's just like, they don't really know who I actually am.
I would say the Halo community had mixed opinions for sure. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
It finally came together, and after winning an event, I think Renegade's decision could be justified.
I think the Halo community...
Oh, I need to turn this fan back on. I'm
Renegade
sweating.
is one of the best damn players in the world. How else could you see him? He is so skilled. You don't see a lot of players with the type of skill level and the impact that he has on a map.
He's really one of those players that no matter what the case is, no matter how the game looks or the situation of the game, he's gonna just keep grinding and grinding and grinding until he's a champion and continues to be a champion. So I think no matter what happens, if Renegade is in Halo, he's gonna continue to do great no matter what.
There's definitely people, you know, who are still have done so much more than me. Like, even my 3 teammates, for example. I feel like I've done a decent amount in Halo, but they've still done so much more than me. And it's just like, I don't like, I want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where, like, I'm the best.
I'll give it to him, bro. I can't deny that he is one of the best players in the league right now. Easily a top 3 player. Just all-around play style. I always tell people this, man, like, genuinely, you can do whatever the hell you want in life, bro. People will tell you, you know, it's not realistic, it's not real, you know. People always grow up telling you can do what you want, and then you hit a certain age, and they start telling you, you know, this is what you need to do. Bro, you can do what you want. Look at him. He literally said, I came from a poor town of, California. I found out I was good in high school, and here I am, playing for millions of dollars. Like, you can do what you want, guys. If you believe in it, and you put your mind to it, you can do it, I promise.
I love learning more about Renegade and all of our players. If I do know one thing about him, though, is that this series that we just saw them lose isn't going to phase him too much, excuse the pun. I think pushing forward through the elimination bracket's not ideal, but I do think that this team have a bounce back ability, and when you look at everybody talking about Renegade like that, that mentality has to come forward here and now, and he has to believe that he is the best in the world, like you know he does.
He can obviously turn it around, I think. And I think this FaZe team coming from the elimination bracket is probably the scariest thing to see in the elimination bracket for everybody that is already down there. It's a matter of what does that journey look like, because those guys have done it in every shape and form when it comes to getting back to the grand finals and finding themselves in a second best of 7, which is going to have to be the reality. But you got to get more out of Renegade, I think, in those series. I think the superstar is going to hold that on his shoulders. He's going to put a chip on there, and we will see the best of Renegade coming up.
We certainly will indeed. Tony, what did you make of the Unlocked episode? You know, taking a little bit of a deeper dive into the lives and what makes some of our players tick.
Well, I loved hearing from his from the words out of his own mouth, and even from his peers as well, talking about the confidence that he has and how he just wants to win. And in the position that you're in right now, being knocked down to the elimination bracket, that's going to be tested. They're going to have to make a deep run through the elimination bracket, and if they want to make it to the grand finals, even if they get there, they have to go through a bracket reset, like you said. This is going to be a very long and different journey for FaZe on the way to winning a world championship.
Certainly will indeed. And speaking of, let's take a look at the brackets right now and see how they are primed and prepped and ready to go. We're starting things off with the winner's side. We got Optic Gaming primed against Space Station. This is, again, another banger of a matchup. A winners finals, a rematch of many a different grand final that we've had this season. Absolutely incredible stuff. Really excited to see how those both line up on the main stage. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though and see who are fighting for their lives. As you can see, we do have Quadrant versus Sentinels coming up very shortly, and FaZe, they are waiting to see who is going to be dropping forward from Native Red versus Na'Vi, and then hoping to get to that semi-final position. We're actually going to be watching Quadrant versus Sentinels. I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup. So far so good for Sentinels, as you can see in their elimination bracket journey. 3-2 against Native White. Things got a little bit testy at times, but then Sentinels taking on Shopify Rebellion 3-1. Some really good stuff, and hopefully they will grow and continue on against Quadrant, who again are a pretty difficult opponent there, Wes.
Yeah, it turns out that game 5 the Sentinels was in, they were able to come back from that 7-10 kill deficit, whatever it may have been. That may have lit a fire under these guys. How far will that elimination bracket go? Because Quadrant's going to be a tough team to beat.
They certainly are indeed, as you can see the stage.
Alright guys,
getting set
like
up
I said,
right now.
boys won. I don't think they play again today. If they do end up playing again today, and I'm wrong, because it's always possible I am. Appreciate the follower, by the way.
Elimination bracket journey. And Quadrant, they have been absolutely fantastic all season.
But
the growth has been there.
like I said, boys won, so they'll probably start playing again tomorrow. If they do end up playing again today, and I'm just wrong, I'll be back on. But we hit what, almost 6 hours today? I'm tired. Go do some other stuff I got to do before we hop on tomorrow. But like I said, that'll do it for this one. But they hop on tomorrow. If they end up playing later, I'll be back on. But appreciate you guys watching, and catch you guys for the next stream. Peace.